This program is brought to you by cable franchise fees and generous donations from viewers like you.
Good evening. It is September 27th, 2021. We have 3 actual meetings tonight, although we will stay on the same Zoom link for all 3 meetings, okay? And the first meeting is what we call a primer on the master plan. The second meeting is an actual public forum on the master plan. It is required by the charter. And the third meeting is actually the town council's regular meeting. So we're going to start with the primer. And so I'm going to start by saying pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting is being conducted by a remote participation. We do have a quorum of the council, although I just want to remind people that for this, we did not need to have a quorum. But since we have a quorum, I therefore have to call a meeting. So we are calling the meeting to order at 5:34. I'm going to call upon each counselor. Please make sure that you unmute your mic and confirm that you are present. And then we will proceed. Shalini Balmel.
I'm here.
Alyssa Brewer.
Present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Darcy Dumont will join us later. Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Jo Haneke will join us later. Dorothy Pam. I'm sorry, she also will join us later. Evan Ross.
Present. George
Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Here.
Steve Schreiber will join us later. Andy Steinberg.
Present.
And Sarah Schwartz will be absent this evening. Okay, there's no chat room for this meeting. Please let us know if you have technical difficulty, and Athena will be monitoring counselors' connections. We are going to save the announcements for the regular town council meeting. So let me just begin this by saying each year, as required by Charter Section 213, we have held public forums on the master plan. Starting in 2019, we provided a separate session prior to the public forum called the Primer on the Master Plan. This is being provided by Chris Brestrup, Planning Director. It allows us to refresh our knowledge of the master plan and updates regarding actions related to the plan. The plan was developed through a comprehensive process involving over 1,000 Amherst residents. It was formally adopted by the Planning Board in 2010 and by the Town Council on November 9th, 2020. And at the conclusion of the presentation of the primer, while we will adjourn the meeting, we will not go off Zoom, and then we will move on to the actual public forum. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris. And thank you for joining us again, Chris, to do this primer.
Thank you. So Athena is going to help me showing the slides. Thank you very much, Athena. And I have a little introductory statement I'd like to make. So good evening. I'm Chris Brestrup, the Planning Director, and I'm here to give you a short presentation about the Amherst Master Plan. And then during the public forum, we'll hear comments and concerns from the public about the master plan. A master plan is a dynamic long-term planning document that provides a conceptual layout to guide future growth and development. A master plan is not the same as zoning, although it often gets confused with zoning. So a master plan doesn't tell us how wide the sidewalks should be or how high the buildings should be in the downtown. And it doesn't tell us what style of architecture should prevail or what the streetscape should look like. It also doesn't tell us how many parking spaces there should be for each type of project. It's much more general than that. When we want to get down to specifics, we look to our other plans, and that would include our zoning bylaw. Since the master plan was completed in 2010, we've made many other plans, some of which have been incorporated into the master plan by reference. We have the sewer extension master plan, the housing production plan, the housing market study, our transportation plan, which was prepared in 2015 and incorporated into the master plan by a vote of the planning board, the open space and recreation plan. We also have a bicycle and pedestrian network plan, our community field master plan, and the most recent one, which is the climate action adaptation and resiliency plan, which was just completed this year and which will be presented to the town council. There are probably other plans which I haven't listed here, but maybe next year I'll list them. Anyway, so we've made many changes to our zoning bylaws since the adoption of the master plan, and we're currently working with the CRC and the planning board on a number of zoning changes, including changes to encourage development of more housing to meet our housing crisis. And among these zoning amendments are changes to the apartments, mixed-use buildings, accessory dwelling units, and parking zoning bylaws. We're also currently working on a complete rewrite and recodification of the zoning bylaw, incorporating many of the things that the master plan recommends. The master plan that we'll talk about tonight was created over a period of about 12 years, from 1998 to 2010. And since we had not previously had a master plan, it took a long time to develop the one we have. The town should start the process for an updated master plan around 2025, with the goal of having the updated master plan in place by 2030. This time, it shouldn't take 12 years to adopt a master plan, since much of the groundwork has already been laid. Meanwhile, we should work on implementing the master plan that we have, including continuing to create new plans to address the issues that are important to the town, including changes to our zoning bylaw. So now let's look at our master plan. So next slide, please. What is a master plan? As I said previously, a master plan is a community's general long-term blueprint for its future. It's a dynamic document, and it's the beginning, not the end of a process. It guides regulatory changes, land use policies, budgeting decisions, and other aspects of the community's decision-making process. And it helps to direct decision-making on the community's long-term physical development over a period of decades. Next slide, please. So what does the law say about a master plan? Well, master plans are required by Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 81D. And that section of Mass General Law describes what needs to go into a master plan. The Mass General Law also says that the master plan should be adopted by the planning board. And our master plan was adopted by our planning board in February of 2010. Our home rule charter says that the master plan also needs to be adopted by the town council. And the town council adopted our master plan in November of 2020. The Amherst Home Rule Charter requires the adoption of a new master plan or an updated master plan by town council every 20 years. So I think we should use 2030 as a target date for our new master plan. Next slide, please. So this master plan was the first in Amherst for nearly 40 years. We didn't really have a real master plan before that. We had something that we looked at as a master plan, and I'll talk about it in a few minutes, but it was never adopted by the planning board or town meeting. Anyway, this master plan was based on extensive public input, and you can see one of the meetings that we had at the cafeteria of the high school here with, there must have been hundreds of people there all participating in the conversation. In addition to public input, the master plan was also based on research on the community's existing conditions and anticipated trends for the future. So the consultants that we hired to help us with the master plan did do a lot of research, and the existing conditions and other aspects of the town are described in appendices that can be accessed on the master plan webpage of the town website. This master plan represents Amherst's best effort to balance competing interests of a diverse population. So not everybody got everything they wanted, but we hope that most people got most of the things that they wanted. Next slide, please. The history of the master plan began in 1971 and lasted, the beginnings of it lasted until 2006. And there are a couple of mistakes that I'd like to apologize for on this slide, but I'll get to them as I get to them. So the Select Committee on Goals started working in 1971, and they worked for 2 years. And they created this conceptual plan that you see here in black and white that shows where the downtown is in the rectangle in the middle of the map. And then the village centers, I think there are 6, depending on how you count it, 5 or 6 village centers. So there's North Amherst Village Center and Cushman Village Center. There's the village center around the Gatehouse Road intersection with Belchertown Road, and that's the one on the right. Then there are 2 village centers that are considered to be South Amherst Village Centers. One is kind of the commercial village center, and one is the institutional village center where the church and the library are. And then there's, of course, the village center that's around Atkins Corner, where we have Hampshire College and we also have Applewood. So in 1997 and 1998, the town hired the firm of Walt Kudenhofsky and Associates to do a visioning project, and that involved a lot of public input, and they came up with this Amherst Visions report. And the Comprehensive Planning Committee was established, and that was number of people. I think it started out with 14 members and it ended up at one time or another with as many as 27 or 28 members. And they met regularly over a period of 6 years to work on how to proceed with our project, which was called Planning Amherst Together. That was the title of the effort to come up with our master plan. There was substantive participation from Hampshire College, Amherst College, and UMass. And this is one of the errors that I want to apologize for. It was actually $20,000 that was appropriated by the town meeting in 2004. And that money was used to support the work of this CPC, but it was also used to hire a consultant to help us determine what the scope of work for a consultant would be. So we hired a consultant before hiring our main consultant, and the first consultant worked on the scope of the project and also how much it was going to cost the town to do this work. Many community members were involved in this early stage of, or early and also 6 years long stage of master plan development project, including Bruce Coldham, John Kuhn, Cheryl Zoll, who used to work with the Survival Center, I think, Alyssa Brewer, and I have to apologize to Alyssa for adding an S to her name. I'm very sorry, Alyssa, for doing that. I'll get it right next time. Aaron Hayden, Eric Nakajima, Jim Wald, and many others were involved. In 2005, town meeting voted $65,000 to hire a consultant to work on the master plan. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of second phase of working on the master plan. In 2006, the group Planning Amherst Together hired a consultant, and that was with the engagement and support of the Comprehensive Planning Committee. The town meeting voted an additional $135,000 to work on this master plan, and they began to gather data. In 2007, public idea gatherings were held and group workshops, and a community survey was sent out to over 600 households in town. And the first draft of the master plan was developed. And then in 2008 to 2010, the master plan subcommittee of the planning board worked on editing the draft, and there were members of the comprehensive planning committee who participated in that as well. In 2010, the town held a public forum on the draft master plan in January, and then in February, the planning board voted to adopt the master plan. Just last year, in November of 2020, town council voted to adopt the master plan. Next slide, please. So what's in the master plan? Well, the things that are in the master plan are prescribed by the state law. So there need to be chapters dealing with all of these topics. Goals and policies, land use, which is what a lot of what the planning department focuses on, demographics and housing, which has been a big topic recently, economic development, natural and cultural resources, open space and recreation, services and facilities, which includes things like schools and the public safety, fire department, police department, et cetera, transportation and circulation, and implementation. Next slide, please. So how is the master plan organized? It begins with a statement of key directions for the community, and some of them are to maintain Amherst's existing community character. Another is provide housing that meets the needs of all residents while minimizing impact on the environment. I think we've done a pretty good job with that. We're trying to do a good job with that. We certainly are minimizing impact on the environment as far as I can see. We're working with cluster developments, and we're trying to make sure that housing doesn't take up a lot of space and sprawl all over the outlying areas. It also calls for diversifying and expanding our economic base. That's something that we've been working on for a long time, and we have some success there. And promoting an ethic of sustainable environmental energy practices in all town activities. And we have the zero energy bylaw that we passed recently. And we also have the climate action and resiliency plan that we've worked on. So next slide, please. So the topic, as I said, that I know the most about is really the land use section of the master plan. And some of the objectives in that section include preferentially directing future development to existing built up areas. And this includes areas such as downtown and the village centers, but it also includes areas like existing apartment complexes where there may be areas where we could increase the number of housing units or apartment units in some of those developments. And we've already seen that happen to some extent. Preserve key undeveloped lands. I think we've done a really good job with that. We've got a lot of land that's been protected by the agricultural preservation restrictions, as well as land that the town has either purchased for conservation restrictions or has been given for conservation restrictions. So we have a lot of undeveloped land that's been preserved. We're also protecting key farmland and farming. As I said, we have APRs on a lot of the land along, particularly this is visible along north and southeast streets where you can see vast areas of farmland that's been preserved. We're also guiding new housing growth with minimizing impact on open space and small town rural character. So again, directing growth to already developed areas. So that was one of the goals of the master plan, or one of the objectives. And then honoring historic and cultural character and beauty of neighborhoods. We have a couple of examples of success here in that fact that we've established 2 local historic districts, one at the Emily Dickinson Local Historic District, and the other one is their Lincoln Sunset Local Historic District. So these are objectives that we've been working on. I wouldn't say that we've achieved complete satisfaction of these, but at least we have some items that we can check off and say, yes, we did that. Next slide, please. So in terms of demographics and housing, what does the master plan say? Encourage a greater mix of housing types, sizes, and prices, serving a wider range of income levels. This is a struggle that we have. Land is very expensive in Amherst, and sometimes it's hard to provide that middle range of housing. We've been pretty successful at providing upper ranges of housing and some housing that's available to people of lower income, but the middle range is not as easily developed. Preserve and expand the number of affordable and moderately priced rental units and housing stock. As I said, we've made good progress with affordable, but not so good with moderately priced rental units. Encouraging production of housing in an environmentally sound manner. And I think that our cluster subdivision method of development preserves land and clusters the housing in a certain smaller area of a particular piece of property, and then preserves more of that property. And we have an example of that in South Amherst, Vista Terrace, which is across the street, across West Street from Atkins Corner. is a development that has 8 housing units clustered in a small area of an 11-acre parcel, and 7 of the acres are going to be or have been given to the town as conservation land, and improve housing and services for people who are homeless. And that's another thing that we're struggling with. I think we're doing a better job than we used to do. We have Craig's Doors homeless shelter, and we were pretty successful in housing homeless people last winter, but not not permanently. And we've been working on that. And there's a project that I'm going to talk about later on that is going to be partially helpful in helping us to house our homeless population. Next slide, please. So the master plan has other chapters, as I said. I'm not going through all the chapters today, but another one is the natural and cultural resources chapter. And a couple of the objectives there are to promote preservation, appreciation, and sustainable use of our historical and cultural resources. So certainly in terms of the cultural resources, we recently had a cultural district established, and that is going to promote our cultural resources to the population so that people will know what's available here in Amherst and will come and enjoy it. And then applying principles of environmental sustainability townwide. And as I said, we have the stretch building code, we have the zero energy code for municipal buildings, and these photographs here give other examples of things that have been happening in Amherst. For instance, more solar arrays coming into being. The largest one I can think of right now, well, there are 2 large ones. One is on the Hampshire College campus, which supplies, I believe, most if not all of the electricity that Hampshire College needs, and you can view that on Bay Road. The other one is one that's up on Pulpit Hill Road, and it's kind of hidden. You can't really see it, but it is a pretty large solar array. And then on the right hand here, we have a picture of the Kern Center at Hampshire College, which is a living building challenge building, which means that it's pretty much off the grid in terms of, needing electricity from other sources, or, water and sewer, and all of those things are mostly self-contained here. I'm not sure that they've been completely successful, but they've been certainly trying. And they have a solar array on the roof there. Next slide, please. Transportation and circulation. This is another one that we kind of struggle with. Some of the objectives in the transportation and circulation section include actively promoting alternative modes of transportation. We have the Complete Streets policy that's been adopted by, I believe it was town council. We also are very, we pay a lot of attention when new work is done on streets to make sure to consider the needs of the bicycle population and pedestrians. Recently we developed the bicycle and pedestrian network plan, and that's a plan for the future that shows where we want to have more connectivity with bicycles and pedestrians. This is one. The next one is one that you've heard a lot about: providing adequate public parking to support existing and desired new development in downtown and elsewhere. So we have done some work in that regard. We've hired a parking consultant. We've hired them twice, and they've done 2 different studies. One is to study the actual amount of parking and the way it's used in the downtown. And then the second part was to make recommendations about how to make it easier to find parking and to manage it. But we also acknowledge the fact that there is a parking issue downtown, whether it's perceived or real, and that needs to be addressed, and whether that means relooking at the municipal parking district, or partnering with a private developer to build a parking garage, or whatever it means. We're knowledgeable that that's an issue that needs to be addressed. And then pursuing funding strategies for achieving transportation goals. Well, we did have a number of successes this year, working with Mass DOT to get these smaller grants. I think they were all under $200,000, but they did allow us to adjust some of our streets and sidewalks to accommodate outdoor dining, which may not seem to be a transportation goal, but it was something that Mass DOT felt was important enough to have a lot of money available to cities and towns to take advantage of. So that did require some readjusting of our downtown streets. And we also have been working with Mass DOT on a redesign of Route 9 between the center of town and University Drive. And that work is, I think some of it's going to start this fall, but most of it is going to be in the spring and then through next year, where they're going to be improving that stretch of Route 9. They're going to be adding sidewalks on both sides. The sidewalk that exists on one side is very narrow and not accommodating, and they're going to be adding a sidewalk on the Amherst College side and providing for bicycle infrastructure there. So that was something that we feel pretty good about, that we've been working with Mass DOT to accommodate that. Next slide, please. So implementation. This is an interesting thing because there was supposed to be an implementation committee that was established back, in 2010, 2011, and there was some effort made to establish that committee. It actually was never really established, although a charge for the committee was created. But I must say that even though there wasn't an implementation committee established, we've gone a long way in implementing many of the goals and objectives of the master plan. And Doug Marshall, who's now the chair of the planning board, and I took it upon ourselves to kind of go through that matrix and figure out what have we done, what haven't we done, what's in the works, what have we not paid attention to. And it's pretty revealing because we've actually done quite a bit. So one of the objectives was to provide sufficient resources to implement the master plan. And as I said, I think it's been implemented in a kind of a piecemeal fashion, but it has been implemented, not in the rigorous fashion that we had initially envisioned. Involve a wide variety of stakeholders in implementation. I think, we have been including different stakeholders in implementation, but again, it hasn't been on a kind of rigorous fashion, and requiring concurrence with the master plan. Well, this is something that we think about whenever we are creating a new zoning bylaw and whether it comports with the master plan or not. And that's actually a statement that the charter and the town council require us to make about any zoning amendments. Next slide, please. So what have we accomplished since adopting the master plan, and how have we implemented the master plan's objectives and strategies? I've talked a little about that as we've gone along, but I'm going to give you a few more examples. Next slide, please. Our focus on affordable housing has led to a number of different projects since 2010. Olympia Oaks is one of them. The town had a piece of property that it purchased, or that it owned, up in North Amherst, part of which was for conservation purposes and part of it was for housing. And the town donated the land to build this housing development, and then worked with HAP Housing, which is now Wayfinders, to build 44 units of affordable housing up on Olympia Drive. And we also worked with the state in the form of the Commonwealth University to gain control over the road so that we could have access to Olympia Oaks housing development. And I think it's a very nice development and really, gives people a nice place to live. There's also this Main Street housing here, which was developed by the Amherst Housing Authority, which is 11 units of affordable housing on Main Street. And it's very attractive, and you can see it as you're driving back and forth on Main Street and Pelham Road. Next slide, please. So how do we get affordable housing? a number of different mechanisms for getting affordable housing, part of which is to preserve existing housing units that are affordable. So at Rolling Green, the town worked with Beacon Communities to, Beacon bought Rolling Green, and Beacon agreed to preserving the affordable units that were there. I think there are 40 of them. So that's about 25% of the total of 200 units at Rolling Green. The town gave a tax, or excuse me, gave some money to that project to let that happen. And it was about, I think it was $1.2 million. So that helped Beacon Communities to preserve the affordable housing units at Rolling Green. Some of the affordable housing that we work on is developer driven. So Beacon Communities is one of the developers, and they developed North Square at the Mill District. There are 130 units there, 26 of which are affordable. We've also worked with Habitat for Humanity, and they do small site development for the most part. Here in this photograph, you can see a group of Habitat for Humanity crew working on a project that the property was owned by the town, and the town, I believe, either donated it or sold it for a very low price, like maybe $1, to Habitat for Humanity to create a duplex here. And now that duplex is occupied by 2 families. One of the units is accessible. And then the other group that we've worked with, Developers Valley CDC, and recently they got permission to build 28 units of very low income housing at 132 Northampton Road. Some of it is very low income. Some of it is as high as 80% of area median income, but that's going to serve a population that has trouble finding housing, particularly those with very low incomes and people who are just coming out of homelessness. We also have been working on our inclusionary zoning bylaw. In 2018, we had an improvement made to the bylaw. And then more recently this year, with the help of the CRC and the town council, we made another improvement to the zoning bylaw to require most residential developments to provide affordable units. So we have reaped some units out of that. Presidential Apartments now has 6 affordable units. 70 University Drive has 4. Aspen Heights has 11. And U Drive South, which is the new building that's going in on Northampton Road, is going to have 5. But we continue to work with developers to provide more. And the new building at 11 and 13 East Pleasant Street, that's proposed by Archipelago, will have 11 affordable housing units. So other things that the town can do to promote affordable housing are to promote it through the zoning bylaw, which we've done, to facilitate developments by helping developers and the state and consultants to get together to work on projects, to fund affordable housing, either through CPA funds or through tax incentives. And we did give a tax incentive to Beacon Communities. I think it was a little over $2 million for a period of 10 years of tax incentive to help them to build North Square. And then we also help developers who are interested in building affordable housing through the permitting process. And as I said, the town has been either donating land or selling it at a very low cost to developers to build affordable housing. Next slide, please. Here are some projects that were recently completed. North Square at the Mill District is the one on the upper left. University Drive is shown here. It's the wrong colors because it's an old image of that project, but it's a very nice project. There are 36 units there, 4 of which are affordable. And then there's Aspen Heights, which was just finished on Northampton Road, and that also has affordable units. Next slide, please. So we work with the Amherst Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, and they've been very active. John Hornick is a really great leader of the Housing Trust. The trust is part of local government. It gets its powers from state law and also from local regulations. Housing priorities are its top priority. It really is involved with community engagement and advocacy. They meet a lot, and they get the public involved. And they act as a funder and a facilitator of projects. So this image shows the East Street School, which is part of a 2-site project that the town has been working on. The other site is Belchertown Road location, where the town recently bought, with the help of the Affordable Housing Trust, a big parcel over there, so that we're going to combine these 2 parcels. And I think we put out an RFP, a request for a proposal, to developers to develop affordable housing on both of these parcels. Next slide, please. So what are we continuing to work on as a community? We're working on a lot of things. One of them is adequately addressing homelessness and the need for more affordable housing. And again, the Belchertown Road and East Street School project is one. But addressing homelessness is an important thing. And the former director of the Senior Center had been working on creating a permanent shelter for people. And so that work is still going on, even though she's left town employment. Repairing aging infrastructure, roads, bridges, and sidewalks. So we did replace that bridge up on Mill Street in North Amherst. We've been working on repairing roads and bridges and sidewalks all over town as much as we can, given limited funds. Constructing new sidewalks and bike lanes. We did recently complete a multi-use path on East Hadley Road. And with the help of community development block grant funds, we're hoping to extend that pathway to Groff Park, to provide access for people who live on East Hadley Road, so that they can get to the wonderful new improved Groff Park playground. We're also working on a comprehensive budget plan to address 4 new large capital projects, namely the library, the fire station, the DPW, and the elementary school. We're working on updating the zoning bylaw, and that's kind of a continuing process. And also applying the principles of environmental sustainability townwide, such as the stretch building code and the net zero for municipal buildings. Next slide, please. Oh, so we're going to be holding a public forum at 6 o'clock, but I think now if there's time, oh, it's past 6 o'clock. I've talked too long. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Chris. I am going to ask that comments and questions. We've been gaining audience throughout this. And so I'm going to bring this part of the meeting to a formal close. We are not changing Zoom site. We are still on Amherst Media. So we are going to adjourn the primer, and we are going to move to the special town council meeting, which is the required public forum to address the master plan. And I need to call this meeting to order and take attendance of the councilors present, and then we will move immediately to public comment. As people have been joining us, they've been hearing various things as we went. So this is the second of 3 meetings tonight, although continuously on the same Zoom. So it is September 27th, 2021, pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. This meeting is being conducted via remote participation. There is a quorum of the council present, therefore I'm calling the special meeting of the Amherst Town Council to order at 6:11. I'm going to ask each counselor to unmute when I call your name and verify that you are present. And this will indicate that we can hear you and you can hear us. Shalini Balmilton.
I'm here.
Alyssa Brewer.
Still present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Darcy Dumont. Not yet, so she'll join us later. Lynn Griesmer present. Mandy Johanneke.
Present.
Dorothy Pam. She will be joining us later. Evan Ross.
Present.
George Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Here.
Steve Schreiber will be joining us later. Andy Steinberg.
Present.
And Sarah Schwartz is absent for the evening. There's no chat room, and but this is a public forum, and we're really here to listen and have minimum dialogue, but nevertheless dialogue and an opportunity to make statements and ask questions. So let me just begin this by saying we will do announcements at the regular meeting, which follows this meeting. The purpose of a public forum is to take the context you've just been presented with and provide feedback from the public. This public forum is on the master plan. The master plan was adopted after a comprehensive many years of work and many voices. It was adopted by the planning board in 2010 and by the town council on November 9th, 2020. So I'm going to ask people if they would please raise their hand if they would like to make a public comment related to the master plan. If you're joining by Zoom, use the raise hand function. If you're joining by phone, you make public comment by pressing *9 of your telephone. So I'm waiting to see if we have any comments. You can also, Suzanne Musprat, is there anybody else who would like to make public comment at this time? Okay, we're going to start with Suzanne. So let me just begin by saying, I'm going to, residents are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes. When we call upon you, please identify as yourself by stating your full name, preferred pronouns, and district or address. So Suzanne, we're going to bring you into the room just like we do for regular public comment. And please unmute and make your comment.
This is Susanna Musprat, 38 North Prospect Street. I've been sitting in on a lot of the meetings that have to do with the various zoning amendments moving forward. And I get concerned that these are being sort of dealt with one at a time, and they have ramifications for each other. And I'm concerned that we can't always see how they're going to affect one another because we don't know what's coming up. I'm also very, very concerned that we're not following the master plan in the sense of planning before we do the zoning amendments. I think it would be helpful to have a master plan implementation committee that could be looking more broadly and see how these things dovetail with each other. And I'm worried that the parts of the master plan that talk about the cultural aspects, certain parts of the economic aspects, and preserving the historic buildings and the small town rural character rarely have come up. And in fact, many of the steps that have been taken are jeopardizing those things. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please raise your hand if you would like to make public comment at this time. Mary Sayer, please enter the room, state your name, your preferred pronouns, and where you live.
Mary Sayer, preferred pronoun she, District 1. One comment I have is that I think the master plan encourages community input. And I'm thinking of a particular instance where there was a lot of community input, but no follow through. And I think this speaks to the sort of implementation side of the discussion tonight. The thing I'm thinking about is the East Pleasant Street sidewalk, where town meeting allocated or voted money to do a survey of that and to move it forward. The survey 3 years later, as far as I know, has never been done. There was a transportation advisory meeting that probably 50 or 60 people attended, that the sidewalk was one of the high priorities on the list. I attended future meetings, and whenever it was brought up, it was put at the bottom of the list and said, well, we don't have enough information. So I'm wondering how we get these things implemented when clearly there's a push for it in some areas. That's my first comment. My second comment is really just, I'd like to say what the previous person just said, so I won't reiterate that. Okay, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Chris or Paul, does anybody want to comment on specifically the East Pleasant Street sidewalk?
Yes, so this is a project that has been in the offing for quite some time. We have engaged an engineer, a surveyor, I should say, that will begin that work. And I think the contract has been signed for that. I would need to double check on exactly when it's been signed.
Okay. Chris, did you have further comment on that one?
I was just going to say that it comes up at the TAC meetings quite a bit, and that it is in the public eye and in the eye of the town staff. And so I think it's an important project that will be taken care of, and it's one of many, but it will be taken care of.
Okay. Kathy, is this a comment or a response? Thank you. It's really opportunity for public comment. Kathy?
It is a comment. It's just on the notion of participation and the master plan striking walkability. This was a resident proposal that came to JCPC and was supported by the committee. So I think following through on priorities, particularly around being able to walk, is important. So I don't know how we do a better job, but I'm thrilled, Paul, to hear that it's actually moving forward.
Okay. Thank you for the update about JCPC. I'm looking for other comment from the audience. Going to hold the public forum open. We do not start our regular council meeting till 6:30. So if people would like to make additional public comment, please raise your hands. In the meantime, I do want to thank Chris for the very thoughtful both history of how we got to the plan. And the good news is it was recorded by Amherst Media and will be available both through the town website and Amherst Media. Thank you for muting your mic. Cinda, you have your hand up. Please enter the room, state your full name, your preferred pronouns, and where you live.
Cinda Jones, she, her, Amity Street, Amherst. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are garbled, however. I don't know why.
You are garbled, however. I don't know why. My phone's dead, pretty dead. Is it tolerable or should I hang up?
It's really very difficult to hear you, Cinda.
It's really very difficult to hear you, Cinda. Okay, bye.
Bye. Thank you. Please be sure to send us public comment as well. Are there other people who would like to make public comment at this time? If you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand. Or if you're calling in, press *9. Yes, Tom Randall. Please enter the room, state your name, preferred pronouns, and where you live. Tom,
you're muted.
You need to mute. You need to unmute, Tom.
Thank you. I am Tom Randall. I live at 18 Old Town Road. I'm a neighbor of Susan Jehoda's and speaking in support of a letter she has written to the university and to the town. The situation, we've been here 20 years, my family and I. The situation is just untenable with the amount of noise, and it's uncertain really whose responsibility anything is. The whole corridor on North Pleasant Street between the large numbers of student housings, the campus housings, all the neighborhood houses that have become student housing, the fraternity next door to Susan Jehoda, which is catty corner from our yard, which burned down our first year here. That was exciting, but they did rebuild. It is untenable. And the whole parade of loud students is out of control too many times. I will just say, I know the town can act because that one Blarney blowout was a disaster and actions were taken, and subsequent Barney blowouts have been much better controlled. It didn't get out of hand on social media. It didn't attract 12,000 people or whatever it was. So I know there is a way to make progress here. And we have also had students show up at our door at midnight, wake up the family. The dog is going crazy because they're looking for a party that's seething 100 feet away, etc. It is untenable, and anything the town can do, controlling student housing, holding them to whatever the regulations are, and the law enforcement as well.
Okay. Thank you for your comment, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Are there other comments at this time related to the master plan?
Is that the master plan?
Are there other comments relate? Yes, I'm sorry. Kitty Axelson-Berry, please enter the room.
Well, of course, I can't just like have silence here. I do have a question. Does the master plan say anything, and if so, what, about UMass, housing of UMass students, like this gentleman Tom Randall was talking about, off campus, and how the town should envisions handling the growth, the need for more and more housing for UMass students?
I'm going to ask Chris or Paul to answer that. Chris?
So the master plan talks about the need for dialogue between the town and UMass, and that's certainly one of the topics that would be brought up in a dialogue. It doesn't specifically talk to the need for UMass to house more of their students on their campus, because the town, the master plan is really an outline of what the town is going to do or what the town can do. So the town can talk to UMass, but the town doesn't have control over UMass. So all we have is the charm of persuasion, I guess. So it does talk about having that dialogue.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
are we having it?
Go ahead, Kitty.
So are we having that dialogue? What form is that dialogue taking? Who's on the committee, or how often does it meet?
I'm actually going to turn to Paul Bachman to talk about the weekly meetings that go on between the university, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you. So there are several times when we meet during the course of the year. Right now, well, throughout the school year, there's called an on-call meeting that happens every Monday between the university and the town That's where the police, fire, inspections meet with the dean of students and the UMass police and others from UMass, and they go through everything that happened over the weekend. They develop a strategy for any kind of intervention they would like to do during the course of the week, and they especially look at repeat households and things like that. In addition, the assistant town manager and I meet weekly with a representative from the university, just to go through whatever is happening at that time in the course of the week, and then we have been meeting. We're meeting very regularly last spring, and have started up again meeting with a broader group of people on specifically focused on COVID-19 and the reactions to what is going on. These meetings, in terms of the case counts at the university and in the town, and steps that we are both taking to address the things that are happening. The purpose of most of these meetings at this level are for communication, to make sure both sides are aware of what's happening on each side.
Thanks, Paul. And Kitty, thank you for your comments. Are there any other final comments at this time? We're coming close to the end of our public comment or our public forum. Okay, I don't see any. So let me just remind you that we are staying on the same Zoom link. I need to officially adjourn this meeting, and then we will officially start the regular council meeting. There will be a general public comment during the regular council meeting as required by state law. So I'm going to adjourn the public forum regarding the master plan at 6:29, and at 6:30 we will immediately move right into the next meeting. Okay. Good evening. This is our third meeting of September 27th. We are allowed to meet virtually based on Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. And given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the September 27th meeting of the Town Council to order at 6:30. I'm going to call on each counselor. Please unmute your mic, confirm that you are present and you can hear us and we can hear you. And then we will proceed with the meeting. Shalini Balmilne.
I'm here.
Alyssa Brewer.
Present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Darcy DeMont.
Here.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Johanneke.
Present.
Dorothy Pam. She has informed me she may be late. Evan Ross.
Present.
George Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane. You're muted, Kathy.
I'm here.
Thank you. Steve Schreiber. Has he joined us yet? Again, he's coming from another meeting. And Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Sarah Schwartz is absent this evening. There's no chat room. If you have technical difficulties, please make sure that Athena and I are aware of that, and we will decide whether we need to stop the meeting. We're going to move on to announcements, and they'll be posted on the screen. Let me draw attention specifically to the tax classification hearing next week. It will be followed by a regular town council meeting. And I also want to just mention that each of the council committees are meeting this week at some point during the week. And those times are all posted on the calendar on the town website as well. We do have a new public comment feature. You can find that at amherstma.gov/council comments. Those comments, when they come in, are immediately sent to all counselors. And I think, given that, we're going to move on to our next item. We have no hearings, and so we now have general public comment. This is the only public comment tonight. So please raise your hand if you would like to make public comment. If you're on Zoom, use the raise your hand function. If you are on a phone, use #9. And I'd like to see the number of hands of people who would like to make comments. Susan Yehuda, please enter the room. When you enter the room, we'd like you to state your name, your preferred pronouns, and the district or address where you live. Susan, please proceed.
Yes, my name is Susan Jehoda. I live at 786 North Pleasant Street in Amherst, and I go by she, her.
Mm-hmm.
And I am indeed the person whose house was broken into a couple of weeks ago by a person, a UMass student looking for the frat party next door. I would like to ask a question about underage drinking and how the town actually addresses underage drinking, and if in fact people are approached by the police, are those names then, if they're UMass students, what's the relationship between actually any offense and the student code of conduct? In other words, how are names reported through this code of conduct at the university? I'm trying to understand what this gap is between accountability, or what the town is accountable for, and then the connection to the university, so that the university has some way of holding students accountable.
Susan, first of all, let me say thank you for your comments and apologize for not stressing the fact that during public comment, we don't actually respond to questions and dialogue. However, you have asked some very important questions, and we are in receipt of your letter, which was sent. And so I think the best thing to do in this case is going to be to have the town manager and you engage in a dialogue about that. He may also want to comment on it at some other part in the meeting.
Okay, thank you so much.
Certainly, Susan.
And I'm sorry I wasn't aware of the rule, so sorry.
We understand, and I should have repeated it. Thank you so much, Susan.
Thank you.
Yeah. Tom Randall, you have your hand up.
Mr. Randall's using an older version of Zoom, so that's why I have to bring him into the room in order to speak with us.
Can you, first of all, it's Becky Miller. I'm Tom Randall's wife.
Hi, Becky.
Hi. Can you hear me all right? Because,
yes.
Okay, fine. So my husband spoke earlier, and I just wanted to add my voice to and my concerns. We've lived here over 20 years. We've seen the frat burn down. We've seen crazy Halloween, parades along North Pleasant. We've seen everything. When we moved here, we knew that we were getting into this. We knew it was a college town. And, you don't move into a neighborhood right next door to a major state university blind. That said, it really has, the noise and the student disrespect has gotten out of control this year. More so than last year, probably because there are two first-year classes, or a first and second year class, that are coming to UMass. Neither of them have been on campus as a result of the COVID pandemic. But it's, there's all sorts of kind of really difficult conduct. I see public urination along, along North Pleasant, people drinking and throwing their beer cans along the street, people trespassing on our property to get to parties. It's really gotten out of control. The one thing I can say is that a few years back, Amherst Public Safety put into effect a system whereby, if I don't recall exactly what it was, but basically if you had, if a house had more than one noise complaint, the residents of the house were levied a $300 fine, sort of a citation. And that worked really well because, you know, it hit the students in their pockets. And I wonder if I mean, I know we're not supposed to ask questions, but I would like to suggest that that fine be reinstated and perhaps, you know, one strike and you're out. You get one warning. And after that, you get hit with a $300 fine every time there is a noise complaint levied in your direction that's been checked out by the public safety. I mean, that's honestly one of the only solutions I've ever seen in my 20 years here where that has worked. So I'm very hopeful that we can keep this dialogue open, and thank you for hearing me out.
Becky, thank you for your comment, and we appreciate your coming tonight. Are there other people who would like to make public comment at this time? Okay, I see none. We're going to move on. Our consent agenda is very brief. And the items were selected because they were considered to be non-controversial. If you would like an item removed, please let me know after I finish the list. To move the following items and the printed motions thereunder and approve the items as a single unit. Suspension of Town Council Rules of Procedure 8.4 for agenda item 8F, Town Council and Council Committee meeting format, - in-person, hybrid, or fully remote. And 11A, approval of September 13th, 2021, regular Town Council meeting minutes. Is there, hold on, I need to exit full screen. Is there any question? Seeing none, then is there a second?
Second, Ross.
Thank you, Evan. Then I'm going to begin the roll call. Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam. She is absent at this point. Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz is absent. Shalini Bell-Milne.
Yes.
It's unanimous for those that are here, which is 11 and 2 absent. Okay. We are going to move on to, there are no resolutions, there's no presentations. And so we are going to move on to a public way request. And let me just explain for a moment. This presentation that you're about to see is an opportunity for the council to make comments. Once we are finished, there will be a motion to refer this to TSO because it is in the public way. It will remain in TSO until all other committees, Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, Historic Commission, Design Review Board, and possibly others have reported out. Only after all those meetings have completed and reported out, the TSO conclude its discussions and make a recommendation to the town council. If this takes longer than this council is seated, it will be in the items referred to the next council. With that, I'd like to introduce Gabrielle Gould, who is going to lead the presentation. Gabrielle is the executive director of the Amherst Downtown Bid and Amherst Foundation. Gabrielle?
Hi, everyone. I just want to make sure we're looking for John Kuhn, Ray K. Mann, and Naomi Darling. I think we all thought 7 o'clock was the start of this, but you guys have been so efficient today. Let me see what I can do to get them on here immediately.
I'm also looking in our audience to see if any of them have shown up there. If you would like, we could go on to the next agenda item and then come back.
I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you, everybody, for working with us.
Let's do that. I believe that Seth Wilchultz is here. And Seth, are you waiting for other people?
Yes, Tom Davies is here too. I see he's in the room.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Why don't we go ahead? This is the Amherst College Wayfinding. They have given a presentation to the town council, and that was referred then to TSO. And TSO has come back to us this evening with a recommendation. There is also a second motion on your motion sheet. And at the request of Amherst College, we have taken that off the motion sheet, and they are going to go back and reconsider their request regarding the sign that is on the South Common, south of our South Common. I don't know how else to describe it at this point. So I'm going to ask Evan Ross if he would like to speak regarding the TSO recommendation.
Yep, I won't speak for long because you all have in the packet the TSO report, but TSO considered this request at least 3 separate meetings, 2 of which it was almost the entire meeting we discussed this. Between the time of Amherst College initial presentation to the town and TSO's recommendation, the number of requests went down to 15 signs. TSO discussed all of them and recommended the town council approve 14 of those 15. We were not able to come up with a recommendation for the 15th sign, which is the primary gateway sign that was just referenced, that Amherst College has asked us to postpone consideration of. So the 14 signs that are in front of us tonight, TSO felt that they were good-looking signs. We looked at recommendations from Historical Commission, Design Review Board, and Disability Access Advisory Committee, and also from planning staff, and recommended that the town council approve those signs with several conditions, which have been worked into the motion.
Are there questions at this point? Otherwise, I'm going to go to the motion. The motion is accompanied by a map. Mandy Jo, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I apologize to Evan. I don't see it. I don't see the TSO report in the packet. I don't know whether I'm just blind or not, but it doesn't seem to be in the SharePoint packet. So I guess I would ask if Evan could summarize a little bit more of the conversations. And then I know Amherst College has asked to postpone one of the motions, but I think it would be helpful if the council could discuss those recommended conditions themselves, because there might be counselors that aren't in TSO that would like to weigh in on the logicalness of them or not.
Okay, first of all, Athena, can you look at the packet and confirm?
I'm seeing it in there, yeah.
Okay.
It's not listed with the agenda item, Mandy, so it's like 2 down in the list.
It starts with 2021, yeah.
It just says TSO report instead of it being listed in the order of the agenda.
So Evan, given that some counselors have not had a chance to see the report, are there additional highlights you'd like to provide?
So I think that, and Mandy, I think I heard you right, but I was also simultaneously trying to make sure that the report was in the packet. There was a question about, I think, the conditions. I'm just trying to get confirmation.
Not for the first motion, but the second in particular, that I know Amherst College has requested that the second motion be withdrawn, but I think it would be helpful if the council could talk about the conditions that were presented for the second motion before Amherst College withdraws their consideration and goes back to the drawing board.
Point of order.
Yes.
Aren't we on the first motion right now?
We are on the first motion. Thank you, Alyssa.
No motion has been made. So I was asking if we could discuss something, because I was told that that motion wouldn't even be made. So I don't know when I even have a chance to discuss the second one.
Okay. Let's tidy this up by doing the first motion and then see if there's any further comment. Okay. Are there any other points, Evan, from the TSO report about the first motion?
No.
Okay. So the motion is lengthy. And Athena, are you able to put the motion up on the screen?
Sure, just a moment, please.
Okay. So it is to approve the Amherst College Public Ways request for the following wayfinding signs and associate modifications to the public way as shown on page 7 of the motion sheet. And that is attached. And there is a list here that goes from A1.002 all the way down to F3.004. And then the following conditions are listed. Amherst College agrees to erect, maintain, repair, and replace signs as needed. Amherst College agrees to be responsible for all signs and to repair any damage due to vandalism, vehicle accidents, etc., as soon as practicable. The town council is approving the signs in these approximate locations, final sighting to be determined in the field, and final words on the sign or subsequent changes shall be approved by the town manager. Is there a second?
Second, Ross.
Thank you, Evan. Is there further discussion about this motion? Okay. I'm not seeing any further discussion. So I would go ahead and do a roll call vote. Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg. Andy Steinberg. Andy, you need to unmute.
I think you might be frozen.
I think so too. We'll come back. Maybe he'll connect by then, by the time we come back. Shalini Balmilne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
And Sarah Schwartz is absent. Has Andy rejoined us?
I don't see him yet. I'm going to try and get a hold of him.
Thank you. We'll pause the meeting momentarily until we can get a hold of Councilor Steinberg.
It looks like Andy's connected now.
Andy, we've read the motion. It's been seconded, and I'm calling for how you are voting. Andy, can you hear us?
Yes, I lost connection and just reconnected about 15 seconds ago.
Okay.
And if the vote has taken place, I vote yes.
Thank you. We waited to close the vote for you to vote. And so it is 12 in favor, none opposed, no abstentions, and 1 absent. As I mentioned earlier, Amherst College has respectfully requested that the whole body of the other motion be withdrawn, and that motion was not actually advanced by TSO. Alyssa?
I was actually waiting for Mandy to raise her hand first. I don't think it's up to the applicant to withdraw at this point. I think it's up to us to decide if they're able to withdraw at this point, although we're not going to stand on legalese in terms of like this being the kind of permit that you might not have that choice about. But I understand that people might want to talk about this a little bit, but I also understand that it doesn't really make a lot of sense to talk about it, given that they would rather not try and have us vote on it tonight. So why would we discuss the things? But I do realize that it's kind of an iffy thing when somebody says, you got a thing, you worked on a thing, but now we don't want you to work on the thing for a little while. So I don't know what our process should be for that.
Since Town Manager Bockelman has been in touch with various people from Amherst College all day, I'm going to ask him to speak to this.
Thank you. So the representatives from Amherst College were present at the TSO meeting on last Thursday. And I think since, they listened very carefully to what the TSO conversation was about, and they gave it further consideration. And that's why they've requested the council to not act at this point, because they want to reconsider some of the material they gave to us and how they've been approaching this. So that's the request from the college representatives, and representatives from the college who are here may add to that if they choose if the president permits. But I think this is in reaction to comments, and they took the comments from the TSO meeting pretty seriously.
Is there anybody from either Tom Davis or Seth that would like to comment on that comment at this time?
Actually, no, we don't have anything to add at this point.
Thank you. Mandy Jo, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So the TSO report, and thank you for pointing out how I could find it. I don't know how I missed it in the packet, but I apologize to Evan for missing it and the council. But in reading it, TSO sent this back to the council with no recommendation, so the council could consider and discuss the concerns and potential options before the council. The college has only heard from 4 to 5 members of the council on this matter. The council itself is 13 members. And so I think it would be helpful if they heard from the rest of us on our thoughts, because I'm all for not voting tonight, but I think if the college is going to go back and reconsider some stuff, it would be helpful if TSO is deadlocked, which it looks like it is, to hear from the rest of the members of the council, so that hopefully if they decide to bring this back, there are a potential for a successful application. And so I guess one of the things I wanted to say, so I'm just going to say one of the things I had a real concern about, which is the last in the motion sheet, but also in this TSO report, that mentioned that the approval of the sign be conditioned on Amherst College agreeing to enter into discussions with a manager regarding pending issues, including land use, land acquisition by the college, town use of college facilities and resources, and compensation for the use of town services. None of that has anything to do with the actual placement of a sign. And so I feel like that's an inappropriate condition to even put on a motion at all when they're asking to place a sign. The rest of the conditions might be appropriate, but I just have to say, if the council, that came out of TSO, and I can't support that condition at all, no matter what happens. And so I don't even want to see that in a motion again. I don't know where other people stand, but that's why I wanted to have a conversation before the college goes back and rethinks its position. Thank you.
Alyssa?
I don't see how that's an appropriate course of action to say that we should all talk about it now. If CRC had a hearing and couldn't agree on something, we would not say, well, now let's just have all the rest of the counselors who didn't take part in any of those conversations and are depending entirely on a couple-page report and haven't heard an actual verbal report from the CRC who worked on it. Let's just have them give their random thoughts. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that that was entirely what we thought was going to happen. We found out the same time you did, 5 o'clock this afternoon, that it's suddenly being withdrawn. So it feels weird and awkward, but at the same time, I don't think it makes any sense to have a conversation when, no matter how strongly each of us feels about that particular issue, because it's no longer viable if Amherst College has said they're not interested. We didn't ask them to withdraw. That was never the conversation. That was a choice they made at the last minute today. So I don't see how we as a council can just go ahead and rehash the whole thing of what happened at TSO and cause all that drama when they're not even asking for the thing right now. I wouldn't do the same thing to any other committee were the other applicant to withdraw.
Evan?
Always tough following Alyssa. Just to respond to Mandy, I mean, so I think Mandy highlighted the key reason that TSO did not have a recommendation, which is that I think there are very strong feelings about this request from Amherst College and the appropriate response to that. And so TSO did not forward a motion. The motion that's on the motion sheet is cobbled together from things that were mentioned at TSO and was there for the sake of discussion by the town council, assuming we were going to take a vote. But that particular section that Mandy read aloud reflected a lot of the conversation at TSO, but I want to make sure I'm clear that that was not a TSO recommendation, because TSO did not come to a recommendation. But what there was, even though there was division on TSO over the appropriate course of action, where there was consensus on TSO, and I do want to make sure I stress that, is that the request by Amherst College to locate a sign on the town common, not near the town common, but on the town common at the intersection of College and South Pleasant. There was a feeling amongst all TSO members that in many ways that effectively brands that land as Amherst College land. Even though it is public land, it is town land, many people don't know that that's part of our town common, and fewer people would know if they saw a big fairly large Amherst College sign. And so TSO felt as though that was actually a pretty significant request from Amherst College. Whether Mandy or anyone else feels that that part that she read aloud is out of scale or too disconnected from the request of a sign at a location, I think what's really key here is there is a fairly substantial request being made of the town to essentially cede a portion of its common effective functionally in many ways to the college. And TSO was trying to figure out what the best way to both, have the opportunity for Amherst College to have their sign there, but also to navigate a situation in which the town is giving something up there. And that was the, I think, spirit of that condition that Mandy read. But again, TSO didn't come to agreement around that condition for the same reason that Mandy just felt some strong emotions about that. And so that's what we will have to navigate at some point if the college comes back and says, you know what, we really want the sign there, we're going with it. Then we as a council have to decide where are we at with regard to allowing the college to effectively brand a piece of town property, and are we willing to let them do that, or is there a conversation to be had about what the relationship is between the college and the town? Should we allow that? And so I just wanted to clarify that.
I just again want to reiterate, Amherst College has asked that this motion not be brought up tonight because they are taking this back to reconsider their request. So I'll take one more comment and then I think it's time to move on. Thank you, George.
Exactly my point. There is no TSO recommendation and there is no sign for us to act on. So let us move on.
Thank you. Thank you for the Amherst College people that were able to join us. We're going to go back to the action item that we delayed because we were moving promptly. And that is to bring Gabrielle Gould and the other people who were with her with regard to the placement of a performance shell on the town common. So Gabrielle, I'm going to ask that you introduce the rest of your colleagues that have joined you and we are prepared with your slide presentation whenever you're ready. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. Athena, feel free to share the screen and the slides at any time. I am Gabrielle Gould, the Executive Director of the Business Improvement District and also the Downtown Amherst Foundation, a 501c3 organization whose goal and mission is to bring arts and culture to Amherst as an economic and community driver. I am joined today by John Kuhn, Ray K. Mann, and Naomi Darling. I will be showing you slides a little bit further on about who two of those people are. I think you all know John very, very well. I'm not going to read the slides because I know everybody can read and I don't want to be pedantic. We'd love to get through the presentation and then answer some questions. I will add a couple of points as we go along, but right now we would like to present to you part of the Destination Amherst 5-part plan that we brought to you in a pre-COVID world. And we've all been set back, and now we are prepared to start to look to the future and move forward. So we present to you from the Amherst BID, the Downtown Amherst Foundation, a performance shell for the South Common. Next slide, please, Athena. Here we all are again. A couple things I want to point out is that Ray Mann and Naomi Darling were the winners of the 2018 BID Band Shell Contest, and we'll get into that in a moment. Next slide, please. So welcome to the history of our common. The South Common was designed by Frederick Law Olmsted, the visionary founder of American landscape architecture. And here are 2 historic drawings that we have of his, which is pretty amazing and impressive when you consider who they are coming from and where we sit today. Unless anybody needs another moment to read this, I'll say next slide, please. Years before me, Sarah LaCour brought this to the town and was asked to put a contest together. This contest followed the WMAIA's tried and trusted procedures, and it ended up in an RFP with a 7-person jury. This was a jury of several people, clearly, Planning Board, Design Review Board, Amherst Select Board, Historical Commission, Town Planning Department, and out of 15 entries, which were held up for public viewing at the Jones Library, followed in great detail from the Gazette and other local papers, were Ray Mann and Naomi Darling. Next slide, please. Here is a little bit about these incredible architects who are part of our community. You're going to meet them in a moment. I'll let them speak for themselves, but if anybody needed to know more about them and their style of architecture, here it is. Next screen, please. I don't think anybody on this council, things got a little mismatched there. Sorry about that. I don't think anybody on this council has any doubt of what arts and culture bring to a community, especially when they are free. I think all of us see the impact of arts and an outdoor venue and how that invites people that may not normally or regularly attend events that are music, dance, etc. And also pandemic-wise, an incredible thing to be doing and probably the way our future is heading. Next slide, please. We present to you the Amherst Performance Shell. I'd love to have Ray and Naomi speak to the design and tell you a little bit more about it. So I will be quiet for a little while and let them take over.
Great. Well, thank you so much for inviting us to speak with you today and share the development of our proposal for the Amherst Performance Shell. What we're looking at here is a daytime rendering of the current proposal. You can see that the shell itself is a folded plate wood structure. You know, we chose the wood because of the warmth that wood, a natural material, brings to the site. And the stage itself is, you know, we're envisioned as a local natural stone stage. We show the daytime rendering because, you know, although the performance show we anticipate will mostly be activated in the evening, you know, it will be on the green and a place for people to sit and gather, you know, all the time. Next slide, please. So this is a set of drawings that show the development of the geometry for the band shell. And you can see that it started with a single sheet of paper that we folded and pleated origami. And through this process, we developed the geometry for the the performance bandshell. Next slide, please. And here we are showing a site plan, as well as we staked out on the site, you know, where the bandshell is proposed to go. The site that is shown here is very similar to the original site that Olmsted had drawn on his site plan in the mid 1800s. And we've aligned sort of the back edge of the performance shell with two of the existing trees and located it on a gap in front of two of Amherst College's buildings and almost directly across from Sellen Street, so that when you're coming down Sellen Street and looking across the green, you would sort of see the top of the bandshell. You know, Olmsted's original location really took advantage of the topography, the existing topography on the green, with sort of a natural amphitheater. And that was, you know, one of the main reasons that we felt that that really was the best place for the performance bandshell. Next slide, please. So these are the plans, a little zoomed in, a little closer in. Pardon us, they are flipped about 180 degrees, but it shows you that the bandshell would sit about 35 feet from Boltwood Avenue into the green, and as a stage about 24 feet deep and about 38 foot 6 inches wide. The folded roof plate above actually would help capture rainwater that could be brought into a rainwater garden sort of behind the structure, and also feed water to what could be a nice pollinator garden. Next slide, please. This shows you some views from the side and also from the bandshell, from the lawn looking towards the bandshell. If you actually could go back for a second, would that be possible? I meant to mention then that we would see the arcing pathway that comes behind the structure. That's a little bit like what Olmsted drew in his plan, as well as the sort of arcing pathway in front of the bandshell that with pathways connecting that would help bring people bringing supplies onto the stage. Next slide, next two slides, please. We thought it was quite important to actually talk with a couple consultants before we brought this before you, particularly the acoustics and structural engineers. One of the key points that was brought home to us was that the most important thing acoustically in an outdoor bandshell is to allow the musicians to hear themselves in as much as you want the music to project out towards the audience. And this did impact the way we chose to shape these folded plates, and also to have the back panel to protect the musicians from extraneous sounds. The structure itself can be thought of as a steel structure of 5 bent flagpole type structures with the wood, cross-laminated wood timber panels spanning between them. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Ray and Naomi. Just a little bit about the impact of what this can bring to our community. As everybody knows, we hosted 4 Friday events, but this past Saturday, we also hosted the UMass Wind Ensemble. 60 students, I believe, performed on the South Common, and we had 400 to 500 attendees on Saturday. Town was full, it was beautiful, the restaurants were full, there was a lot of takeaway on the Common, and again, it just proves what an economic driver arts and culture are for our downtown. Before we go any further, I just want to take a minute to remind everybody that art remains in the eye of the beholder. When the Sydney Opera House was built, and for that matter, when the Amherst Town Council town building was built, there was an outcry of horror. Where would Sydney be today if it did not have that opera house? It is their most iconic piece of architecture. A stage has been created here, and it is a space that conflicts with no other events to date that have been seen on the Common, be it the farmer's market or the carnival or a fair. We offer a unique piece of art that is very unique to Amherst and will invite all to enjoy and bring us into the post-pandemic future with community, arts, culture, and more. Amherst can rebuild. We stand, or more accurately, we sit here in front of you on Zoom with a vision, the ability, the capacity, and the drive to bring this to the town of Amherst. We are very aware that this is a many-stepped process, and if the council votes tonight to move us forward, we prepare to go before TSO, zoning, planning, DRB, Historic Commission, and more. This is an opportunity to define Amherst as a community that is looking to the future, that is creating arts and culture venues for all ages, all economic backgrounds, to build a better, stronger, healthier community for all. Dance, music, theater, spoken word, poetry, comedy, visual arts, film, students and professors, performances and productions, exploration, expression, experience, economic driver. We have limitless entertainment and education. The potential is wide open. Next slide, please. And I just settled that. But there are some questions there that are that we thought would be asked and we thought we'd answer ahead of time. And last, we present to you an image of this stage in the evening. Next slide, Athena. Thank you. And I'm not sure how we proceed if we go into a Q&A. Lynn?
We do. If you'll take down the slides, we can go into a Q&A, and I'm going to ask counselors who have questions or comments to raise their hand. And they do. First of all, thank you for the very good presentation and for joining us this evening. George.
First of all, this is marvelous. I think it really is a beautiful, beautiful thing, and it has so much potential. I am really impressed. My congratulations to the architects. They've not only created a place where people can perform and celebrate, but they've also created a work of art, a thing of beauty. So I'm very much moved by this. My question is a rather practical one. It's maybe somewhat silly, but I'm just wondering how many musicians or performers could you comfortably fit on this stage that you are proposing to put up?
I can, Ray, do you want to jump in on that? Or Naomi?
Sure. You know, the stage, you know, when we started back on this process with Gabrielle, you know, the ask was for a stage that would accommodate an orchestra. And so it's 28, it's 38 24 by 24 feet. So 38 wide by 24 deep. So it would accommodate an orchestra or smaller, as well as, you know, plays and dance performances.
We also requested that it fit a decent sized Marley floor so that we could have dance performances, and it could serve as a stage for Shakespeare in the Park, you know, other entities like that, as well as bands, but not feel so gargantuan that when you have a single performer on it, they get dwarfed by the entity structure.
George, is that completed your questions? Okay,
That's
Mandy.
great. Thank you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I have one question for the presenters, but then I have a request for TSO. The question is, it sounds like from the presentation that the maintenance, you're hoping to have a maintenance fund, but that maintenance fund would then be donated to the town. And so the expectation is that then, because everything would be donated to the town, that our town, I guess it would fall to DPW, would do the actual maintenance, but there might be a fund that can be done for that. So that's my question for the presenters. For TSO, in terms of programming, we are the ones in charge of the public way. That's why this is in front of us, but we have a policy on reservations of the public way that includes the common that it appears may not work with the idea of programming a band shell 200 plus days a year. And so I would request TSO come to the council when it comes back with its recommendation with a proposal for a modification of that policy regarding the reservation of the town common part of that public ways policy for the delegation of authority on how that would be managed.
Okay. That's Mandy Jo's comments are a perfect example of the kinds of things we want to have brought out tonight so the TSO has them on the record. Dorothy.
Well, you're winning me over bit by bit. It's very, very modern, but I do like that it's wood and that you're using stone. So I had feared concrete. So now I'm just going to ask some theater questions. And it's really about lights and cables being protected from the weather. Mandy Jo was talking about the maintenance because that's, I mean, I see a bunch of people sitting happily on the lawn. I see a lawn that has to be picked up. So there really does have to be not just of the shell itself, but of the area around it. And it will need more grass maintenance too, because I think you want to keep it good grass, not dirt. So people could just sit on it without a chair, but others could bring chairs to sit. So this is really, I guess, for the architects, questions about the lighting, the cables. And if you had your full orchestra there and it started to rain, would the full orchestra be covered? Would their instruments be protected?
Gabrielle, do you want to answer the question about the theaters, this setting up lights and so on? We have a certain number of lights that are integrated into the shell, either embedded in the floor to uplight, that shell should uplight very nicely, and some lights within the shell itself to shine down. I think Gabrielle was speaking to equipment that can be brought in and taken out.
Yeah, so we are working with a lighting designer who would design a lighting package that could easily be constructed and removed based on the need of the performance and the time. Unfortunately, as everybody knows, lighting equipment and sound equipment is not inexpensive, and that's something that we really couldn't leave out, not just to the elements, but maybe to people who get excited and want to climb up a thing and grab a gobo or a like. So that is definitely something that we will be looking at going forward. We stopped short of building an entire design because, of course, that is when you start paying for people for their work and their art. So that is something we're working on. In terms of the weather, Dorothy, I think just like Shakespeare in the Park and everything we've seen in Manhattan, it is all weather dependent. And yes, weather happens and it happens very quickly, especially out here. It is structurally engineered to withstand all of our northern New England weather. And in terms of if a flash storm comes in, yes, the musicians will be, underneath cover. They will quickly package their beautiful instruments and get out of there because nobody needs their violin hitting that kind of humidity.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Dorothy. Andy?
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to tell you the context of how I come to the questions. Earlier this month, I had reason to be in Boston, and we took a walk along the Esplanade, and I took a very close look at the band shell that is on the Esplanade, which is DCR, state DCR land. It includes several things that I thought about. One is that it had itself a storage space underneath for the storage of technical equipment. It was closed off to the public, so the public was fenced off from going into it during off times. Is clearly questions of both security, safety, and I imagine that there might be a concern with both their band shell and what's proposed here of people at odd hours just saying, oh, heck, let's do our own performance there. They obviously have made a decision for various reasons to discourage it. And I think that the other thing that besides security is maintenance and controlling maintenance. So given all of those things, are those factors that were considered in the design proposal that you've given to us?
Yes, and that will go back to Mandy Jo's question that I don't think we had an opportunity to answer. The maintenance fund that we are offering is a it can be donated to the town as such, or it can be held by the foundation or the bid, and they can be responsible for maintaining and growing that fund. It's really going to depend on how the town wants this to be handled. Yes, I believe that when Ray and Naomi were designing this, we really looked at keeping it as small and lovely as possible without things having to be gated and locked, et cetera, and that the bid or the DAF will probably end up having sort of a panel van type thing with all of the needs in it that can be rolled in and unloaded and then put back and parked. So that's kind of our plan for going forward. I think that answers all of your questions. And in terms of people getting up and doing impromptu, I don't know, sometimes I think I'd rather see Phil on a stage with his signs than on the corner. So if he wants to go use it, he can be my guest.
Gabrielle, thank you. Dorothy, you still have your hand up, but I'm moving on to Shalini.
Oh, just very, very enthusiastic about this this offering. This is so exciting. And just personally, having organized the India-Pakistan celebration, I ran through all of these problems where there's going to be rain or there was no rain, but then the dancers were on uneven ground that was wet and acorns. And so just to have that space that people are asking, residents are asking us for spaces downtown where we can build community, and through art and just seeing how many people with such short notice came for these two events. It was Puerto Rican Day before that. And all of these events are so critical for us to get to know each other and, get to know each other through art and music. So I'm so enthusiastic. And the fact that you all are putting it together and getting the funding is like, wow, it's no brainer. I guess the only question I have is if there's a possibility of solarizing parts of it, like at least the lighting or some aspects of it to consider. I really like that the rainwater that you're using. So that's really clever and beautiful. And the design is just gorgeous, I think. The only question I have is for solar, and the dance part has already been covered, that it's big enough for dancers to be there. We've covered all the other things.
Okay.
I think the design is such that it would not host solar panels, but I'm sure everybody has seen those incredible flowers that you can bring in and use at events. They're used quite often these days at events. So you bring them in the morning of the event and you open up this big flower and it powers the event for the evening from the day's sun. So that is something that as we move forward, we would absolutely consider. We are very, very aware and concerned about our planet and what we are doing to it.
Thank you.
Kathy?
I too think this is beautiful. And I appreciated, Gabrielle, you talking about the symphony in Sydney, that it clearly does not look like the Lord Jeff or Boltwood Inn. It's a departure. So just on maintenance and acoustics, we had a presentation a while ago on the history of the Commons where there was a bandstand at one point. And the history was some very creative college students figured out a way to turn it upside down and basically demolish it. So I'm wondering about things like graffiti, marking it up, how easy it looks like the ceiling is vaulted enough that it would be protective, but back walls and then cleaning it up. So that kind of, it's going to be beautiful on day one. Will it be beautiful on year two? And the question about lighting, Gabriella, it may not be all lit by solar, but there are these solar battery that stay on, continuously. You can do it along your driveway, but that preventing things when it's not being used from people in the dark doing things there might be some ways that there's very dull light, something where you could see people. So that was a question. Then Ray, you talked about the acoustics and engineering to protect so the musicians could hear each other. Will you be able to test, in a lab or as you build this? What about the sound coming outwards towards people? I was recently in Switzerland, but they were talking about a structure they built in Brazil that they said it has unbelievable acoustics, and they had some bent shapes that it's not as noisy as you would think, and the sound holds. But I don't know to the extent to which you can test that, so that if you wanted to have more intimate music or louder music, that it goes outwards. So those were the two questions I really had about maintenance, thinking about protecting the building over time, and then the lighting, but also the acoustics on how you pre-test that before you build and it doesn't work quite the way you thought it would.
Yeah, I can answer those. The finishes that are available now, even for things like wood, are pretty remarkable. So even without, looking terribly obvious, that wood can be finished in such a way that that'd be very hard if someone attempts to do it, I suppose you would still get something on there that have to be cleaned off, but it would clean off very easily because these finishes can really seal off the wood very well. In terms of the acoustics, the acoustic engineers are able to really model these things very completely on the computer these days. So they can, and they have a very good, we were very lucky to, the acoustic engineers we talked with have done some, very significant auditorium works, both indoors and outdoors. So in terms of this project, it's probably a little small potatoes for them, but I think they'll be willing to really help us understand the sound, how the sound should travel. And, given that it is still, outdoors, it's next to Route 9 and things like that. So it is an outdoor venue, but we should be able to get, given that the surface that we work with the timber, which is thought to be very good for reflecting sound in a nice way. We feel pretty optimistic we'll get some very good sound out of that.
Okay. Oh, Alyssa.
My apologies, clicking between too many things for questions. So thank you so much. I was not part of the jury back when a couple select board members were, but I was lucky enough to see some of the ideas preceding that and some really blue sky ideas. So it's amazing that you've come to this one. And as Dorothy said, I hope it's growing on a lot of people. Thanks for thinking about how portable storage could work, because I know that was one of the concerns, right, back when this whole design was being developed is, what kind of column or thing do you store the electronics and the lighting is? And so I was really interested to hear you talk about the idea of something driving up, unloading all that equipment, or even maybe some of it staying in that equipment, and then driving it away again at the end of the night. What I do want to say is that at some point, if you decide that's not feasible and that you're actually leaning toward wanting some big cabinet like Eversource has on the Common, even though that has its own security issues, but wouldn't involve you having to transport things necessarily all the time, we would want to know that sooner rather than later, just in terms of where this placement is. So I'm working under the assumption that when this comes to TSO, you have no intention of building another structure that's going to hold other stuff to either side or behind this thing. So if you do decide to do that, I'm just saying we would need to know that sooner rather than later, rather than finding out a month into the build that actually, oh, wait, quick, we need you to do this. But I'm sure that won't happen. Or maybe 5 years from now, you'll want to do something differently and that'll be fine. The other thing I just wanted to point out is as we put this out to our community and get them more excited about it, now they see this is the final design, the location in the first rendering, and I'm the first to understand that all the different software programs don't necessarily compute with the way my brain perceives things, but the very first rendering makes it look like it's right in front of 30B. And it's clearly not. obviously. It's actually in the space between the Amherst College dorms. So just finding a way that we have maybe a couple more of those fake pictures that we can show people that show, look, it isn't that when you're sitting outside at 30B, you're now going to be looking at the back of this. When it isn't if you're in a dorm, all your windows are going to be facing on this. You've actually located it perfectly. And so being able to show that to people in a way other than the red square, I think will be really useful as we shop it around town.
Absolutely. We can definitely do that. And it is very, very specifically placed in between mature trees and very mature buildings, and also the natural acoustic bowl that is the common. It really is impressive how, and if anybody came to the summer series, you would see the people were up on these nice rises that you don't have to create or build, that normally for an amphitheater is a lot of ground moving or, you know, stadium seating. And it's just such a perfect location and placement. Again, and it also knocks out the noise coming from Route 9. And it really is the location that Naomi and Ray and John worked on. Of course, Frederick Olmsted will give him a tip of the hat as well, but it's perfect. The location truly is where it's meant to be for the common that we have.
Okay. Steve?
Yeah, hi. So full disclosure, Naomi and Ray are my daytime colleagues, but this is not a date. This is a project they're doing as architects outside of UMass. So, you know, I follow this from the beginning in part because my students did the competition, but kudos to this jury from 3 years ago because they really did pick the best design. And actually what's really exciting is to see the winners continue to work, even with the change of leadership at the bid, the winners continue to work with the bid on a project that I think has really actually even gotten better since the competition. So actually, Councilor Brewer asked my question, which has to do, this thing gets popular beyond all dreams. It's 200 nights, the common is packed, you know, bathrooms, storage, et cetera, et cetera. What happens to all of that? You know, certainly the Inn at Boltwood is a likely partner in all of this. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I would love to know more about what happens to all the other stuff besides the band shell. The other thing that I was going to mention is that during the competition, after the competition was released, Dinosaur Jr., which probably many of you know is a local hero, right? It's a rock band that is basically Amherst based. So probably they and the Pixies are probably the best known groups that came out of Amherst. I'm curious if you've consulted, they did a pop-up concert almost on this site accidentally during while the competition was underway, but they did it under the tree nearby. But I'm curious if you've consulted with anyone like them to see what they would think. Would they play here or would they still choose to play under the tree? Is this cool? Is this not cool? But I am curious as to, you know, some of these other folks.
How do I answer this? Start with number one, bathrooms. Just like with Kendrick Park, it is an issue and it is a problem. For the summer music series, we had 2 porta potties that we brought in. It can be depending on what kind of event you're having and how many people are attending, we can have a number of porta potties that will be required by the presenting entity to host the event. If it's Amherst Ballet with parents and friends coming to visit, I'm sure our public and open bathrooms downtown could help out. I don't see, and nor would I ask the Boltwood to become a public restroom for concerts of 500 to 700 people. I don't think they'd say yes, and I don't think it's fair to ask somebody to do that. But I think porta potties, and especially as we, you know, grow, maybe the higher end porta potties, maybe this is something that I know that Dave Zomack and the planning board have been looking at funds to be able to build attractive and open public restrooms. And I'm not sure how far those ideas or plans or funding is, but we're open to ideas. But in the meantime, those green honey huts or whatever they're called are always an option, and they work. They're not ideal, but they work. In terms of Jay Maskus and Dinosaur Jr., his manager and his wife, Louisa, are on our programming committee for the live performance and music space, The Drake, that we are hoping to open in winter of 22 to be an economic driver for downtown and bring arts, culture, and community to our downtown. The bands that we brought in this summer, a couple of them were from New York, big bands from where their circuit is, and they love playing the Common. And the last one played in 96 degrees on an August night, and they were full of life and energy, and they were jumping off the stage and doing squats and splits. And I honestly was standing in the back going, oh my gosh, one of them's going to die. So everybody's really enjoyed it. And we've been really lucky with the weather. And of course that, is the constant fear going forward is, are we going to become just rain all summer? But I think if I brought Jay and Louisa and Black, I'm going to forget his last name, from the Pixies, who also lives here, I bet they'd like it. Jazz in July, the entire UMass Jazz in July faculty was there this summer. They loved it. They want to do more with us. I have meetings set with the Fine Arts Center there and the faculty at Amherst College to find out how they can utilize not only the Drake, but the outside performance space. We are also looking to the future by closing the Drake for 2 months every summer to make sure that all of our programming goes to outside and goes to be completely free for the public and open to everybody. So there's a lot of potential here, and nothing that we are trying to build or create or offer to the town of Amherst is to compete with anything that we have. It's all to complement and to build on what we know is already incredibly beautiful and amazing here. We're missing a few key components that make this paradise. And arts and culture, especially in a performance way. We've got Museums 10. We've got a lot to sit with, but we need more, and we can do more, and we can create more.
If I could add one comment. I worked with Sarah LaCour 4 years ago when we were putting the original program together for this. And we talked about things like storage, and we talked about restrooms. But we realized that aside from being a performance shell, this structure was going to be, in a way, a piece of sculpture, and that 95% of the time it's not in use. So it's got to be something that's beautiful. And adding bathrooms and storage space would just sort of create a mass that would be, we thought, untenable. So I think the reason that Ray and Naomi won the competition in the end was that their design was so graceful and will look good even when it's not in use.
Before I go on to counselors that have already spoken, I'd like to make my own comments and observations. First of all, it's exciting. It's very exciting. And I'm one of the people who wasn't even sure I wanted it to be on this common, but I like it. I do have a question, and I alerted to Gabrielle to this beforehand, and that is there any way to make the back of the stage collapsible without ruining the structure, so that when it's not in use, you still have that unbelievable and ongoing sense of openness? I also think it would cut back on the graffiti. But structurally, that may not even be possible, but I just want to put it out there that from the beginning, I've always wanted something that you could just see through. So otherwise, it's very exciting. It's beautiful. Absolutely.
Maybe I'll address that one, Lynn. I think initially in our first competition proposal, we thought along the same lines as you. And so the roof actually went in the other direction so that it was open at the back. And one of the biggest changes that we made after speaking with the acoustic consultant was to bring the shell down. And so the reason, for the geometry the way that it is now really is for the acoustic success of the band show, so that the musicians can hear each other and themselves, and so that we, the audience, can hear, the music that's being performed on the stage. And so that was why, the shell came down at the back.
And I assumed the shell would be there in the back when you're using it, but wondered when you're not using it, could it be open?
No, I think it's once you get into things that move, there's a whole other kind of set of engineering and cost involved. So it would, it starts to become the tail that wags the dog. Instead of spending, half your budget on the moving components that still nonetheless have to be protected from the weather. You don't want anyone's fingers to get pinched. You suddenly are worrying about a whole nother set of issues. And we felt that given the kind of scope of the project, it would become prohibitive very quickly. I mean, I guess our next best strategy, we thought, was to at least, you notice that the back of the shell doesn't actually sit on the ground. So there's a little bit of airspace there. And then also to try to make the back as give it as much attention as we had the front, so that if you have a rainwater garden, plantings, the roof form itself actually should be quite attractive to look at. So, and if you actually sort of zoomed out, because all the views were in close, I mean, once you sort of step back and actually see it, and we can generate views like this, it's actually quite small on the common. It's just our body position relative to where it is can make it seem large at times, but once you're across the street, it's suddenly going to look much smaller. So.
I mean, anecdotally, when we went down to map it all out, we kept thinking that maybe the tape measure was wrong, because we kept like marking it, and we were like, wait, this is so tiny. When you compare it to the rest of the common, it really is very small. And I have to say, when you hear things like 36 by 24, you think that is humongous, right? That's a house, and it's not. It's incredibly compact. And Alyssa, to go back to what you had said, I just want to make clear, unless the town at some point wants to do some kind of public restroom somewhere, we do not intend to come back with more structures for the common.
Okay. Dorothy.
Did Pat speak yet?
Oh, no.
So I'll come after Pat. Okay.
I'm sorry. Please, Pat.
Thank you, Dorothy, because a lot of people have already said things I want to say. So, and I don't like to waste people's time. I think this structure is beautiful. I think the rain garden, the rain capture and the rain garden in the back and pollinator garden is going to be fabulous. But there's something that hasn't come up, which is this band shell, in terms of how it's designed, really challenges the image of the character of our town. It's soaring, it's modern, it's also traditional, and because it looks like origami, but it challenges us. And that's what we really need to do in this town, is when we talk about character, we need to go into deeper and clearer ideas about what that can be. So I'm very, very grateful. I think this is beautiful.
Thank you. Dorothy, are there any other councilors that have not spoken yet that would like to? Then Dorothy, I'm going to come back to you, and then we're probably going to move to the motion.
All right. Just 2 quick points. And I think I've heard all the right information from the architects, that when there's a question of a performance value or an aesthetic visual value, the performance values, I think, must come first. You can have, if a place is beautiful, but the sound is bad, nobody wants to play there, and it doesn't work out. The other thing has to do with, does the bid have the determination and constant commitment and vigilance to monitor this, to deal with graffiti? I taught at the Louis Armstrong Middle School, which is right in Louis Armstrong's neighborhood in East Elmhurst. And there's an incredible mural on the outside of the school, and it's still there. And every time I drive by, it's beautiful. I know that they go out there every day to check it. And I know that graffiti is painted over, all right? But you never see it. So the town doesn't have a great record for ongoing maintenance of something. So I think, I just wonder, can you build that in, that you can, that the bid would be able to monitor and be on top of it, so that we don't say, oh, that's just graffiti, that's how kids are. Because we know that if you let it go, then you get more.
Absolutely. So again, I think everybody's aware that it is the bid that goes downtown every morning between 6 and 11 and picks up the needles and the nips and the human species and all the garbage and does a lot of weeding. And, we would definitely be looking at this on a daily basis. I think Ray spoke earlier to the types of finish that you can put on these that make graffiti removal at least bearable. If somebody wants to take an axe and carve their names into this, I highly doubt there's anything that can withstand that. But yes, I mean, a part of the bid's mission is to maintain the beauty and integrity of downtown, and we will do everything we can to do that.
Okay. Alyssa, you have your hand up.
Yeah, if I could quickly, because of getting back to that focus on what the council's telling TSO to do with this, which I think all these comments have been helpful for, but they've also largely been questions that aren't something TSO is dealing with. And so something TSO is going to be dealing with is whether or not the people at 30B, the Inn at Boltwood, and Amherst College, people in charge of the dorms, have weighed in. So we know that we don't have to do that. So if the bid wants to tell us that you already did that, that might be enough, and that might cross a task off our list. Another item is, I think this motion, which I can't seem to pull up because brain, needs to specify what Mandy Jo brought up a while back, associated with TSO needs to bring forward an alteration to the town council public ways policy. That needs to be a separate part of this. We not just remember that you need to do that. This isn't about you guys, this is about TSO. And then similarly, I think the finance committee should be weighing in on where the maintenance fund lives, because this is something new. And I have my doubts about having the town manage the maintenance fund, and for the reasons that have already been stated in terms of the bid skill set. And so I think the finance committee should be weighing in on that aspect of it as well. Thanks so much, everybody.
Lynn, is it okay if I just take one moment to say one more thing?
Sure.
I just want to thank everybody here tonight, but I really want to thank Ray Mann and Naomi Darling and John Kuhn. These are three highly accomplished and sought after architects. And so far, we have not been able to pay them a dime. So all of this has been done because they believe in this and they believe in beautifying our downtown and creating arts and culture. Ray and Naomi, I believe, also have little humans as well as full-time teaching careers. And they've just put in so much work and have met with me so many times. And we've been out on the common, staking things, et cetera, et cetera. And John, I know you started this a very long time ago, and I want to thank you and Sarah LaCour and the bid way before I was even knew where Amherst was, for having the vision to go forward with this. And I want to thank my board currently, who I think the majority of are on this call in some way, shape, or form, for continuing to believe that when I say that we can do things like this, that I am not making this up. I do hope that the community comes out in support of both this and the live performance and music venue that we are intending on opening for a year-round studio space. But I just wanted to, again, thank everybody. I came in intrepid. I came in expecting not a great response. And I gotta say, after a really bad day, this is a lovely way to end a Monday. Thank you all.
Great. I'm glad we could make your day. So let me just mention before I make the motion, a couple things. I'm not going to try to edit the motion tonight regarding the separate altering the public way thing. I'm going to have that come back at a different time instead of trying to wordsmith a motion here. I also don't think it should be part of this motion. Second thing is the motion regarding the finance committee weighing in on the fund. We'll come back with another motion on that as well, but just stand by, they're coming, okay? And then finally, I'm going to fill in the date of December 6th, 2021 with the expectation of an update. Heaven forbid you should come in with a full recommendation, go for it. But December 6th, 2021 is the second last council meeting of this council. And at that point, we will be formulating the items that need to be carried forward to the next council. And so that's a date you're going to hear periodically. So again, it's for an update. So the motion, is there any objection to any of those statements that I just made? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go to the motion. I am proud to say this, to refer the Business Improvement District in downtown Amherst Foundation request to place a bang shell on the town common to the Town Services and Outreach Committee for the report and or update to the town council by December 6th, 2021. Is there a second?
Second, Haneke.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, then I'm going to go to the roll call. And I'm going to start with Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz is absent. Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
It is unanimous from those that are here. It is 12-0-0 with one absent. Thank you so much for an exciting presentation and for bringing this proposal to us. Okay. Yes.
You all.
Absolutely. I want to just mention before we take a break, because some of us have been sitting here since 5:30, that on the town manager's report tonight, we have specially listed the Community Safety Working Group, their draft charge for the successor committee. And the intent is to get a sense of the council tonight on that committee, and we'll talk about that later. It will then be placed on the as an actual agenda item next week on the 4th. And I just want to mention that so that if people are here for that discussion, it could be a little later, although, you know, knock on wood, we seem to be proceeding reasonably well. I'd like to suggest that we take a break right now and return at 8:05. It's 8:05. Please turn your videos on. I'd like to mention the following. I have consulted with the town manager, and after we do the climate action and resilience plan motions and also the comprehensive housing policy, we are going to take up a discussion where we can talk about the charge for the draft charge for the successor group for CSWG. And I want to note that Brianna Owen, who is the co-chair of that committee, is in the audience, and there may be some other people who are interested in that discussion as well. So on the climate action adaptation and resilience plan, this was presented to us at several meetings ago. And at the time, we did not take any motions. And I want to make sure we at least take a motion or two or three that recognize it and recognize how we will continue with it. And so if Athena, would you put those motions up on the screen? Okay, so the first motion, and I'm going to make the motion and ask if there is a second, is to acknowledge receipt of the Climate Action, Adaptation, and Resilience Plan, June 2021, from the town manager and the Energy and Climate Action Committee, and to thank the committee, town staff, and many others who have participated in the effort for their thoughtful and thorough work. Is there a second?
Steinberg, second.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion regarding this particular motion at this time? Seeing none, then I'm going to start with Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
And Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Amanda Johannicki,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Evan Ross,
Aye.
George Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Steve Schreiber,
Aye.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz is absent, Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
It's unanimous for those of us that are here, 12, 0, 0, and 1 absent. The second recognizes that there is a letter in the report from the town manager in which he states under the guidance of the town council to oversee its implementation. So the motion is to ask the town manager, as indicated in his letter, included in the Climate Action Adaptation and Resilience Plan, June 2021, to work under the guidance of the town council to oversee its implementation to achieve the climate action goals adopted by the town council in 2019. Is there a second?
Ryan,
Steinberg,
second.
second.
Okay, Steinberg is second. Is there questions? Darcy?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One is, should we assume that these motions are sponsored by you, Lynn?
I did consult with Laura Drucker on the motions, and not that it was meant that they would come from the committee themselves. And as you recall, Darcy, you and I at one point discussed motions that would be of this nature. As a
Right.
member.
Yeah. We discussed the first motion, and I had a discussion with Laura, and we both agreed that we didn't understand why it was necessary to have any of these motions. But so as far as a council sponsor, I'm hearing that these are from you.
Yes, I drafted them for the
They're not
motion
coming
sheet.
from ECAC. So I guess I don't understand what the second motion means. I do not see, I don't understand what under the guidance of the town council would mean to the town manager and why it would be necessary. Or, you know, why this motion is even necessary.
So my drafting of the motions were to try to at least create a path of accountability. The path of accountability in this case is the standard one, which is the town manager to the town council. In addition to that, for the third motion, I actually went to the charge for the ECAC and used the charge directly to reinforce the fact that ECAC would report back to us annually about the progress towards these goals.
Right. I have other comments. I have other comments about the third motion, but I don't see how the second, I don't see what use the second motion is. And it feels like a barrier. It feels like that we're passing a motion that would either slow things down or provide some type of barrier to climate action when it's not necessary. All we need to do is, we could just ask the town manager to give us updates on implementation. That's basically what this is, to my knowledge. And as far as guidance on implementation, I'm not sure that this council has the expertise to give guidance on technical issues around buildings, energy, transportation, whatever. And So I would prefer if we didn't have the motion, but if we are going to have a motion, I would just say to provide updates to the town council on implementation. And if he were to provide updates, then if we had some kind of problem with it, we would be able to bring that up. But guidance on overseeing it, I don't even know what that means.
George?
Just clarification, this motion is now on the floor, the second motion?
Yes.
It has been seconded?
Yes.
So what I'm hearing is that Councillor Dumont is opposed to this motion? Is that what you're saying? That's the question.
I'm waiting to see if Councillor Dumont would like to try an amendment to this motion.
Yes, I move to amend the motion to state to replace the words after to ask the town manager with the following: to update the town council regarding implementation of the climate action adaptation and resilience plan in order to achieve the climate action goals adopted by the town council in 2019.
I'm sorry, Darcy, can you repeat that, please?
I move to amend the motion to replace the words after to ask the town manager, unquote, with the following: to update the town council regarding implementation of the climate action adaptation and resilience plan in order to achieve the climate action goals adopted by the town council in 2019.
Is there a second?
Lynn, can I ask, would we be seconding the proposed amended language?
That's what you would be seconding.
Then I would second it.
Okay. Athena, is this a Word document that you have up here?
It's not. I can put a Word document up if you want to watch me type.
I would prefer at this point that we do something like that. And Darcy, do you have any other comments to speak to your motion?
Oh, just that I think that this is an area where the town manager has the authority to implement, and where it's one of those times when we don't want to get into micromanagement. Getting updates and having the ability to weigh in if we get an update on a proposed plan to implement, we would still have that ability. But overseeing it is getting into micromanagement, which I don't think the town council should be doing.
Are there any other comments? Dorothy?
Well, my question is, I want to figure out what's at stake. So the question I have is, do other similar or relatively similar groups or commissions report directly to the town council, or do they report to the town manager who reports to the town council? Or is this some special circumstance for this particular committee?
This is a committee that was created by the council. It is appointed by the town manager. Through the present arrangement with this committee until the end of, the January 2nd, there is a town councilor. Actually, there's two town council positions. There's one town councilor on this committee. And then after that, by our approval, it becomes totally a resident committee. But in fact, the council created this committee. I don't know if I've answered your question.
So wouldn't that committee then report directly to the council? I mean, CRC reports directly to the council. The council created CRC. They created TSO. They created the finance committee. I'm just trying to find out really what's going on, because is there something that has happened that you don't like and it should be changed, or you're looking towards the future, or I know there's a backstory and I don't know what it is. So
there is no backstory. I took this straight out of the letter in the report. There's no backstory except for the fact that the town manager, through budget and every other thing, works with the town council. That doesn't mean we approve every little bit he does, but we do approve budgets that buy vehicles. We do approve building bonds that include net zero. We approve a lot of things that relate directly to the zero. And the amendment and this motion was written referring and tying in the actual letter from the town manager in the report. Alyssa?
So I don't think this motion has anything to do with ECAC and how we interact with committees. That's the third motion. And so focusing, and it is true that lots of committees give an annual report, and so that's great, and that's the third motion. But the motion we're on right now is to get Darcy preferred language rather than the exact language that Paul provided in the June 21 report, but instead to have this be updated the way that's been indicated. And what my question to the council is, do my colleagues share the belief that the goal of this motion is for the town manager to achieve the climate action goals adopted by the town council in 2019 by whatever means necessary, which include the CARP report? Or do they believe that what these actual words say, rather than the part about climate action goals, is that he has to implement every single thing that's in the CARP plan? Because I don't believe he does have to implement every single thing in the CARP plan necessarily. But based on the wording here, he needs to achieve the climate action goals we adopted, which is going to include, obviously, a huge percentage of the CARP. But what I'm saying is, when we get a report as a town council, it should be saying, here's what I've done to achieve the climate action goals adopted by the town council in 2019. That report should not say, here's what I've done to implement various parts of this CARP report, unless that's what the town council wants, in which case this wording is mixing two different things together.
Are you speaking to the amendment?
I'm trying to understand what the point of the amendment is, because I don't think it makes it any clearer to the town council if we're trying to achieve the climate action goals we adopted, or if we're trying to achieve every single page, every single bullet point of the CARP plan.
Okay.
So a motion I can vote for needs to reflect whatever reality the council thinks it's trying to accomplish.
And the original motion, which is not what we're speaking to at this point, was basically to achieve the climate action goals. Okay. Are there any other comments on the amendment to the original motion? Mandy Jo. Actually, Darcy, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's just replacing providing guidance to oversee the implementation by simply updating regarding implementation. And neither one of them implies that the entire plan will necessarily end up being implemented in order to achieve the climate action goals. I mean, the ultimate goal is to achieve them, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everything in the climate action plan is going to end up being implemented. But we want to be updated as to what is being planned.
Mandy Jo.
Just a simple question. Update how often? Because this motion doesn't include any requirements for when.
Yeah, I think that it could be in his regular report, or it could be monthly. It could be, it could be included in the sustainability section of the town manager's report. which would
So
make sense.
Mandy, are you suggesting an amendment?
Not at all.
Okay. Is there further discussion about the amendment? Seeing none, then we're voting on the amendment. Okay. Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Sorry, Lynn Shalini had her hand up.
I'm sorry, Shalini.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we answered the question that, like, I'm not clear as a council where we stand in addressing the question that Alyssa had, and that would help me decide my vote. That are we focusing on the climate action goal, or are we focusing on implementing the CARP plan? That was Alyssa's question.
We are focusing on implementing the climate action goals, and that some of the CARP plan may and certainly will help get there, but it's the climate action goals that the council adopted.
Do we need more perspective on that? I mean,
I'm more than glad to listen to additional perspective.
I mean, I just need more clarification in my head, because we did have ask for the CARP plan to reach our goals. And then what guidance are we giving, or are we telling the town manager? So it's not clear to me what we're telling him. As a council, I don't know where we stand with respect to that.
So we adopted climate action goals in 2019. ECAC then, with great effort, developed the CARP plan. Okay. The CARP plan has in it many, paths to achieving sustainability. Not all of them will happen, but ultimately what the town manager is responsible for is achieving the climate action goals.
Right.
Does that make sense to other people? Alyssa?
So that's why I'm going to vote against this amendment and against the motion in general, if it still includes both those concepts, because I want the update to be, and a regular update, whether we mandate it being part of the town manager report, I'd feel even better about, rather than saying, well, we could do a lot of things, but we're not telling him what we expect. And so what I expect is that he's going to report back on our accomplishment of the climate action goals, where they're capitalized because we did those in 2019. They're an actual document. I don't want an update on the CARP plan. I know it sounds like splitting hairs, but there could be other things that ECAC comes up with to supplement the CARP plan. That's like an amazing new thing. That's wonderful. I mean, they're not done. They got lots of stuff to do. And he could be talking about how that thing they suggest is also helping us accomplish the climate action goals. He can reference the CARP plan within his accomplishments on the climate action goals. The point is, as Lynn just said, the climate action goals. If we don't say that, if we say it this way, it means that the only thing that's getting us toward climate action goals is some part of the CARP plan, whereas there could be lots of things that are getting us toward the climate action goals, because we can't expect the CARP plan to include every single detail. His response to us should be, here's how I'm helping achieve the climate action goals, and a whole bunch of it's going to be referencing CARP stuff. CARP does not need to be in this motion.
Thana, would you please scroll up so that the original motion and the amendment are both on the screen? Thank you. All right, so there's a motion to amend. It's on the floor. Is there any further discussion on this motion to amend? Darcy?
Yeah, I just want to remind people that and the actual first motion states this, that actually, it's not in that motion, but that the climate action plan is from the town manager and ECAC jointly, or with ECAC's participation. So I just want to make sure people understand that. And I'm perfectly willing to accept Alyssa's suggestion as a friendly amendment. I think that would be fine if my seconder agrees to that.
So how would the motion now read?
It would just update the town council regarding.
How would the motion read from the very beginning?
Okay, to amend the motion by replacing the words after, to ask the town manager with the following, to update the town council regarding achieving the climate action goals adopted by the town council in 2019.
Okay. Is there a second? Or the person who...
Kathy was the second.
Kathy, you were the second. Are you accepting that change?
Yes.
Okay. Would anybody like to speak to the motion besides me? I don't see any need for this motion. We've already done the climate action goals, which means the manager is supposed to update us on them. So to me, the motion is now useless because we've already done that. Maybe others don't agree with me. So one possibility is we just withdraw this amendment and we withdraw the original motion and we go on to the next motion. Alyssa?
Thank you. I hear your point. And what if so either we get rid of it or this is the chance we have to say monthly, quarterly, annually, because that was not indicated in the past. And so this would be the opportunity to say, and this is how often we want to hear about it. If people don't feel the need to do that, if he includes it or he doesn't, is of no never mind to anyone, then we should skip the whole thing. But if there are feelings that we want to be hearing about this regularly, then we should direct that because we've not directed that in the past.
Okay. So you want to add monthly? Alyssa?
That sounds fine with me, unless Darcy thinks there's a better interval based on her work.
Okay. George, go ahead, Darcy.
I'm just saying that's fine.
Okay. So it would be to achieving climate action goal monthly. Okay. George.
So in addition to the town manager's monthly report, where he puts most of this kind of thing in a format in which we all can read and is accessible to us, and actually more than that, because it's often every council meeting, you want another report monthly for us to read just about climate action goals?
No, I think it could be.
But no, thank you.
My assumption would be it would be part of the town manager report.
Right. So, and I would think that would be there anyway. So that's just part of the general point. We passed we've agreed to these goals. And so it would be expected on a regular basis in his report, he would tell us about any kind of, action or implementation related to it. This sounds like some special report that he's going to have to produce in addition to everything else just on this. It's already assumed he will do it. So I don't understand why we're going through all this.
Great. Shalini?
I think just having a periodic report is good. It puts it front and center that we're moving in that direction. But I just wanted to get a sense from Paul, maybe like what would make sense, like how much progress. Every month seems like too quick to me, like to be like, is there anything to report that fast about this, or what would make sense for him to? I would let someone who knows about this to give us the number other than us just arbitrarily saying, oh, we want it every month, or what would be practical and make sense in terms of reporting.
To speak to that question?
Yeah, so quite frankly, what I would be doing is talking to our sustainability coordinator and asking for a monthly or whatever update. And I think, I think you're right, Shalini, that it will, every month might be too quickly a cadence for this, but quarterly or every other month might be. But we don't want to, I think what I'm hearing the council say is that we want to be updated. We don't want to lose track of this. We want a written report. It can be incorporated into the town manager report. But again, what I would do is ask our staff person to put together something at whatever frequency the council chooses.
Okay.
Right. And just to then, I mean, my point of view would be then it has to be meaningful and not just adding more work for the staff because they need to report back just for the sake of reporting back. It should be a time period where they're given certain goals and they're implementing and then they're reporting back. So maybe quarterly is fine with me.
Are there other comments on the issue of quarterly, monthly, whatever? Dorothy? Dorothy?
I said quarterly.
Quarterly.
Quarterly makes sense. That's a normal reporting pattern for so many things. I agree with Shalini. It'll get very boring. We didn't really do much, or there's no report or whatever if you do it every month. But I think quarterly, we'd have a chance to see development and growth.
Okay, so the amendment to the motion was made by Darcy. Does quarterly work for you?
Yes.
And it was seconded by Kathy, or I think. Does that work for you?
Yes, it does. You know, we still have a third motion which says progress toward achieving the goal. So I'm getting a little bit lost on why we have the motions, because we're getting reports. So, you know, isn't that the third one that says that town manager is going to work with them, including progress toward achieving our goals?
Yes.
Okay. So I didn't understand the second motion, Lynn, you know, as I read it.
Yeah.
So I appreciated an offer to say, let's say an update. And then I'm reading the third one, which says an annual report. So, you know, I think what we are saying that we don't want to lose sight of this and we get a report. We just have to worry about two motions, one quarterly, one annually, asking for the same thing.
No.
I'm basically fine with whatever reason, because I think we're going to get what people are capable of giving us. But I think the third one asks for a report also.
It does, but it asks for an annual report, which is probably a much more comprehensive report than a quarterly update.
Yep. So
okay. So the motion that we're working on is the amendment to amend the motion by replacing the words after, to ask the town manager with the following: to update the town council quarterly regarding achieving the climate action goals. Those should all be caps adopted by the town council in 2019. The motion's been made.
And I will still second it.
Second, okay. Are there any further discussions regarding this motion? Alyssa.
I'm sorry if it seems boring, but there are two completely separate, different motions. The second one is saying the town manager is going to report to us quarterly in what we assume is going to be a section within his report, although we are not willing to, some of us are not willing to assume he'll just automatically put it in there, which is why we have this motion. That'll be quarterly within his town manager report. The ECAC annual report is a completely separate document that, as Lynn just said, has more details and calls out specific things. That's all. It's just two different things that will build toward the same future.
Okay.
Fine with me. Yep.
The amendments on the floor. No, seeing no further comment, I'm going to move to a vote. Griesmer is aye. Haneke?
No.
Dorothy Pam?
Yes.
Evan Ross?
Aye.
Did you say aye?
I did.
George? Ryan?
Aye.
Kathy Shane?
Yes.
Steve Schreiber? Steve Schreiber?
Oh,
He's muted.
what's
I know.
happening, Steve?
I'm back to Steve.
Steve, you need to unmute. He's having a problem. Okay. Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz is absent. Shalini Baumil,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
No.
and Steve Schreiber. Okay. For technical difficulty, Steve is unable to vote. The motion passes to amend.
I don't think Darcy voted.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't vote.
I'm sorry,
I vote
Darcy.
yes, yes. Can Steve vote with a thumbs up or thumbs down?
Oh, is that allowed? Yes, he voted yes. All right, fine. Okay, the amendment passes, and we are now going to go back to the original motion, which now reads, to ask the town manager to update the town council quarterly regarding achieving the climate action goals adopted by the town council in 2019. Okay. Is there another vote I need to take in here, Mindy, Joe? No. Okay. All right. We're back to the amended motion. Is there any other discussion? Okay, then we're going to go to a vote. Mandy Jo?
No.
Dorothy Pam?
Yes.
Evan Ross?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Kathy Shane?
Yes.
Steve Schreiber? Steve Schreiber? Thumbs up. Yes, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can, yes.
Yes, aye.
Okay.
Thank you for unmuting me, whoever did that.
And Andy Steinberg?
Aye.
Shalini Baumil?
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer?
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis?
No.
Darcy Demont?
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's yes. So the motion passes. We're moving on to the next one. And the next one is the one that calls for an annual report working with ECAC and builds off of their charge. Okay, to ask the town manager to work with ECAC in the development of their annual report as described in their charge adopted by the town council on February 11, 2019, revised August 2nd, 2021, including progress towards climate action goals, measures taken to reduce emissions and build resilience, evaluation of the effectiveness and implementation of these measures, funding needed to enable initiatives recommended by the ECAC, and community engagement. Is there a second?
Second, DeAngelis.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Darcy?
Yeah, I would like you to withdraw this motion because I feel strongly that it's not okay to involve the town manager in formulating advice to himself. That removes the independence from the resident committee. Are we also going to ask the town manager to work with the Transportation Advisory Committee and the Disability Advisory Committee to work with the town manager to provide advice for himself? This isn't a good precedent. And I really just want to withdraw the motion and allow the resident committee to be independent. And I just to let you know, ECAC is already working with the finance director on questions about the annual report. And he's been great in supporting the mission of the committee and providing needed information. And also, FYI, you just amended the charge to add Stephanie Ciccarello as a member of the committee. who reports directly to the town manager. So the town manager already has a voice in providing advice to himself. So anyway, I strongly suggest withdrawing this motion.
Mandi Jo?
I'm going to vote against it, in part because of some of the things Darcy said. But we haven't heard that ECAC needs help or that it hasn't been able to get the help it might need from town staff. And so I don't see the point of this motion because ECAC hasn't asked for it. And so if ECAC begins to have problems with drafting its annual report, which it's already required to do by the charge, then maybe we need to have a motion like this, but we haven't heard a request from ECAC, and I don't think we should act without a request as such.
Okay. Alyssa?
Yeah, so one of those things where we just read things completely different ways. I read this not as taking away their independence, not as taking away their authority to ask for support or not ask for support. I read this as saying, you better work with them because this is really important to us. And so maybe following up on what Mandi Jo says, maybe they don't feel the need to ask that he work with them because they're fine with the work he's doing so far. I thought when I read this, reading this cold, that this is just saying, it's important that we get this ECAC annual report. We want the town manager to help them out with it. I understand the other concerns, and so I'm comfortable with getting rid of the motion altogether. But I didn't assume it was to take away ECAC's power. I assumed it was to make it clear that we wanted ECAC to get some of the town manager's attention in order to do their necessary work. So I think we're just viewing it very different ways, but I'm fine with dropping it if that's what it means to people. And because I don't think that's what anybody meant for it to mean, was to take away anyone's independence.
Alyssa, I want to thank you because the way you have described this is the way I meant it. I meant it in that the town manager should cooperate in them help doing this. I am fine withdrawing the motion. Is the person who seconded the motion fine with withdrawing it?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on. Comprehensive housing policy. Mandi Jo?
Yes, I'm not going to speak much to it. I gave my report last week. There's an updated report in the packet that included the entire report from last week, but also last meeting, but also updates. The changes are marked in track changes, and those were done and recommended by CRC in response to the conversation that happened at the last council meeting. And so CRC unanimously recommended that the council adopt the policy as revised, and also refer the policy to the town manager and CRC for implementation.
Okay, is there any question at this point? Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and make a motion. Kathy?
I just need guidance. I do appreciate, I can see the edits, Mandy, and the red line and the new wording that came in. I have some specific concerns about a new paragraph that's on page 1 that could be addressed just with editing. I think particularly the way I read it. And then my second is I think the specific policy list should be separated. I think it implies endorsement, even though your cover memo says, Mandy, that it doesn't, we don't endorse. And I'd love it that specific, it's Appendix A, if it could come back for a full discussion on the specifics. So Lynn, I don't know what that is, because one of it is editing of a paragraph, and another is saying an appendix, I think, needs to be pulled out, because within a report that's a policy report, we're a legislative body. If you put actions in, potential actions, it implies you like all of the actions. And I like a lot of them, but not all. So I don't know what to do with that. One is more just a fairly minor edit on some meaning in a paragraph, and the other is a structural change.
The edit would have to be taken care of in an actual, edit process, and then the motion would have to change.
Okay. So you tell me when I need to do what, because I can tell you what's concerning me about it's the new paragraph that was added. I just need guidance on how to do these.
Mandi Jo, would you like to speak to any of this before we move to have it put up on the screen?
I was going to just make the motion because none of the changes can be made until there's a motion on the floor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I move to adopt the comprehensive housing policy as revised and recommended by the Community Resources Committee on September 14th, 2021, and as reported in the CRC report of September 20th, 2021, and to refer the policy to the town manager and CRC for implementation.
Is there a second?
Second, DeAngelis.
Thank you. Okay, then let's put the policy up on the thing. Kathy, speak to your first editorial issue.
Okay. Okay, are you ready on this?
Yes.
Okay, so on the paragraph that was added, and so people just know the paragraph that was added, it's the second after the master plan part. It says Amherst quality of life. No, stay on page 1. Don't go up. Amherst quality of life as a community is facing a serious challenge. First of all, it's an entire quality of life rather than housing supply. Then there's a list. And I recognize some of these because in my concerns about what was missing before, it's got some of this, but these are not of the same types. So I would want to reword this, and particularly the very last sentence, clause, a large portion that says serious challenge, large portions of land in Amherst protected by housing development due development restrictions aimed at preserving agriculture and open space. The quality of life in Amherst is partly because we have open space and we've protected farmland. We value that. It's part of the master plan. So this is not one of the serious challenges here. So the way this is, it would be interpreted, I would read that to say we've gone too far with protecting farmland. So I would strip that out. I've got a suggested rewrite and just say, part of our quality of life is we've done a really good job at doing that. But that means of all our acreage, we have a relatively small share that's residential. And when you have a small share of land that's residential and people want to live here, it drives up the price. I'm thinking just as an economist that if all of our land could be residential, it would be a different story, including UMass and Amherst. We have a small share. So the way this is linked has an implication that I don't think was meant in the writing, and it was sort of an easy way to put everything. So that's that last part. And then I'm not yet convinced that the reason we have a serious challenge is regulatory and legislative barriers to developing housing. I think we have some, but I think some of the others are major, and some that are missing is the high price of land and the high price of construction. It's really hard to build a new house and bring it in at a price that a median income family. It's the reality of the construction market right now and land price. So it's the quality of life is not being undermined because of the last clause. And I'm not sure that some of our regulatory is not protective. So I just would like a rewrite of that. And I've got a rewrite, but I don't know how to go about doing this. I'm not on the committee, as you know. I think it sends a wrong message, and that we've gone too far on preserving open space and conservation land, a lot of which is wetland.
George Ryan.
I guess it depends on what you think quality of life means. If quality of life includes a community that is more inclusive and diverse and welcoming, then if in fact over time we have cut off large areas from development, the quality of life in fact is diminished. So I guess I don't agree with Kathy. Quality of life for me is more than just, well, I'm not quite sure what she means by it, but for me, quality of life includes a community that is inclusive and diverse. And we know that that's a real challenge in our community because of the high cost of land and the cost of housing. And we know that part of that, it's not the only reason, it's complicated. And part of that is the fact that over time, Amherst has made decisions that have had that impact. So I guess I look at quality of life a little bit differently than she does.
Well, and what I'm saying, George, is this is a housing policy paper, and the quote above is the master plan on this. And one of the things we've said we valued is preserving open space, protecting open space. And that's why people want to live here. Hadley equally has open spaces and farmland. That's we are not a city, an urban area. So I'm not disagreeing with you that some people might say we've gone too far. Are we as a council saying that? And this is a council policy paper. And so this, I think, sends a specific message that I'm not sure the person who drafted it meant to send. I think it was trying to capture the paper I sent in that said, let's look at reframing it that because the university has a lot of land and Amherst College has a lot of land, we have conservation and wetlands for good reasons. We have a smaller acreage that is residential in a 7-by-7 mile town where the colonies were set up by 7-by-7 miles. I wish we were a region and we could be doing a housing policy for the region. It's 7-by-7 square miles. That's it. Because King George, that's where the land grants.
Kathy, I'm not really interested in King George, but it sounds
I'm
to
just
me
saying,
like what you're saying is that quality of life is about lots of open space and it's not about an inclusive and diverse community. So I actually don't agree with you. And I think that what this statement says is in fact one of the reasons that the quality of life in this town is diminished. So I guess we just disagree about what we mean by quality of life. I guess you should explain to me what you mean by quality of life, because what I'm hearing is what it means is lots of open space.
Okay, Lynn, let me just say, I wouldn't start with that sentence. I would say we have an issue about the affordability of housing. This is a housing paper, and here are some of the factors that lead to that. This is a new sentence. I wouldn't have put quality of life here. I would have put getting affordable housing for low and moderate income is a challenge in Amherst for the following reasons. I wouldn't have done the larger picture at all. So I have a problem with this paragraph.
Okay, Pat?
I guess, well, first of all, I really value open space and conservation, et cetera. But what I'm realizing is because I value it doesn't mean it isn't part of the challenge, that it doesn't challenge us. And so I don't get that it's saying it's diminishing us. And I'm hearing that it's a challenge. And when we weigh a challenge, we have to look at it in different ways. And I'm thinking about a recent conversation I had with some of the firefighters where they talked about, we need to open space. I don't know if I agree with that. We are faced with several challenges. This is one of them. It does not mean we're going to get rid of green space or open space or farmland, but to pretend it's not there as part of a problem is kind of naive.
Dorothy?
Yes, I would agree. In none of the discussions in CRC did I see the interpretations that are being put on there. It is clearly a challenge. Does not mean we can't meet that challenge. And the town is making great efforts to do that. I do agree with Kathy that there are parts of the paragraph which are a little bit awkward and confusing, but the whole part about open space, we give a lot of lip service to the master plan. That's what it says. But how can we do the inclusive, diverse community and affordable and attainable housing that we want and still maintain the open space? That is our goal, but it's not easy. And there's challenges. So if this sentence is misleading, it's on the first page. So that's my problem with it. If it were 10 pages in, it wouldn't bother me so much, but it's on the first page. I don't want people to get confused or off on the wrong track on the first page. So I do think this paragraph perhaps could be pruned a little bit, but I don't think it doesn't reflect any ideological conflict in CRC. Okay, this is not something that we fought about, whatever. So to me, it would be just some small edits that could be done. We could still pass this policy tonight.
Shalini?
I think it is a easy fix. I understand what Kathy's saying, and I think we're all on the same page, actually. The easy fix to me is by just changing the first line. Instead of saying Amherst quality of life is facing a challenge, just as Kathy was suggesting, if we just say Amherst is facing affordable housing problem, and these are the causes, because that's what we're saying, that because so much is institutionalized, so much is open space, so much is this, so we are left with little space. So that's what the reason is. So basically, the last part, that the large portions of open land as a cause for Amherst is facing a quality of life challenge. I mean, that doesn't speak to that. It's speaking more to the idea that we have less land for building and development of housing. That's why, yeah. So I would recommend that would be clearer if we just change that first sentence.
So the first sentence would read something like, Amherst is facing a serious housing challenge.
Yeah. And these are the causes for that.
Evan?
You have to read this paragraph in context. We're focusing on this one paragraph and we're saying, oh, this suggests that preserving agriculture and open space is a challenge to our quality of life. But the paragraph before that specifically outlines that we're narrowing in on a focus of challenges around housing. And then that excerpt from the master plan focuses on a housing affordability problem. Then the next paragraph goes into, so what are how does the housing affordability problem that we specify in that one paragraph, then we lay out the causes, and then we say the impacts on that, which threaten our long-held values of equality, sustainability, and opportunity. You can't just pull this paragraph out and debate this one paragraph without looking at it in the context of the preceding and succeeding paragraphs. I think if you read it in context, it actually makes perfect sense. The first paragraph there says the need for the comprehensive housing policy becomes clear through the challenges faced in town related to housing. We establish housing is the problem. The next one talks about causes, and the next one talks about the impacts of those causes. So if you read it in context, I think we're arguing over something that most people are not going to misread. And certainly the 5 counselors on CRC that looked at this did not have the same read that Councillor Shane did.
Right. If we're going to do anything, it has to be in the form of a motion. Darcy?
Yeah. I guess I just feel like there are still a lot of unanswered questions about this, and that now, this is our first discussion of the new draft, and feels like it would be nice to have an opportunity to have a full discussion of the new draft, or a second discussion, or like an open meeting with CRC or whatever, because it doesn't, to me, feel like we're ready to vote on it tonight. So I don't know whether Kathy has a motion in mind, but yeah, I have some of the same concerns that she has, and it's very concerning to me that this all started out as a affordable housing policy coming from John Hornick, and somehow it's morphed into this whole big comprehensive housing policy that's all about unlocking housing and promoting the zoning proposals that are out there. So that anyway, I'm not ready to vote on it.
Kathy?
Well, Shalini, if you want a motion, Shalini proposed a change in this quality of life. Evan, I'm a careful reader and I understand it's housing policy, but then that paragraph doesn't start with housing, a housing challenge. Lynn gave wording, and framing it in housing is very different for me than our entire quality of life. People are moving here because of some of the last sentence, and changing that first sentence helps me a lot. I'm just not used to a process that 5 people get to write a report and the rest of us are supposed to take the whole report. We spent about 20 minutes or half an hour trying to retune 2 sentences in a motion. This is a policy statement by the whole council, and we should feel comfortable on the nuances of it. So I would take an edit on this paragraph, and then the motion I was going to make is to separate out Appendix A and make it a separate document and bring that back for a full discussion. And I will explain my reasons about that when we get away from page 1.
Kathy, are you making a motion with regard to this paragraph?
I would make a motion to change that first sentence the way I think you said. Amherst is facing a housing affordability challenge, and the causes are many. And just take the words quality of life as a community is facing, but the housing affordability. And I would put for low and moderate income people. Wealthy people are finding houses and still building them. But if I change that first sentence, it helps a lot.
Mandy Jo?
And I'm not trying to wordsmith the specific change, but and then the causes are many. I think that works for me.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second, Shalini.
Okay. Further discussion? Mandy Jo?
I call the question on the motion.
Okay. The motion is to change, the amendment is to change this sentence as you see it on the screen so that it reads, Amherst is facing a housing affordability challenge, period. We have to vote on whether or not to call the question.
I move we call the question.
It's already been moved, and okay, we're voting on calling the question. Hold on. Haneke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz is absent. Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
No.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Okay, we're going to now move to the motion. The motion is to change the sentence so that it reads, Amherst is facing a housing affordability challenge. We're going to start with Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
No.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Steve Schreiber,
No.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Shalini Baumilne,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
No.
Darcy Dumont,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Mandy Johanicky.
No.
So I'm asking the clerk to confirm the vote, please.
I have 8-4.
8-4, yes.
8 in favor, 4 opposed, none abstain, and 1 absent. Okay, so we're done with that part of it. Next. So we're back to, there is an original motion which has been made and seconded as to adopt the comprehensive housing policy as revised and recommended by the Community Resources Committee on September 14th, 2021, and as reported in the CRC report of September 2021, and to refer the policy to the town manager and CRC for implementation. Kathy?
I make a motion to strip Appendix A out for the following reasons. Mandy actually in a cover memo said it doesn't imply endorsement. This is a list of possible actions, possible strategies that were derived from multiple reports and different people. I like a lot of them, some less so. And I think what I'd like to have that is a freestanding document that comes back to us, because I think if we include this, we are implying that we might not think somewhere by a ranking, better, worse, top priorities, but we're implying we like everything on the list. And I liken this a little bit to when I worked at the federal level. The Congressional Budget Office would give you ways of cutting the federal budget. And they gave you all possible ways of cutting the federal budget. But the Congress decided which ways they wanted to pick out of that. And so I think the original idea, you said, Mandy, there was a discussion on the committee of possibly having that be separate. And it is an appendix. And I think bringing that back and having us go through the list so we can get to some of the high level concepts in there and reach consensus rather than trying to vote on the whole package, then I'm much more comfortable with the policy paper as it is, and I could vote for the paper. But with the appendix, I can't.
Do you have a motion, or would you like?
My motion is to remove Appendix A from the current comprehensive policy report. It can be referenced that it's under development, and to bring that list of possible actions back, hopefully just for a discussion first, or invite counselors in so we can go through the list and get it down to a list that has some consensus around it. So we're not implying endorsement of everything on the list. I mean, I noticed it was very nice. A couple of things I suggested made it onto the list, but I don't think this is a good way of just gathering everybody's thoughts. I think it would be good to come back to it. So my motion is to strip that out of the paper, a reference of a developing list that will be brought back to the council. And then the paper can still stand. It doesn't necessarily need that that detailed list as part of it, and it is part of the record. So that is my motion.
I have to remove Appendix A from the policy.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is to remove Appendix A from the policy. Is there a second?
Second it.
Who seconded?
Darcy.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask, point of order, just clarification.
Yes.
I got the impression that it wasn't just removing it, but it was also doing something with it. Is that correct? Or is it just you want it removed, and if it disappears forever, you don't really care?
No, I want, George, I would be happy to add to that sentence, remove Appendix A, you can refer to it as under development and have CRC come back with it after further discussion. Invite counselors to, I've not done specific comments on every. So it would
I'm
be-
sorry, Kathy, I need to put this in the words that you're going to put in the motion.
Okay,
and it's different every time you say it.
Okay, so remove, okay, I didn't, so remove Appendix A with the recommendation that CRC do further development, including solicit comments from the counselors to come back with the list at a later date. That would be a consensus list. And I'm terrible at wordsmithing this. So George, you wanted me more than that. So anyone can fix this. But my notion is that it's premature to ask us to endorse a larger list without discussion. And I don't think anyone wants to go through everything on that list tonight and hear what we think about each thing. But I think it deserves that kind of discussion.
I would suggest to Kathy that it might be wise for her simply to go back to her original idea and whatever, I'm not going to vote for this, but that's a whole nother issue. But just for the sake of what she's trying to accomplish, she probably should just leave it as to remove Appendix A from the policy and everything else, just leave it. And whatever happens in the future happens. Because right now, the way this is worded, I'm not sure anybody could vote for it, even Kathy. So unless you want to spend the next half hour trying to clear this up, perhaps the wisest strategy is just to stick to what you originally proposed, which is you want this taken out.
That's fine. I am willing to put a period after. I thought you were asking me to say
well,
it wasn't
yeah,
dead
and
forever.
I am, but I think now that I see what I've got in front of me, I think for your sake and ours, you should probably just keep it to remove the appendix from the policy.
Fine. It's good
That's
with me.
my suggestion.
Sorry, Athena, but yes, I'm willing to keep it short.
Is there a second?
I think Dorothy still, she seconded the short version.
I will second the short version.
Okay. Comments. Kathy, you've already commented. Mary Jo?
Couple of things. The only way someone could think the council's endorsing every single one of these things is if they didn't read the first paragraph. The first paragraph clearly states this is not an endorsed thing. Second, the reason this is still in here is because the town staff, the AMAHT, and residents of this community wanted it in here. And so to remove it is going against what most people asked us to do, which was to finally compile a list of strategies mentioned over the course of many documents. And third, I'd rather start working on implementation than dealing with and debating which one of these a council now that changes every 2 years might endorse later on. I cannot vote for this motion. I think it belongs in here as a way forward on implementation. If we adopt this policy, we need to start implementation, not discussing which things maybe we want to consider later. And then the fourth thing I wanted to say is this policy and implementation is not just the council to implement. And so these strategies, we are not, as we've seen with the zoning going forward, not necessarily the most knowledgeable about which strategies are more important than others and more likely to accomplish our goals than others. Other people in town are. And so doing this at CRC is, to me, an exercise in futility. We need to keep the appendix in, and we need to send this off to the town manager and to CRC to work on implementation, looking at these and considering all of them as potential options.
Evan Ross.
A couple things. So first of all, this housing policy at current is the council's longest running referral. This was referred to CRC in, I believe, August 2019. We're sitting here in almost October of 2021 on the verge of finally completing this referral. And so to elongate that process, because some folks aren't in complete agreement with the entire list of potential, and it is listed as potential strategies, I don't think is a good plan. I'm tired of holding up this housing policy so that everyone can get everything that they want, because no one is going to get everything that they want in this. I don't agree with every strategy in there, nor do I believe any counselor agrees with every strategy in there. And I think it's cute that there's a thought that we, as 13 counselors who have very different opinions on development and housing this town, could come up with a consensus list that would be meaningful. I think it's more important that we have a list of options for this council and for the committees that are charged with implementing this, and for the town manager and for future councils to go through and figure out what are the best strategies at that time, given the current needs. In fact, the motion that was put on the table by Mandy refers this policy to CRC and the town manager to implement. And one of the things they would do is exactly what Kathy is asking for. But to remove the strategies from this document, I think is a mistake. We had a meeting nearly a year ago with the heads of many relevant committees. And at the time, Mandy tried to just get their feedback on I think it was the goals and objectives sections. And so we removed the strategies from the policy for that conversation. We said, you know what? We're not ready to talk about those yet. We just want goals and objectives. And what we heard from John Hornick from the Housing Trust and Laura Drucker from the ECAC and every other committee chair that was there was, we don't even want to have this conversation if we don't understand what the action items that could be associated with these goals are. So to remove it from the policy, I think undercuts the effectiveness of the policy, and it goes against what we heard from the many committees that will be implementing this policy. So I'm going to be voting against this amendment.
Alyssa?
Yeah, in order not to be repetitive of what that, I'm going to ask the question a different way, which is, so we are not, as a town council, going to expect CRC to decide whether or not each one of those things is a good thing or not. And we're also not, as an individual, going to get to kill individual pieces of that just based on a town council discussion. A simple town council discussion of an hour or 2 hours should not decide what all those strategies are. We've heard how those were developed. We've heard that it's more than likely that many of them would not actually happen. We've heard very clearly and seen in writing that it's not the thing. And so I'm just going to ask the provocative question. So as a North Amherst resident, does one of us on the council just get to kill the piece about student housing district because it says North Amherst and we know that's going to upset some people in North Amherst? No, we don't get to kill that right in this discussion right here or in a subsequent discussion about that. That's a bigger issue that's going to be discussed thoroughly elsewhere and then bring in the public, et cetera, et cetera. But the idea that the council is going to go through and pick and choose which ones of these actually suit them moving forward makes zero sense. I appreciate the fact that all those committees work together to say, you know what, we need to see all these strategies laid out and then we'll go from there.
Dorothy?
Well, I would say if you would remove at this time the possible zoning bylaw strategies, which are 2 pages, and leave the rest of the appendix in, that would be fine. Some of the things that are here are pieces of policy that have been for a long time, such as the one that would cause a lot of problems in some places, investigate the definition of family, unrelated individuals in the zoning bylaw to determine the appropriate definition for Amherst. That has major, major consequences in terms of student housing and what happens in the neighborhoods. I do understand the common sense approach, which is we can't all do this and go through it. But I do agree with Kathy that there is some kind of implied, I sense that these are all respectable and kind of equal possibilities. I also want to say that in terms of discussion in other bodies, that's pretty disappointing. If you tune into all of the planning board meetings, you'll see that many things do not get any kind of reasonable discussion at all. That major points aren't even brought up. So my suggestion is that the possible zoning bylaw strategies, which I do agree, we can't just pick out the one we don't like, but I do think we need more discussion. I do think this is the town council's housing policy. CRC has worked long and hard on this. Mandy Jo has worked very, very hard on this. And I think it should be something taken seriously and not, oh, I don't really like that part of it. I think we have to feel behind this policy. So my thought is, in order to get a strong sense of ownership, which I think is essential, that we, for the present time, not include the possible zoning bylaw strategies until we've had a chance to discuss them some more. perhaps even at a retreat, but to include the rest of, because if you take a look at the other policy strategies, they're of a different order. And they're all, part of showing that this committee has looked at lots and lots of things and has studied lots of things. And this is a very major, complex topic. And they've tried to bring together items which are relevant to the topic. So to sum up, what I'm saying is I would say just remove possible zoning bylaw strategies at this time until we've had a chance to have a little more discussion, because I want a really strong buy-in and ownership of this housing policy by the town council.
The motion on the floor is to remove Appendix A from the policy. That motion is made and seconded. We're taking comments on that motion. Shalini.
Okay. I just want to remind people that since John Hornick was brought up early in the discussion, and I just want to remind everyone we got a big letter of support from John Hornick for the policy that we're putting forward. We heard from Tom Kiegelman, who was recommended as a person who works in affordable housing and was recommended by John Hornick to work with the CRC, and he has supported this comprehensive housing policy, saying he was encouraged by a policy because he has encountered a lot of resistance to affordable housing in our town, and he was very much in support of the work that CRC has done with this. So I just want to, for the listeners in the audience and for the council, I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that we have support of John Hornick Affordable Housing Trust.
Mandy Jo.
I call the question on the motion to amend.
Okay, the question's been called. We bring that to an immediate vote. And so I'm running out of places to record votes.
Lynn, can I just say that?
Yeah, the question's been called, Kathy. I'm sorry.
Okay, then maybe it's a point of order, because I just read the paragraph. Mandy said does not imply endorsement, and those words are not there. So I can vote on the call of question.
Okay. This is the vote to call the question. We begin with Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
No.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg. Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Shalini Ball-Milne.
No.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
No.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Aye.
Okay, we move immediately to the vote. And the vote is on the following motion, and that is to remove Appendix A from the policy. George Ryan.
No.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
No.
Andy Steinberg.
No.
Shalini Ball-Milne.
No.
Alyssa Brewer.
No.
Pat DeAngelis.
No.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's a no. Mandy Johanicky.
No.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan
And
hasn't
Evan
voted.
Ross. Evan Ross.
No.
And the vote is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9 do not, so it's
3-9.
3-9, 3 in favor, 9 opposed. We go back to the original motion. The original motion is to adopt the comprehensive housing policy as revised and recommended by the Community Resources Committee on September 14th, 2021, and as reported in the CRC report of September 20, 2021, and to refer the policy to the town manager and CRC for implementation. Is there any further comment? George Ryan?
I just wanted to say to Kathy that if I've learned anything about her over these last 3 years is that I know for a fact that she has read this document very carefully. And I'm not sure I can say that of myself on many occasions. And so when she spoke earlier that she, in fact, was willing to vote for this, but did not want the appendix kept, that really heartened me. And while I feel she'll probably keep to her word, because that's also something I've learned about her over these last 3 years, I would really ask her to think about the fact that this is something that makes a strong and bold statement. Yes, the appendix is problematic in some ways, but I hope that you and I hope my colleagues will vote for this as an important statement that's long overdue. We're about to end our 3rd year, and I think this is something that we need to take a stand on. The implementation of it and the particular issues, as Kathy has pointed out, we don't agree on all of them, and I don't see any way that we ever could come to agree, but I'd like to think we could agree about the policy itself. And when Kathy said that she would be willing to vote for it, that heartened me because I know that she had read it very carefully. So that's my thought. I do think we should approve this. I hope we will vote to approve it.
Dorothy Pam.
I think that there is a problem. There was a misstatement, which is easy to understand. In previous versions, there was a sentence in the introductory paragraph on implementation that said, this does not suggest that we recommend all of these equally. But here, what's left now, that sentence disappeared. And listen, there's so many drafts have gone on. And all that's there is, this is not a comprehensive list, nor does it reflect any priorities ranking on which strategies to implement first. That sentence implies endorsement. It just says, we're not going to say which is more important than the other in terms of time. In a previous draft, the sentence was that Mandy Jo said that this list, you should not imply endorsement. This is just a convenient listing of possible strategies that we would consider. So I do want you to think about that. That doesn't mean I want you to not vote for the policy, but I would like to have that previous sentence restored because it makes sense in the context to have it there.
Athena, would you please bring the document back up and go to the appendices?
Where would you like me to go?
Go to the very beginning of Appendix A.
So,
Okay. There may be a sentence we need to add here, but I want to note that every one of the lists begins with the word possible. That does not say adopted. It doesn't say you must do. It says possible. And possible to me implies possible, but not necessarily. Okay? If there's a sentence people need in this opening paragraph,
there is.
then give me the sentence, but I want to point out that the word possible does not imply absolute.
Right. But I would say that the word which order to do them first does imply acceptance. I believe the previous draft had us that this list does not say that all of these policies have been endorsed by the council, but that it is a convenient listing of possible strategies.
There is a sentence in here that said, this is not a comprehensive list, nor does it reflect any priority ranking on which strategies to implement first.
Right, but that's not the sentence that used to be there. There used to be one, because that still implies we have accepted them. We just are going to argue about what to do first.
So why not something like, nor does it represent a consensus?
Right.
Among, among the councilors.
So after the word first, I want an amendment here, George.
Well, I would propose language. Obviously, I want to hear from CRC because this is their document, but I would suggest one possible language is, nor does it reflect a consensus amongst, you could even say the committee, because the report is from them. So I assume it does not represent a consensus among the committee. They don't all agree on all of these various possible strategies. So it's simply stating a fact, nor does it reflect a consensus among the members of the committee. But I would defer to the committee since it's their report. But I think something like that might address Kathy's concern and Dorothy's concern, because I think that's in fact the truth. And I think that's what CRC has been trying to say, but you're right, that sentence is not in here. If you put a clause like that in here, perhaps that would satisfy both sides.
And by the way, once we adopt it, it's our report and it's no longer a consensus of the committee.
So maybe it should
nor
be
does it reflect consensus, period. Is the motion's been made to amend that sentence by nor does it reflect consensus. Is there a second? Dorothy? Please.
I will second it. Right. I will second it.
Okay. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Evan?
Not on the amendment. I'd like to comment when we return to the policy as a whole.
Okay, Kathy?
I just want to comment that that's helpful. Mandy verbally has said this does not imply endorsement. Her cover memo said it doesn't imply endorsement. So this helps a lot because those words were not in this appendix. Okay. You know, and I just, you know, because some of these things I agree with you, Alyssa. We're not agree on all of them, but some of these things are really large and would have a big impact. Some are small. So this helps a lot, George, to not imply endorsement, not to reflect consensus. It's just a list.
Okay, Kathy, Mandy Jo.
I want to say the document that was in the packet, I don't know which one Athena pulled up, whether it was the marked up copy or not, showed what was added and what was deleted from the first reading. And there was no sentence deleted like that from the first reading. So any implication that it got deleted and was there previously, it might have been in a well prior document draft, since there were about 20 drafts, but it was not in the document that was presented 2 weeks ago either, because the marked up copy does not show a deletion of anything like that. And I also want to point out that in the moving forward section, there was an actual change that reads in part, these strategies are not intended to be exhaustive or exclusive, but to set the direction of the town councils, town staff, and town boards and committees, and show our partners the initiatives that could be pursued to tackle our housing challenges. And that was actually changed from the last meeting that said we intend to pursue, and we changed it to that could be pursued, to be more clear that the strategies are not anywhere near consensus or being adopted.
Okay, thank you, Mandy Jo. George.
I hesitate to do this, but I think the word endorsement might be a better word here, nor does it reflect endorsement of any specific strategy.
Okay, you're going to.
I'm
use
sorry
this
to do
as a
this. I
Friendly
apologize.
amendment, and Dorothy, you seconded it.
I totally accept his substitution. I agree with him.
And my feeling is, just to speak on it for a moment, if I may, is that I
Please.
agree with Mandy that the language, I read the language much in the way she does. And, but I think putting it here in the very first paragraph just makes it crystal clear. And I think it is clear, but I understand that clearly for some it's not. So I think this addresses that, and I hope that others will agree.
Okay, Darcy.
Yeah, I think that is a big improvement. I was going to suggest that language, but the last sentence also concerns me because it says we encourage the relevant town entities to begin formulating their own plan now for implementing the strategies. So
the rest of the sentence.
They
best feel will accomplish the goals
identified in this policy. Yes. So in other words, we're saying, go for it. Go ahead and implement.
We're right now, the only debate we have is on the motion to add to this sentence, nor does it reflect endorsement of any specific strategy. That's all we're debating right now. Okay.
Could it just be a friendly amendment?
It was made by the person who made the amendment and the person who seconded it. Dorothy, right?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Pat?
I just want to say to my colleague that when the ECAC policy we were looking at that, you were very concerned that the committee be able to be independent. And here we're saying we're encouraging other committees to be independent and work and take up the goals that they think will accomplish their aims. So it's, you either got to have it one way or the other, honey.
So we're going to stay on the amendment, which is to add, comma, nor does it reflect endorsement of any specific strategy. Is there any other comment on this amendment? Andy?
Yeah, I'm going to support the amendment, though I want to just point out the reason that I'm doing so has to do also with what I've been thinking about on another issue, which is some of the financial issues. In the end, anything that's going to happen is going to require further council action. So all of these strategies, somebody might come to us and say, I'm just going to pick it off the top of the list. We want to propose a 40R. In the end, the council has to make the decision. The council is not giving away its authority to make final decisions about what's wise and what's unwise.
Okay. Evan, you have your hand up still. Do you want to speak to this amendment?
No, again, I'd like to speak when we get back to the full policy.
Okay. Pat, do you have your hand up? Do you want to speak to this amendment? Okay. Then I'm going to move to the vote on this amendment. And the vote is to add the phrase as you see it on the screen. George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
No.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Shalini Baumilne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
It's 11-1.
That it's 11 in favor and 1 opposed, no abstentions, and 1 absent. We go back to the original motion. The original motion is to adopt the comprehensive housing policy as amended. Well, I've got to figure out where to put the word amended in here. So to adopt the comprehensive housing policy as revised and recommended by the Community Resources Committee on September 14th, 2021, and is reported in the CRC report of 2021, and to refer the policy to the town manager and CRC for implementation. I guess it's to adopt the comprehensive housing policy. I'm open to suggestions as to where I should put the word amended.
I have it as with the amendments just at the end is exactly the phrasing of the amendments. So as amended by changing the first sentence of the third paragraph, such and such, and as amended by adding that sentence to Appendix A. So that'll all be in the motion.
Okay, so the motion will be as it was stated to adopt the comprehensive housing policy, et cetera. And at the end, it will have the 2 amendments as stated. Evan.
Yeah, I just wanted to just give a couple of thank yous real quick. So first to John Hornick, who obviously brought us the affordable housing policy. This has transformed dramatically since then to be comprehensive, but John has never stopped pushing us. At times I've gotten frustrated with John, and he knows that, but he has never stopped pushing us to move this forward. And so I'm happy that over 2 years after he first sent this to us, we are finally about to vote on this and finally about to have a comprehensive housing policy as a town. I also want to express really deep gratitude to Tom Kagelman, who Shalini mentioned, who worked with us and provided some expertise, and also to Mandy, who is probably so excited to see this off of CRC's plate, because we have worked tirelessly on this, and she has written revision after revision after revision after revision and worked so hard to incorporate all of the counselor comments, all of the committee comments, all public comments throughout this 2-year process. And I can't even express how much work Mandy has done to put this policy together. And I think that it's a policy that even if you don't agree with every word in it, is something that does reflect the values of this council and of this community, and is something that we can be proud of. And as someone who is motivated to run because of housing, I'm really excited for us to pass this, to have this, and then to start actually implementing it and take action on it so that we can have a town and a community where anyone who wants to live in can afford to live in here. And so I want to thank everyone involved, but especially Tom, John, and Mandy in making this happen.
Evan, thank you. That was a very appropriate and terrific statement. And I'd like to say, I think it's on behalf of all of us. Are there any other comments before we move to the vote? Okay. Mandy Jo, I'm going to give you the opportunity to vote first.
Aye.
Dorothy.
Yes.
Evan.
Aye.
George.
Aye.
Kathy.
A reluctant yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Shalini Von Milne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
No.
Lynn Griesmer. Aye. It is 11 in favor, 1 opposed, no abstentions, and 1 absent. Thank you for all the hard work. We are going to take a pause in the regular agenda. We are going to go to, I just want to check my attendance here. we're going to go to a discussion that is part of the town manager's report. And I'm just going to say to the town manager, please bring us up to date on this community safety working group and their work on the charge for the subsequent committee.
Thank you, Lynn. So in your packet, there are 3 documents. One is a charge for the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. It's a committee that's being proposed as the successor committee to the Community Safety Working Group. In addition to that, there is a statement about why majority BIPOC, and another one about why stipends for the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. So there's 3 documents, and this is not for you to have a substantive discussion tonight, because I think it would be appropriate to invite the members of the CSWG when you do want to talk about this. But I think they have been anxious about getting a successor group going so that there's no drop off in the hard work that they have been doing for the past year. So if you could put it on, as the council could put it on your agenda. I did want to get it in front of you and in the public so that there'd be some notice that it was coming forward. One thing I wanted to note, and I was asked to note, is that while the term of appointment is 3 years, the initial term would have 2 members for 1 year, 2 members for 2 years, and 3 members for 3 years to create that sort of so it's cadence for, I use the word cadence twice tonight, so that there would be a few turnover every year instead of everybody turning over at the exact same time. So so I'm not sure if you want to have a substantive discussion about it tonight, or if this is, you just want to make sure that this gets in the public and you are alert to this coming forward.
So let me just start by saying it will be an agenda item for discussion and possible vote, depending on the discussion on next Monday night's meeting. And we will invite members of the CSWG to talk with us at that time. They're also coming back at the end of the month of October to talk with us to present their recommendations regarding police oversight and et cetera. But they are very anxious to get this successor committee appointed as fast as possible. Having said that, one of the biggest discussions is, should this be a town manager appointed committee? Should this be a council created committee and yet the town manager appoints? And they even went so far as to discuss the possibility that it be created by bylaw, which in fact, at least one of our committees was created by bylaw. Other committees actually are created by the state. So committees are created in all kinds of ways. I think for the purposes of our discussion and for the purposes of not having this be an extensive bylaw process at this time, although at some point it might be, what would be useful is to hear whether we feel this should be a committee of the council like ECAC was, or a committee of the town manager. Alyssa?
I'm sorry, I'm exhausted, so I'm not thinking of the right phrase, a something without a difference. If it's going to be appointed by the town manager, what possible difference does it make if we call it a town manager committee or a town council committee? A town council committee should be something the town council appoints. Yes, I know we created ECAC. We did a whole bunch of things weird when we first started out, like not calling any of our committees subcommittees, like the whole world calls them, except we don't. So rather than making our lives more, sorry, I'm having a little trouble with my video, rather than making our lives even more ridiculous by not calling, CRC a subcommittee of the town council like it should be called, why are we talking about whether or not it's a town council appointed committee if the town manager is going to make a town council created committee, if the town manager is going to appoint it? I mean, the Community Safety Working Group was not a town. Which do you call that? We had a huge amount of input on the Community Safety Working Group charge, but the town manager appoints, and of course we do our usual process with appointments. I don't know why we would call it a town council created committee, unless we want to take a different direction, which is to say, in this case, the town council is going to appoint it instead of the town manager. And that's a different discussion. But the other thing is a discernment without a difference.
Right. Alyssa, I totally hear you and agree with the debate. Mandy Jo.
So the only way that the town council can't appoint the committee, the charter doesn't allow it.
Right.
The president of the council can, if it's a council subcommittee, or the town manager can. Or if it's created by state law, not by law, state law, then maybe we could appoint it if we got a special act to create this committee, but we can't override the charter, and it's going to be a multiple member body, which means the manager gets to appoint. So we shouldn't even be talking about whether the council will appoint, because that's not an option. I want to talk about a few other things. So in that sense, I would say to Alyssa, the only reason it might want to be a council created committee instead of a manager created committee is that if the council creates it, the council gets to actually write the charge. If the manager creates it, the council really doesn't have final say in what the charge looks like. And so if we want final say, we would be the ones that want to create it. I want to talk a little bit more about some charter stuff. I'll try to avoid more substantive issues, but what the manager said about staggering terms, that's already required by the charter. It doesn't have to be stated anywhere in the charge. The charter requires it. Even how you start up the language, the startup language, it's part of section 9, article 9. And the other one that's slightly substantive, but I want to point out for the members of the CSWG that might be watching is the charter already has a residence advisory committee that, quote, that says, quote, the town manager shall establish a residence advisory committee to assist with evaluation and selection of candidates for appointment. And that directly relates to appointment of multiple member bodies. And so I see a creation of a separate selection committee as duplicating something the charter has already thought about and mandated the town manager have. I'm not going to go into any of my other concerns because I was told we didn't want substantive, but I wasn't sure the members of the CSWG were aware of that charter provision regarding the Residence Advisory Committee and what their charge under the charter is.
Okay, thank you. Darcy?
Yeah, I just have a question for the town manager, and that is actually a couple of them. Did you have this conversation with the committee, and did they, what are the pros and cons from the perspective of the committee? And because I can kind of see where, if the town council wrote the charge, they could put in things like, an annual report to the town council. And so there'd be a little bit of a check and balance because you would appoint the committee and then the town council would have something, they'd get an annual report. So I'm just wondering if they expressed anything about that, which of course we can ask them ourselves if they come to another meeting. And also, whether you can explain about the separate committee that would be a selection committee, because I can see a reason for that. And you had one for the CSWG, right?
Mm-hmm. So yes, to those 2 points. So I would really ask the CSWG to members or co-chairs, whoever is going to be here, to speak to the why they had it written the way they have it. But I think for most people who aren't totally ingrained in town government, the difference of a committee on who writes the charge is just sort of baffling. And I don't think they were just sort of saying, well, what's the right thing for us to do? And I think that's one of the conversations. I mean, we have in our community, the town manager created the CSWG, but the council created the ECAC and the African Heritage Reparation Assembly. So there are two different paths. And I think that under these two different paths, the town manager could disband a committee. I think so. There's a little bit more. I always think that something's created by the council, it has a higher level in the public eye. So it depends on where the council wants to sit on this. In terms of, I tend to use interview teams, which usually includes someone from the Residents Advisory Committee, and in both for the African Heritage Reparation Assembly and for the CSWG, and for every committee, I include people who are a committee that helps interview people. So that just goes without saying that there's always a committee that gets involved in interviewing.
Okay. Dorothy?
I just want to have some things to be clarified. Is this the same as the implementation committee where town workers sit? So it's only citizens. Okay. All right. That was my question.
So it's residents, not citizens. So the implementation team is a different group. That's something that's wholly under the responsibility of the town manager.
Right.
So
So I actually was attending the CSWG meeting with them just this past Thursday, I guess. And Paul was not able to get there until even an extended 20 minutes because of TSO running as late as it did. And I don't think there was great clarity on whether or not it was town manager versus council. What I think would be most important is that the charge come to the council, that we approve the charge, and we have some way in which they report back to us on a regular basis, given the high priority that we as a council have placed on this. So as I've been thinking more and more about this charge, those are the kinds of things I'd like to see in it. And then once we approve the charge, then the town manager goes through the process of recruitment, an appointment, just like we do for everything else. But that we have a system whereby we hear from this committee at least annually, maybe more. It's my thoughts. Are there any other comments at this time? Okay, then we're going to go back and resume. I'm sorry, I just am seeing hands. Shalini?
So the clarification is that the charge that's written up here is totally by Paul, or did it come from, it came from them, from the safety working group?
The community safety working group. And that's one reason why it will be important to have them here when we actually discuss the details of the charge. Okay.
So just to add to that, so I did look at it. I made recommended changes, and they accepted some of the changes, but not all the changes. So it really is their final document.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Alyssa?
So since we had that clarity earlier, because as much as I'd like to, town council doesn't get to appoint our own committees, is that it doesn't say anywhere on the charge, Mandy Jo, I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong. Our charge, one of the many failings of our charge template is it doesn't say who created this. It says the town manager appoints it because that's what he does under the charter. It doesn't say who created it. So that just brings us back to that chicken egg conversation where we had substantial input into the community safety working group charge. We wrote the ECHC charge. We're going to have the community safety working group co-chairs come and present to us why they think the words in this charge are here. We've looked at a lot more charges than they've looked at. And so if anybody has a concern about anything in this charge, who should they give that to so that we can discuss that effectively with community safety working group? Because it might just be a minor tweak, something where, Paul went back and forth with them on a couple things, just so that we don't have like weird confrontational questions associated with this. It looks good to me in theory, but if anybody has a tweak, do they send it to you, Lynn? I mean, this is normally a GOL thing if it was ours, but it's not really. So
Paul and Jen Moyston are the two people who regularly meet with the CSWG. I would think that yes, Paul?
So yes, I think you could send it to me or Lynn, but it needs to go, your comments should go to the CSWG. And I would point out that under legal reference, when it says Amherst Home Rule Charter Section 2.5 is under the legislative branch, and some of them will be under 3.2. Some of the charges under 3.2, which is the executive branch. So that does differentiate between where it was created.
Okay. Is there any other comment that people feel we need to have until we have this as an agenda item next week? I'm sorry that, yes, Mandy Jo.
I'm still confused. We were just told we need to send comments to Paul or Jen Moyston, yet it's coming back to us and it's going to be a charge that we adopt because the legal reference is the legislative branch and not the executive branch. Doesn't that mean next week it needs to go to GOL as a reference, as a referral? Like, I'm confused at this process that seems to not be, it seems to be being made up on the fly, even though we've had for a couple of years actual processes about charges. And so I don't know if I've got substantive comments. I don't know when or who or where I should be making them. It sounds like it's not tonight, but would that be next week when it comes to the council? So
yes.
Not to Paul and Jen, and then at the council next week, doesn't it need referred to GOL?
Yes, Andy Jo, I believe you are correct. If we are going to approve a charge, it goes to GOL for review and then back to the council, which is even more reason to get started. So, Alyssa?
So just following up then on those charge references that those charter references that Paul had at his fingertips, does that mean if he changes the charter reference back to the executive branch that we don't have to send it to GOL? Is that the difference? Because if that's what we're looking at in terms of process, which process does this one follow and what's the timing issue here? Because if the goal is simply to do it at some point, then it makes no sense to do it at our next meeting. It makes sense to do it after we have a full community safety working group report. If the goal, which is the actual goal, which I believe is to have as much overlap as possible, which basically means there really isn't going to be any, because we saw how long it took to appoint both community safety working group and African heritage reparations. But let's be theoretical and say that it could actually happen if we do it right away. Isn't the faster path then? We need to pick a pre-established process. Isn't the faster path then if we send comments to the town manager and he talks to community safety working group about them and they come back next week and we say, yes, Paul, go for it, then he can just start doing that without GOL. I'm not saying that's the perfect idea. I'm just saying that's a path that's faster. But if it's a town council committee under the legislative branch, then it really does need to go to GOL unless we say skip that, right?
I believe you're correct. Paul, any further comment?
No. I mean, yeah.
So
Andy Jo, further comment?
Yeah, I guess my comment is I think we need to know which path we're doing, because if it's the Paul adopting path, it sounds like comments go to Paul this week. From there, if it's the council adopting, we have a discussion at the next council meeting. But if Paul's adopting, we might not ever have a discussion. So I'm trying to figure out where the substantive comments, where and when they go without missing that opportunity.
I believe that we need to have the Community Safety Working Group attend our meeting next week to make comments, and we make comments about the charge at that point. And if we decide at that point it still needs to go to GOL or we override that referral, we can do it at that point. But I believe we owe it to Community Safety Working Group to come and have a discussion with us about the charge for the successor committee. George?
Well, I'm sorry, Lynn, but I just am struggling to figure out what it is that they would contribute to that discussion that would resolve this issue. So
It won't
anyway,
resolve this issue. It will just in general talk about why
Well, I
they
mean-
see the charge the way they see it.
right.
Andy, Joe?
Right, but if Paul's the ultimate adopter of the charge, you know, I'm not having any disrespect for the committee, but I'm not seeing where our role is with a council discussion if Paul is the ultimate adopter. Maybe I'm not getting my confusion across properly, but
Question's been raised. Is it a committee that the council creates, or is it a committee the town manager creates? If it's a committee that the council creates, then it would come to the council, we'd have that discussion. The charge would go to GOL, it would come back to the council, we'd adopt it. And the town manager would then proceed with appointments that would then go to TSO for approval.
I'm not confused about that. Right now, the charge is written as if the council will adopt it, but given what Alyssa said, it sounds like there might be a path or there might be a desire that it goes directly to the town manager. And if that's the case, I'm not seeing where there's a council discussion necessary in a council meeting versus the other path we talked about where councilor comments go directly to the manager for consideration. That's where my confusion is. And I think we need to know whether that legal authority is getting changed to the manager or is staying with the council so that we know where that discussion actually belongs.
My observation from being at the CSWG meeting is that they would like this committee to be appointed before they go out of business. Whether that can even be accomplished, no matter which way, I think is a tough one. At the same time, I think they would like to feel that there is a council buy-in. Now, I don't want to be putting words in the CSWG's mouth, okay? I'm just reflecting what I feel I heard. They would like a council buy-in. They would like the council to be hearing and listening to what is happening. And so if they want to do it faster, they go the town manager route. If they want the council buy-in, they go the legislative council route. And it will take a little longer. That's what I think we've all just concluded. And they're not with us tonight. And they are, I don't think they're even meeting this week, Paul, are they?
Pat Onabaku is in attendance.
Yeah, but I know Pat's there, and I'm pleased that she's there, but unless Pat feels she can speak for the committee, but I don't think I think the committee needs to weigh in on this, and I think they need to have a conversation with us. And I think we should do that next Monday, and then we will decide whether or not legislative route or the town manager route. Alyssa?
If they haven't yet discussed why it is they need to take the time to come to town council to do this, then they can't do that offline. They have to do it at a posted meeting. So either they already had that discussion and we're spinning our wheels over nothing, or they haven't had that discussion. They can't have that discussion prior to next Monday and follow open meeting law. Therefore, that doesn't solve anything. I believe, based on what I've heard, that we've seen a charge that Paul has told us was created by Community Safety Working Group, as I think we all expected was going to set up the charge of Community Safety Working Group in the first place that Paul actually wrote, but we had input to, that meant there would be a successor committee. They fulfilled what I assumed and what I certainly talked to them about at one point when we had those one-on-one interviews about write your own charge for the successor committee. Go for it. That'll be great. And now they've done that. Paul made some suggestions and some apparently they liked and some apparently they didn't. And that's fine because that's how everything works. And they've told us what they think. I think we should say, wonderful, go forth. go ahead, town manager, appoint this committee through the usual process. There's zero reason for them to come next week to convince us of buy-in because we're already bought in. We think it's a terrific idea and we're so glad they wrote the charge. So I think we should just move along. That way Paul can start soliciting candidates and there's a little more hope that we'll actually have appointments ready so that there's a closer intersection of time. We don't need the council's buy-in because we have the council's buy-in. Nothing's going to change on Monday and they can't do any additional prep for Monday if they don't have any meetings this week.
Shalini.
I don't know how to answer that question about, and I think it's whether it's a town manager or a town council created committee, but I just want to say that this committee is really important, like the Equity Social Justice Committee. It's a very, very important goal and a very important committee that's being formed. And so to me, it feels that the town council should be somehow involved in it, in the sense like it's the safety working group that's creating the charge and we're supporting them and we want to do it before the time is out. But this committee is really important and it's going to be for all people of color and underrepresented populations. And somehow I just feel like the Climate Action Committee, which was, again, it's one of those really urgent, critical goals, the same way this is a very critical goal for our town. And to me, it feels like the town council somehow has to be part of it. And I don't know. That's all.
I think at this point, the town manager and I'll have to take this up and perhaps talk to the co-chairs. Paul?
Great.
Okay. All right. The next item on our agenda is the town manager performance evaluation. And you have a full packet of all of the items, not all of the items, but of most of the items that are related to it. It's been called to my attention that a couple of the dates may be off by a day or two, but basically it's following the same process we've used in the past. Very briefly, that process includes a distribution of the instruments to the staff. That's done through HR and is kept confidential. A solicitation of committee members of the town, of all the town committees, to offer comments. They're not given an instrument. And also then a general posting where we ask the public to provide us with comments. All of that is assembled. The town manager then provides us with a report on his goals. And the town council then also fills in their evaluation form. And we have a reading session and we start looking at the compilation of the town manager's evaluation. And so this lays out a process which could vary by some dates, but we would begin that process starting in literally right away. And we would complete that process hopefully no later than sometime in late November, early December. We also at the same time fix the compensation for the town manager, and we also approve the goals for the town manager going forward. So the entire packet is there. Are there questions or comments? Darcy.
Yeah, I just have one quick comment, and that is it's about timing. I think it made sense to move the process, the evaluation to the end of our terms. But it doesn't quite feel right to be formulating goals for the town manager made by this council, at least. I guess I feel like we should label them draft goals to be handed to the new council, and hopefully one of their first tasks will be to see if they want to tweak any of the goals that we came up with. And obviously they can do this regardless of what we do, but it seems like it'd be respectful to frame them as draft goals, since we'll be making them just as at the end of this council's tenure.
As you stated, Darcy, they can completely redo the goals if they want to. They can be recommended goals, but I think it would be important for us to at least provide them with a document to get started with.
Yeah.
And that in the first month of their council, they would review the goals and decide if they're going to amend them. Yes. Alyssa.
So I know we spoke briefly about the fact that some of the day dates don't correspond, and obviously that'll be revised. But I do object to a couple of things here. One, I object to what Darcy just said about how it's not really appropriate for us to make goals near the end and they should be considered draft, et cetera. I do agree with what Lynn said, which is that of course the new council can change it, but I'm not handing them draft bylaws. I'm not handing them draft rules of procedure. I'm handing them the documents that we all created because we knew what we were talking about. They can decide they're talking about a whole different thing come January, and they can redo the rules of procedure, they can redo the general bylaws, they can redo the zoning bylaws, they can redo the town manager goals. It doesn't make sense to say, let's not do any good town manager goals, or let's just call them draft because they need to fix them. They don't need to fix them. This is how real life works. There's always a transition. There are plenty of documents, just as when we came in as a town council, there was not no government. There was a government we adapted to because we existed. I also object to the timing of this. I never agreed, and I don't believe the council ever agreed to move this so late in the season. I know there are theories about doing that. Obviously, I must have lost some informal conversation associated with that, but I think it's rather bizarre that we are writing the town manager's evaluation during that dead time between the time we find out who got reelected and who didn't, because remember, most terms, there's going to be somebody who's disappointed, and the end of the term. I think that's an incredibly bizarre thing to do. I think it's what we're stuck with now because it got pushed off, again, for reasons I don't believe the town council ever actually agreed to. I also object to the fact that we have 1 weekend to complete this. 1 week that includes 1 weekend. I don't think that's enough time. I think that every time we've been given this instrument as a town council, it's been nearly unworkable. And I expect a better instrument to be able to be used this time. But I don't think it's appropriate for me to have to say in my life that I only have 1 week and 1 weekend to possibly work on it. Obviously, I'm not working on it for 40 hours, but it depends on what the other things are that are coming up in my life. I don't understand why we've shortened that time period so much. I think we should get the evaluation form sooner, and I think it needs to be in a much more workable format than we've been given the last couple of years. It was far superior when it was a crummy Word document than it was to a skipping around Google type form. I can't live with that again. And I'm assuming we're going to have some counselors who aren't even going to bother to fill it out because they're either not coming back, they lost their election, et cetera. I think we've put ourselves in a pretty unpleasant box here.
Okay. Dorothy?
Well, the last thing I'd want to do if I were a new counselor is to kind of redo the whole town manager's goals. So I think that we should simplify them. That's what we talked about last time. And there's going to be, I don't have the numbers right now, but at least half the council is not even up for election. They're already elected by virtue of having filed their petition. So there's going to be a hardcore of people who've already been there and done that. The new counselors will not be fighting and arguing with them about that because that's like a waste of their time. They've got too many other things to be learning about. So I guess if we have to do it, we have to do it, but it should be in a very efficient way. And with the aim to keep what is good and to simplify.
We are required by the town charter to evaluate the town manager. So we do have to do this. Alyssa.
I'm sorry, I realize I'm over time, but I was so worked up, I forgot about my other concern. I thought we agreed that we were only going to do 2 things on the special night at the town council, that we were going to do districting advisory and community safety working group. Now we've added in working on the town manager's goals. I think that's a terrible idea.
Okay. Are there other comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. I'd like to just call attention to the fact that there is somebody in the audience that has their hand raised, and we do not have public comment at this time. If you'd like to, please send us an email with your comments to towncouncil@amherstma.gov. Thank you. We're going to look next at the issue of our meeting format from starting October 1st. Because the last vote we took extended virtual through the month of September. So there are various motions on your sheet. And the first motion is beginning October 1st, 2021, to hold all town council meetings in the, and then you have the choices, in-person, hybrid, or remote. In-person hybrid is joint. We would do it like we did the one meeting we were in the town room, where we're required to wear masks, and we would take both public comment from the audience that's present in the room, and we would take public comment from people who are on Zoom, or we would remain remote. I'm going to not make a motion, but I'm looking for discussion. Kathy?
I just have a question, Lynn. You said the hybrid, we need to be in a room and with a mask. So that would be still a requirement when we're meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just a comment on that. I found it very hard to hear people when they had a mask on. And I mean, I love meeting in person, I must say that. But even on this funny little Zoom screen, I watch people's faces and whether they're frowning or whatever. And if I do this, I lose one of my cues on what's happening in the room. So it's just, I like hybrid in that people can Zoom in or we can be in person. But so my question is, mask is for the foreseeable future. Is that correct? If we're in person.
Paul, the mask mandate from the Board of Health.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that they look out regularly, but right now, I think for the foreseeable future, we will require masks when in a public setting, in a public building.
Okay. Darcy?
Yeah, I just have a quick question for Paul about what's the latest update about the Delta variant and our numbers.
We're going to get to that it's in the town manager report. And
well, this is relevant to our discussion.
Okay. Paul?
So there was a surge a couple of weeks ago. It seems to be peaking or going down, which is what we're seeing throughout the country. So the numbers are going down, from where they were a couple of weeks ago.
Darcy?
I'll wait, see what other people are asking.
Okay. Mandy Jo?
think people know what I'm going to say. We need to be in person if we're comfortable with in person. And those of us that are comfortable with in person, I think it's high time that this council allows those that want to meet in person to meet in person. If we vote an in-person/hybrid, that does not force anyone to actually show up in person. It allows those of us who want to be in person to show up in person. The refusal to even consider that as an option and mandate that we go remote does not, in my mind, respect those counselors that feel that they can operate much better with an in-person meeting. And keeping the whole council remote when there is significant numbers of us that want to be in person, I think is just disrespectful to those of us that want to be in person, when the other option is those that want to be in person stay in person and those that don't stay remote. Everyone gets what they want that way. And to not even be willing to consider that as an option, I think it's just disrespectful to some of us counselors.
Pat?
Yeah, I'm gotten a lot of feedback from residents around our meetings, and it seems to me that they prefer that we be fully remote till the end of the year, and that's where I will vote.
Okay. Steve?
I'm with Councilor DeAngelis on this, fully remote. This isn't about respect or not respect. This is about staying safe. I don't think there's anything that prevents any non-quorum group of counselors to get together in the same room for a fully remote meeting. You know, so in other words, if counselors themselves wanted to get 3 people together, 4 people together in a room and Zoom in, am I missing something? That's a possibility. But I think the hybrid meetings are the absolute worst because it's completely unequal. So I think that's why it's either all Zoom or all masked in the town room. I'm going to go on the side of all Zoom.
There is nothing that prevents counselors being in the same room together. It does mean, however, the meeting has to be conducted as a hybrid.
May I ask a point of order on there? So let's pretend that Evan and I decided to meet in my living room tonight for this Zoom meeting. And, you know, Evan's on one screen, I'm on another screen. There's nothing that prevents that, right? So in other words,
no, as long as you don't both have your mics on and you have all the feedback problems.
Right.
Yeah. That's the biggest issue.
Yep.
I mean, let me just step back and say, since the first rehearsal that we did before we did our meeting, I think it was in June, maybe. I've also gone back I've been in town hall several times over the last several weeks with a mask on. I've gone back in, and with Athena and Sean, we've done a whole nother round of looking at how to do this. And Athena's going to talk about that when we get to the issue of committees. But when you have 2 people in a room, you've got one, as long as everybody's using all the Zoom functions, you can do it that way. But you can't, I think we either go hybrid so some people can be in the room and some people aren't, or we're virtual. Okay, you know my feeling about this. I will do whatever the council would like to do, and I am fine either way, personally. Dorothy.
I've had a lot of people speaking to me lately and saying how much they like the Zoom meetings. This is non-counselors, of course, and Andy Jo is really talking from the point of view of a counselor, but non-counselors have found so much more access to the meetings since we went on Zoom. Today, I was in part of a hybrid meeting at the Amherst Women's Club where Paul Bachman was the chief speaker. It took 3 very competent adults working all weekend to get the setup so it would work. And one of the big problems was to do with feedback and whether the mics worked both ways and whatever. It did end up being successful, but it was not something you would do in your living room with 1 or 2 other counselors. It's very complicated. So at this point, I guess I would vote to maintain remote because I've just had so much positive feedback from people who love to follow the meetings and who find this is the way to do it.
Just they will still be able to follow the meeting if we are in the town room. They will be able to attend by Zoom, and they will be able to make public comment by Zoom. So the meeting will be broadcast on Zoom. The meeting will be broadcast on Amherst Media, and counselors can either be in the room or not in the room, and residents can either be in the room or on Zoom, just like counselors.
But the counselors would be masked.
The counselors would be masked, yeah. And anybody else.
Not really accessible to them as people.
And anybody else who enters town hall and sits in the town room with us has to be masked, even when they make public comment. Yes. Shalini?
Yeah, I think we're hearing people that they want access over Zoom, and no one has said that hybrid is a problem because people are going to be wearing masks. I mean, I think I personally don't like the mask. I can't hear it, but it sounds like if counselors want that and feel that they're getting more out of being in person, they should have that ability, given that the staff has figured out how to do this. And I know it's a little harder on the staff. And so that's my only concern is, but I also feel that the counselors are working so hard right now, and all of us are. And if there's anything we can do to make life a little easier for us, so be it. You know, and the audience still has, participants still have ways to access this online. We're not telling people to come to, people will still have access online. And I personally probably will not go, and I'm actually traveling to move my parents, so I like the flexibility. But I think what I'm hearing is, you know, if it's going to help counselors, what's the harm in doing hybrid? I'm not hearing what's the harm in doing hybrid other than masks.
Okay. Mandy Jo?
I was basically going to say what Shalini is, which is no one here is arguing for not allowing the public to access these meetings through Zoom. Okay. Even in a hybrid model, the public will be able to access the meetings exactly how they've been accessing them for the last 18 months. No one's arguing that they shouldn't be able to. And so we have meetings to get business done. And the public, because we're a public body, gets to watch. And they do, because of our charter, get to always have public comment. But the primary purpose of our meetings is to get business done. And we saw tonight, how many times was our meeting interrupted because people lost connection? Our own committee council members lost connection. Zoom is still problematic, and it interrupts our meetings all the time. And some of us are saying it's better to be in person. Let those of us that want to be in person and not have those connection problems or not worry about them, go in person, while you, if you don't want to wear the mask, or if you don't want to make the trip to town hall, you can stay remote. That's fine. But let those of us that want to be in person be in person. The public doesn't have to be in person, but let those of us counselors that want to be in person be in person.
Darcy?
Yeah, I guess I feel like I feel like we know that the majority of the counselors are old. We're, a ton of oldsters here, and we're more at risk. I'm sorry, we are more at risk. And, I feel like deciding to be in a small room with a lot of other people during the Delta variant, with public invited, we don't know if they're vaccinated or not, for, between 4 and 6 hours. I think most seniors would absolutely never choose to do that. And so I guess I feel like I'm definitely interested in continuing the remote meetings. And, if we have a hybrid meeting, so be it. But I don't hear people really saying that they want to do that. other than, Mandy Jo obviously wants to do it strongly.
Okay, Steve.
Yeah, so it might not have been clear, but hybrid is the worst possible option because it privileges one group over the other, and it makes it us unequal. And you could say that it makes the group that's in the room more powerful or be able to read cues or more than the others that are on Zoom, or it might be just the opposite. Those who are on Zoom are more privileged because we can see each other's facial expressions. But nonetheless, we know that it creates two very unequal groups. One group in the room with masks, the other group on Zoom without masks. Those technology problems that Councillor Haneke's mentioning still exist. They don't go away if we go hybrid. They become worse, actually. I also think back to Councillor Ross talking at the beginning of the semester, how we were all going back to face, and what was that like? It's been, it's kind of been a disaster, actually. And I know there's been lots of disasters that I've not been part of from COVID because of the kind of job I have. But now a lot of people have been getting sick in the building where I teach. We've stopped doing we tried to do face-to-face faculty meetings, then we tried to do face-to-face hybrid faculty meetings. We gave up. We basically are doing our faculty meetings on Zoom because people are getting sick. People have young kids at home. It's just not worth it. And basically the transactions that we need to do in meetings can be done on Zoom. It's not perfect, but it can be done. And there's just no reason to contribute to the spreading of this virus if we can possibly prevent it. Meeting on Zoom is one possible step that we can do to prevent the spread of COVID.
Dorothy?
I agree with so much of what Steve said. I am teaching face-to-face, fully masked, teaching from 8 till 12:30. It is extraordinarily difficult. It is exhausting, although Zoom teaching is exhausting too. We're persevering, although HCC has agreed to require all students to be vaccinated by January 22. So that will be better. But the thought of doing that and then coming to the council for a meeting is just too much. But I agree with Steve. It's like, who are the real counselors here? The 3 people sitting at the table, and there won't be more than 3. Okay, the 3 people sitting at the table, or the rest of us on Zoom. So I just think it's going to be very awkward. So I think that we should continue on Zoom. It is working for us. It is working for the public. And I think it's the safest thing to do. Everything I read in the paper says it's going to get worse, that COVID's going to get worse. As soon as we start going inside more, instead of having our little parties or gatherings outside, it's going to be worse. And that's what I expect. It happened last time. Why wouldn't it happen now? In which case, I will go remote with my teaching, where I'm prepared to do that. But, I just think that we should be the way we are now because we've learned how to do it. The public has learned how to do it, and we're getting along fine.
Kathy?
Dorothy brought up the point. I mean, Steve is talking about unequal, but my experience, if only 2 counselors came or 3 counselors came to the in-person and they had their masks on, we'd all be looking at our screens all the time because the rest of us would be on the screen. We'd be looking down. So all the benefits of being in the same room together are gone when you have to, at least now I'm looking forward. But in the town room, it's kind of nightmarish. So I just have to say that I don't hear people well when they have their mask on, and that's partly my ears. So I'm thinking, okay, so I'll stay on Zoom, and I'm looking at other people who stay on Zoom. And if I can't hear the people who are in the town room because their mask is on, it puts them as an advantage. And I think this is just unfortunate because I would so much rather sit around a table with people than stare at these little boxes.
Evan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Evan?
So I think it's probably clear that me and Mandy and perhaps a couple others are going to be on the losing side of this vote. And so I almost hesitate to say anything, but I do want to make something clear. It's great that this is working for some of you, but don't say this is working fine for all of us. I am struggling to keep doing this on Zoom. I am tired. I get distracted. It is hard for me to continue doing this. Steve and Dorothy seem to be having very different teaching experiences than me. I'm not quite sure what the unmitigated disaster is Steve is referring to. People are getting sick. They're not getting sick from classrooms. They're getting sick from indoor unmasked gatherings. The classrooms are safe. There are 400-person lectures happening at UMass. Students are masked and people are fine because masks work. We know that. I was ready to walk away from my job back in the spring because I couldn't take teaching online constantly. And now being back in the classroom, I have never enjoyed my job more. The students are engaged. They're doing the work. I have never had students all turn all of their work in on time and be so engaged and enthusiastic in the class. And I am enjoying my job once again. I used to enjoy this job a lot more. And part of that was the environment I was able to have in the council. There are a lot of reasons I'm enjoying this job less than I used to, but one of them is I can't do this Zoom anymore. And so what folks like me and Mandy are asking are, if you don't feel comfortable being in the town room, then don't come. Stay at home. But let us be able to work more effectively by working in the town room together. I don't think it privileges us other than allowing us to work in a way in an environment that allows us to do better. And I'm not willing to accept that not being able to see my mouth is a valid reason to force me as a counselor to continue operating on Zoom. If you like Zoom, it feels like the Obama healthcare. If you like Zoom, keep Zoom. But if you want to change it, allow us to go back into the town room. The public will still have Zoom access. You will still have Zoom access. But those of us who want to be back in the town room can do it and actually start feeling like we're doing the job we signed up for again.
Shalini?
Yeah, I think if our end goal is that as a council, we want to be the most productive, then we have to allow people to choose what allows them to be most productive rather than projecting our experience like we are old and we cannot come. No one is asking anyone to come other than who wants to come. So all of us can say, I'm going to probably choose to be home. So, but it's only if people feel more productive. I don't see how we can impose on other people because and the public still has access to online. We still have access. The only inconvenience we might have is, and we can ask people to enunciate better if you're not hearing them. But because of our convenience, we are making this an unhealthy working environment for other people. All of us are already so strained. So if someone is asking for permission to be in person, I really can't understand why we are objecting to that. I really cannot understand that.
George?
This also impacts staff. If we do return to meeting in town hall, staff will have to be there. And I know it's their job and they will do whatever they're asked to do. But I too am sick and tired of Zoom. I've said this enough times. But if we end up sort of with a split council where some of us are at home and a handful of us are in the town room, staff's still going to have to be there, whether there's 4 of us, 3 of us, or 12 of us. So my feeling is at this point, as painful as it is for me to say it, that we should probably remain in Zoom until the end of our term. And the next council will have to decide what it wants to do. And I don't like saying that, but I'm also concerned about the impact on staff where, I will go to town hall because I share with Evan and Mandy and maybe 1 or 2 others, but not too many, I think, the desire to return into human contact. But it'll be only 3 or 4 of us probably. And any given meeting, who knows who it'll be. And I don't think that's fair to staff.
Alyssa?
So I'm hearing a lot of pent up frustration on some people's part. And so I want to explain where my pent up frustration comes from. I totally understand the fact that I'm perfectly capable of remoting in while everyone else is in person, but with masks on in the town room. But in addition to the things that were said, let's not fool ourselves. A town council committee, the CRC, chose to have a meeting on June 22nd where they did not allow the public hybrid access. They thought that was an okay thing to do. I was so appalled by that decision that that's been reflected in some of the conversations we've had here, because that is moving backward. We've talked about the hybrid model and not moving backward, right? We haven't seen that option on our agenda sheet anymore, because I like to think we all learned from that experience that that was completely unacceptable. So I understand what Shalini's saying, like, let's give people some freedom of choice. And I get that, I really do. But it's still true that people showing up in person for public comment are going to have to be limited as to where they can sit. They're going to have to be limited as to how many of them there can be. And they're still going to have to be managed in person versus the Zoom thing. So that's one more thing for staff to manage. Okay, now it's somebody who's sitting in front of me. Now it's somebody who's on the line. If it wasn't for the staffing issue, if Zoom could just kind of magically do all this, I'd be much happier with the hybrid meetings. But I share George's concern about the impact on staff and the entire amount of management it takes so that people who are on Zoom, I'm not talking about counselors, I'm talking about the people showing up for public comment or the people who are doing presentations, the ones who are in person versus the ones who are, it's a lot to manage. If staff says, you know what, I'd love to be able to do this. I have some extra time in my life. I'd really like to see if this is workable again. Okay, I'm not going to fight that because, like I said, I still have the option, but I don't feel good about having to add all that additional management of not only the people that are in two different places who are on the council, but the people who aren't counselors who are going to start showing up in the town room, have to follow a bunch of rules, and also aren't just the only public, because the other public that might want to talk is on Zoom. So it's just a lot to manage.
Steve.
I just feel I need to comment because in a way UMass is the Princess Diamond or whatever the name of the cruise ship is, but clearly Councilor Ross and I both teach there. We both have very different experiences there. And it may be in part because of my job, and it may be in part because of the fact that architecture students are in a room together for a very long time. But my colleague who has COVID and has missed half the semester did not get that from an unmasked party. He was not at any, he got that from somewhere in the UMass environment. And my students who sit together in studios and all got COVID, they did not get that from an unmasked party. So I also have read the public health directives that said that all of the COVID at UMass can be attributable to unmasked parties. I have a very different experience of that. The other thing is quarantine. So these students, once they're diagnosed, or faculty, when the faculty member gets diagnosed with COVID, that taints the entire class. When a student sitting in a studio gets COVID, that taints everybody within a circumference because they're together for a very long time. So I agree that Evan and I have very different experiences. I've also encountered groups of people that are literally panicking about this in the last, I never thought that we'd be going through deja vu again this fall after the horrible last 18 months, but we are. And that very much is affecting my willingness to, basically get back together with you all. And, who knows, maybe my term will run out on Zoom, maybe we'll never get back together, but it's not worth it. It's not worth the experiment of having some of us get face-to-face, putting the staff at risk, putting those in the public that really believe that it's just not worth it.
Andy, go ahead.
A motion on the table.
And I'm about to put one on the table.
Okay, that's what I was going to do too.
Please go ahead.
I was just going to move that we continue to meet by Zoom for the next 6 weeks.
So you want to carry it through to mid-November?
Through the election. think after the election, we need to be thinking.
So the motion is the following: beginning October 1st, 2021, to hold all town council meetings in the remote meeting format until, I think we need to pick a date. I think it's November 15th.
When does the new council sit?
They sit
December.
in January. January 3rd.
If you've made that motion, then I'll be the seconder of that motion so we can move along.
All right. So the motion is beginning October 1st, 2021, to hold all town council meetings in the remote meeting format until November 15th, 2021, which means on November 8th, when we do have a meeting, we will have this discussion yet again. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Dorothy?
Failing to understand. As long as this council serves, it should take us through. First of all, we know we're going into winter when this is the hardest time. To have to go through this whole thing again in our declining days is a waste of time. I think just make the motion that we'll stay remote until through the end of our term, which is going to be soon.
So that's an amendment to this motion is,
I'll second.
Okay. To make things easier, may I just say the following? This is the motion beginning October 1st, 2021, to hold all town council meetings in the remote meeting format through January 2nd, 2022. Alyssa?
I was going to see if I needed to make an amendment. I can support that. And I don't even want to mention the third rail of what should we do for the first town council meeting, since how will they decide? Because they don't get the same thing we got in the charter in terms of how they're allowed to meet ahead of time. They aren't allowed to meet until January. So I'm not sure what position that puts them in, but maybe we don't need to worry about that tonight. I feel comfortable with doing it through the end of December for sure. And absolutely, if something happens and like a bunch more people get vaccinated and the numbers go way down, and the CDC, who I have some issues with, but the CDC says, you know what, you don't even need masks indoors anymore. We have beat this thing. Then we can change our vote and we can go to hybrid. Absolutely.
All right, Dorothy, any other comments at this time?
No, I'm satisfied.
All right, the motion is beginning October 2021 to hold all town council meetings in the remote meeting format through January 2nd, 2022.
And that's a change in the motion. If you're making the change in the motion as the seconder, I'll go with it.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Mandy has a hand up.
Mandy.
I just want to say again that I think we're making a horrible mistake. We're supposed to be leaders, and our students, our elementary students who are not vaccinated, have been just fine meeting in person from about 8:30 in the morning till 3 p.m. in the afternoon, masked, and been fine. Their teachers have been fine. Our middle schoolers, my middle schooler, has been fine. It is safe to meet in person, and to make a decision for the next 3 months that affects the full council. I agree with everything Evan said. I think we're making a bad mistake to go a full 3 months with this when, as it said, don't know what happens, but I think we're not being leaders. I think we're not following the science at all. I don't think this follows the science at all. I think this council is operating under a measure of fear that the science doesn't actually back up, given what the CDC and all has said. And that goes completely against what Paul said in March of 2020, follow the science. What we were thrilled he was doing and said, follow the science. What we argued for early on was follow the science. And now a council that is supposed to be a leader in town is saying, no, we're not going to follow the science. And I think that's a huge mistake.
Any other comments? I'm going to start with Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Shalini Balnilm.
No.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer abstains for the same reasons I've said all along. Mandy Johanicky.
No.
Dorothy Pan.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
No.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Motion passes. One, two, must be 7. No, I'm sorry. It's late. 1 abstention, 1 absent.
It's 8-3.
I have 831.
Yeah. Motion passes 8-3 to 1.
Yeah.
And 1 absent. All right. We're moving on to the next question, actually, is to authorize each town council committee to decide how they will meet, either in person or in-person hybrid or remote, until I think we should just take it all the way through. I need to ask Athena at this point to join me in talking about what she and I and Sean were able to come up with. And that is that it actually is amazingly burdensome to do with having, if we have to have an IT person, a note taker in the room. But what we figured out is that if you have a note taker in the room and you have the committee hybrid, okay, that without too much difficulty, and I'm saying this not being, I'm technologically savvy, but I'm not a genius at it, okay? So I sat in the town room, we went through this experiment, we figured out that if I could be trained to manage the meeting, that I could manage a remote meeting. Now, the real question is, could somebody who is also chairing the meeting manage the meeting as a hybrid meeting? And the answer is, it's probably better if somebody else besides the chair is managing the meeting, but it would need to be a counselor. And we figured out the whole system and how to do it. And we would have training sessions for any council member, but for every committee, at least one person who is going to be the technology person would have to be trained so that they could do a hybrid meeting where you have both people in the room and also people on Zoom. And it works better. We talked about phone, Mandy Jo, because I know you brought that up. And the phone, as you might remember, way back when we were in the town room, and we would do phone. I think at one point, maybe Shalini was in India or something like that. And the connection was just horrible. And Zoom is more reliable. And so Zoom allows people to watch the meeting the whole time on Zoom. And even though Amherst Media is not broadcasting the meeting. So there's a way to do it for committees to meet in the town room and have remote access or hybrid, okay? And the only other condition is that if the note taker isn't in the room, if connectivity is lost and if there is a quorum of the council in the room, then one of the counselors has to take the notes because the note taker is now not in the room. Believe me, it can be done. I did it, okay? And I want to make sure that committees know before they decide whether they're going to meet remote or hybrid, that there is a way to do this, okay? And it's really not that complicated. It's not great, but it's not complicated, okay? Athena, what else would you add to what I just said?
I would add that if a committee is meeting doing this hybrid format, that if connection's lost and you no longer have a quorum present, that the meeting would have to end or pause until the connection can be resumed. What we had discussed with Sean was that if committee chairs were interested in coming in to see how the technology works prior to voting, if they want to do some test runs and training and see if they feel comfortable managing that hybrid process on their own, that we could set up some training sessions for counselor committee chairs.
Right. Okay. So in voting to authorize each council committee to decide how they will meet either in-person hybrid or remote and through January 2nd, 2022, I just want you to know that there is a way to do it, okay? Is there a second to that motion?
What is the motion again?
Motion is to authorize each council committee to decide how they will meet either in-person hybrid, or remote until January 2nd, 2022.
Second.
Okay. Is there further discussion, Kathy?
Just a question, Lynn. Do we need to tell each, I think from before, the only place you can meet is the town room if you do a hybrid. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
So since we all meet at different times, the town room would be, for the council committees, it would be doable. So my other question is, the elementary school building committee is not a council committee, so this vote would not affect them. That whatever decision they're making is under different rules there.
The town manager is continuing, I don't want to put words in Paul's mouth, but he's continuing to have committees meet remotely.
Okay, that's all I want to know. So we just have to have every committee understand that the only place that they can do the hybrid is in the town room.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Alyssa?
I'm not sure how to say clearly enough how offended I am, and a motion was made to allow town council committees to do exactly what a town council committee did in June and meet in person with no access to the public other than in person. That motion should never have been made. I move to amend to remove the words in person. It should read the same way the council committee one read. And I would actually be happy to support council committees trying this out in the town room, but it's utterly offensive that this council would ever consider at this point in the pandemic to have in-person meetings only that don't offer the public access. That's just outrageous.
So the motion's been made to amend the original motion by removing the word in person. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay. Is there any further discussion about the motion, the amendment to the motion? Mandy Jo?
It's in there because there is in particular one council committee that in the 18 months that we've been meeting hybrid, I think I can count on one hand the number of people, not even meetings, people that have attended the council committee meeting, and that is GOL. And so if GOL, if there's a committee that's not going to have public present either way, I believe that committee should be able to decide whether to go the quote easier route when no one shows up anyway and not have to manage a hybrid for no public. That doesn't mean that, and that relates to whether all the committee members would be willing to meet in person. But if all of the committee members are willing to meet in person, particularly for GOL, it might be easier to skip the hybrid because frankly, no one really ever shows up to GOL.
Would there still be a video?
Would you like to speak, Kathy?
Would there still be a video of the meeting? Because I watched.
There's always a video. You just turn the video on of the town room. That's what we did with CRC when we met in person. It's what we did before COVID. There's a video. The meetings are recorded by video.
The meetings can be recorded. Meetings can be recorded. Steve?
So there's a couple of good points here. One is that the meetings can be recorded, but then they also had to be edited. So they were never as easily accessible as other recordings. But the other thing that's so I'm agreeing with Councilor Brewer on this. I don't think face-to-face should be an option. So it doesn't, in a way, because there could be actually, the way that this is framed, that the committee vote might force somebody to meet face-to-face. So if it's a 3-2 vote, let's go face-to-face, there might be two people that really object to that. This is a democracy, they get outvoted, they have to meet face-to-face. I completely agree that face-to-face, no matter what the reasons, should not be an option.
Right. So the motion on the table is to amend the motion, and it is to strike the words, the option of in person. Is there any further discussion? Okay, we're going to vote on the motion to amend. And that is to remove the option of in person only. Okay. Steve Schreiber.
I vote aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Shalini Bowman.
Move the.
It means that a committee would have to either meet hybrid or virtual.
Or virtual. Yes, I vote that. Yes.
Alyssa.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
No.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
Was that an aye, Evan?
That was an aye.
Thank you. George Ryan.
Aye. Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Aye. Okay, that is 11 to 1 to 0 to 1. And so we're back to the original motion is to authorize each council committee to debate how they will meet either in person / hybrid or remote through January 2nd, 2022. Is there any further question on the motion? Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We are moving on to, so I want to just say that all of you are meeting this week, and even if your agenda has been posted, you need to add this question. We are going to move on to the amendment to Town Council Rules of Procedure, Rule 5.2, public hearings. George?
Yeah, this is our second reading. GOL did not meet due to the lack of a quorum. So I did not have the advantage of my colleagues' input. And so you're just going to hear my thoughts here. Last time there was, I think, concern raised about the ambiguity of the term public hearing, what that means. I think this originally was brought with the idea of simply stating clearly that the council may designate a council committee to hold public hearings on its behalf. And so I'm going to suggest two options. One is just take this as it is and vote on it one way or the other. The other is to strike the first sentence and simply have the last sentence and remove the word also. So all it does is simply state something that we already have done on two occasions, which is we have designated a council committee to hold public hearings on behalf of the town council. My suggestion would be that to kind of sidestep the issue of what do we mean by public hearing. The other option would be one that was suggested by a colleague of my committee, which is we just don't touch it. Just why are we doing this? So there are three options actually. And I don't know what people think.
I'm going to start with a motion that's on the sheet.
Sure.
And it is to amend Town Council Rules of Procedure Rule 5.2 public hearings by adding the following words after the first sentence. While some public hearings may be required by Mass General Law, the town charter, or by council rules of procedure, the council may choose to hold a public hearing on any topic it chooses. The council may also designate a council committee to hold public hearings on its behalf. Is there a second?
Second, DeAngelis.
Are there any other comments or questions? Dorothy.
It may be the hour, but why are we doing this? What's the need?
It's to straighten out the fact that TSO is now going to start doing public hearings.
Okay, sounded mighty complicated, but okay.
And CRC has already been doing them.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to move to the vote. Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer. Alyssa.
No.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
No.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Abstain.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Abstain.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
So you've got one absent, two abstentions, two noes. It must be 8-2 to 2-1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. The next one is the motion to adopt the town council policy on making recommendations for town council appointments to multiple member bodies as presented. Is there a second?
There has been a change to that. So as presented, people should be aware that there was one change, making interviews a group process. Otherwise, it's identical to what you saw last time, but that change was made.
So it's as amended.
Yes.
Okay. So the motion is to adopt the town council policy on making recommendations for town council appointments to multiple member bodies as amended. Is there a second?
Second, Ryan.
Any further discussion? Darcy.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that I've been thinking about the process, and I realized that there was that there was an issue that we didn't actually address in GOL that I didn't bring up. It's not in my various dissenting comments, but there's this key problem. A GOL recommended that we should have a preference for recommending reappointment to those who have served for less than 6 years, but that we're not bound by that preference. So if the person up for reappointment doesn't fit our worldview, there's nothing preventing us from voting against him or her. So that's in there now. But the more important issue, it seems like, that we've run into is how do we ensure that the planning board, for example, has a diversity of views that represents the spread of those views in town? And isn't that what we want? We have the equivalent of political parties here, yet our system allows us to pack the planning board with one party. And we saw an example of this when Michael Birtwistle was up for reappointment. So the spread of views currently on the planning board doesn't represent those of residents. So the charter may have intended this, but it's not democratic. So I think that this is a larger issue that we need to look at and try to figure out how we can have more balance on, for example, the planning board. And one possibility is just looking at that issue and sending this back to GOL to look at it. I'm sorry, I'm just coming up with this issue now, but it does seem like it's the basic issue. It's more than the issue of the preference, which is the original issue why we sent it, why we made a new unified policy. The bigger issue is having a balance that represents the views in town. So I am going to leave this at that. I just think that we should be looking at that issue.
Are there any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, then we're going to move to the vote. And we're going to begin with Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy DeMont.
No.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
So it's 11 in favor, 1 opposed, no abstentions, and 1 absent. Okay. We're moving on to appointments. The town manager has no appointments. We as a council, however, have the opportunity to recommend to the town council. No, I'm sorry. We as a council have the opportunity to choose up to 2 people to be liaison to the African Heritage Reparations Assembly under Rules of Procedure 10.8. Councilors as non-voting liaisons. And this would be effective for the term to expire January 2nd, 2022. Excuse me, 4 councilors have expressed interest in this. And I'd like to have the clerk show that memo on the screen. Thank you. Dorothy, I believe you have your hand up.
I would very much like to serve as liaison, but since there are so many other qualified people who have volunteered and I'm feeling very overloaded at this time, I would withdraw my name.
Okay. Shalini?
Yeah, I feel the same way, that I would very much like to serve, and but it feels like that Alyssa and Pat, who've also been part of sponsoring, co-sponsoring, and creating this, working with this reparations group, and would be qualified, and I'm happy to remove my name.
Okay. Given that, I'm going to read the motion as follows: to appoint counselors Alyssa Brewer and Pat DeAngelis as liaisons to the African Heritage Reparations Assembly under Rules of Procedure Rule 10.8. Counselors as non-voting liaisons effective immediately for a term to expire on January 2nd, 2022. Is there a second?
Steinberg, second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to move. I'm sorry?
Why are there two liaisons?
Because that's the way the charge was written.
To have two liaisons?
It put it up to two, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're going to begin with DeAngelis. Pat?
Aye.
Darcy Dumont?
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke?
Aye.
Dorothy Pam?
Yes.
Evan Ross?
Aye.
George Ryan?
Aye.
Kathy Shane?
Yes.
Steve Schreiber?
Aye.
Andy Steinberg?
Aye.
Shalley Bell-Milne?
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer?
Aye.
It is unanimous. And I believe your next meeting is coming up. Okay, we are now moving on to, we've already approved, we're moving on to committee and liaison reports. CRC, Mandy Jo?
Nothing, well, yes. So,
Nothing and everything.
yes, all at the same time.
Right.
So it has become clear after speaking with the town staff that not all of the zoning amendments that have been referred to the CRC for hearing and recommendation will be able to get back to the council after the CRC hearing closed within 90 days to not require a new hearing. So there will be some new hearings, public hearings on a few of the zoning amendments in October and November in order, because the 90-day period will expire before the council can vote. Once I update CRC tomorrow on all of that, I will make sure the council knows of those dates. They are on the CRC agenda at this time, but that is essentially tentative. They haven't been noticed, and I haven't had time to talk to the CRC members yet to confirm all of that. But just beware that there will be some more public hearings coming on amendments that have already had public hearings that closed.
And let me just add that one of the reasons I have not updated the future agenda items is for this reason, and because it's like a moving target. And I'm just trying to see if I can, I know when it's going to settle down. It's going to settle down by December 21st. That's when it'll settle down, unless we're meeting between Christmas and New Year's. Thank you, Mandy Jo, for your work with the staff was amazing, and I look forward to hearing what CRC has to say. Elementary school building, Kathy, you submitted a written report. Is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
No, just to apologize to people for getting it late. And I noticed that Paul captured some of the meeting. We have 8 respondents to designer policies reports, and we've met once and we'll be meeting another. And in my memo, you can see the timeline from the 8 we have to the MSBA meeting to a final decision. And once we have a final designer decision is when the intense work begins, where we're starting to look at choices. There was a delay in starting, but we're on track, and we have 8 solid proposals. There will be a summary of our discussion of those 8, and they are all posted. So if anyone wants to read them, you can.
Okay, thank you. Finance Committee, Andy?
I really don't have a report. I will at the next meeting because then we will have met.
Okay. GOL, George?
As I said, GOL's not met since last time we met, and so we are still looking at 2 zoning amendments that are coming from KP Law and an update on the FinCom process. We have a position to fill. We meet on Wednesday.
Okay. TSO, Evan?
But before I go, Councilor Brewer has her hand up, I believe, from Elementary School Building Authority, perhaps.
Sure. Alyssa?
No, it was about CRC. Go ahead, Evan. We can get to it later.
Okay. So you have the written report from TSO, but I did just want to highlight one thing. So you all may remember I think it was the very last meeting that we had in person involved the public hearing on potential parking regulation changes on Lincoln Ave. That was referred to TSO last fall. I think it was September 24th, 2020. TSO tabled that discussion temporarily, in part because the issue that had been raised by residents wasn't necessarily an issue due to UMass being remote, but also TSO wanted an opportunity to discuss and to develop a comprehensive approach to parking regulation requests. We are pretty much there. At our next meeting, we're going to be hopefully adopting criteria to use to consider residential parking requests. And so given that, we are intending to return to Lincoln Ave parking. That said, one of the other documents that we're looking at is the process through which TSO considers parking requests, in the same vein that CRC went through a process of developing how it considers zoning proposals a while ago. And part of that is because in the interim between when the council referred Lincoln Ave parking to TSO and now councilors Ryan and Pam brought forward an alternative proposal for Lincoln Ave that expanded its scope beyond Lincoln to include Sunset. But the TSO has never technically been referred Sunset. We also have heard public comment about issues on Kendrick Place, and Guilford at one of our meetings made note that under the criteria that we're about to adopt to evaluate parking, there'd be a problem at Kendrick Place. And so we'd like to expand our conversation beyond just Lincoln to also include Kendrick Place and Sunset. And the reason I included that draft process was we're trying to figure out what the process is by which we can take up those 2 streets, whether or not TSO can just take it up or whether we need a formal referral to do so. And so that was the intention of that. But TSO does meet again this Thursday, and we will be adopting our parking criteria and then taking a look at Lincoln, Sunset, and Kendrick Place.
Let me just add, because of the deadlines for the Hampshire Gazette, we will be posting for the October 21st a hearing regarding Sunset and Kendrick Place as well as, and with an assumption that on October 4th, the council will formally vote to refer Sunset and Kendrick Place to TSO. If they don't, then we'll pull the hearing. But we've got to deal with deadlines. Alyssa.
Sorry, now I'm confused. Are you talking about a hearing that's going to take place at town council or a hearing that's going to take place at TSO?
TSO.
TSO.
Okay, just being clear on that. And so my way back question on CRC and the needing to hold new hearings. And obviously it's late, but I have to ask, since I've been doing this a long time, why did the 90-day period expired? And so I wrote a little note. I'm not trying to blame anyone unless, of course, someone needs to be blamed. But I don't recall this happening pre-town council back when we had the old weird representative town meeting schedule. So what I'm hoping is that at some point CRC does not have to respond tonight, but will tell us in a written report, you know what we realized? We realized because of XYZ, we can't do X number of things over X period of time or whatever. But because I don't get it. Otherwise, that just doesn't normally happen. So I'm hoping that you'll be able to share that with us so we can support you in not letting it happen again.
Kathy?
Just a quick question, Evan. You didn't put in the packet, but you told me where to find it, the criteria you're working on. And I had some additional thoughts. Should I just email them to you?
Yeah, we're going to be taking those up at our September 30th meeting this Thursday. So if you have additional thoughts, Kathy or anyone, if you could just get them to me.
I don't have the time to actually be at the meeting, so I thought I'll just send them to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mandy Jo, did you want to respond to the CRC comment?
Yes.
I'm
please.
sorry, please do. And then I'll come back to Dorothy.
So a couple of things. In the old town meeting form of government, there was no 90-day deadline. The town meeting had to vote within 6 months of the planning board hearing. So it was a lot easier to meet. It's double the time. But the other thing that came up is the three that we're looking at holding additional public hearings on are mixed use buildings, the rezoning of parcel 14A-33, otherwise known as the CVS lot, and also the parking and access regulation proposal. They actually all have different, in some sense, reasons for potentially needing a new public hearing. Mixed use buildings has been voted on and recommended actually by both bodies, planning board and CRC, and is sitting in GOL right now. But at the time, but the planning department in another review of it has realized something is missing from it. And so would like time to go back and add something that is missing that is potentially critical to the operation of that if it passes. And because we're up against this deadline, there's just not time to do that thoughtfully. Parcel 14A-33, the planning board actually hasn't closed its hearing yet, and CRC has closed its hearing. That's one of the differences. And so there's a time lag there. But there's also some work going on after all of the discussions at the hearings with the sponsors and the planning department to come up with a completely new proposal to address some of the concerns. And that's also in some sense similar to what's happened with the parking and access regulation. That's all I really want to say right now because CRC hasn't had a time to hear it. So there are different reasons. They're not necessarily related to anything other than just due diligence in when you're starting to do these and you start asking a lot of questions and having those public hearings and trying to comprehensively and look at them holistically with the others. A lot of questions came up and things just took a little more time to work some of those out. And so that 90-day deadline is very quick.
Right. Thank you, Mandy Jo. Dorothy.
What time is the TSO hearing on Lincoln Avenue parking on the 21st of October? What time of day?
That's a great question. So this Thursday, TSO will be finalizing our schedule and putting together public hearing notices. And so I will be able to give the council firmer dates and times on public hearings, both for parking regulation and also for the North Pleasant Street upgrades that are happening by Kendrick Park at our October 4th meeting.
So we will, Thursday. We will know by Thursday night, Friday morning.
You will know when you get the TSO report.
We have a neighborhood brunch for the precinct, which includes Lincoln Avenue, on Sunday, the 3rd of October. And they will want to know, we'd have a flyer at the brunch of the hearing on parking. We just need to notify people.
Okay. But I will have it in the TSO report, which will be sent to the council probably Friday.
Okay, great.
You're also welcome to join TSO Thursday. In fact, Dorothy, check your email. And you can always just text me. I'll let you know.
Okay, I was supposed to go to a short story Zoom class, but I think maybe you're gonna. Okay, what time of day is your Thursday the 3rd?
We'll just talk via email, Dorothy.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Are there any other comments or questions? Any comments about liaisons? Okay, Paul, other items from the town manager report?
Just two things. One, booster shots are coming. We're holding clinics every Thursday from 4 to 6. And we're getting ready to start engaging the public on Hickory Ridge. It's in the report, but people have been wanting to pay attention to that. So we'll be putting the word out on that too, on site.
Okay, questions for the town manager? Dorothy? I'm sorry, Darcy, not Dorothy. Darcy.
Yeah, this is, I don't know whether it's related to your report, but I noticed that the Community Safety Working Group, they were sad because they weren't able to have you at their meetings as much. And part of that is there's so many damn meetings on Thursday nights, including TSO meetings. And so I'm wondering if TSO changing its schedule would allow you to, the fact that we're at 6:30, is that if we were earlier or later, would that be helpful?
Well, they only have a few more meetings left, the CSWG. I did attend the tail end of their last meeting at their request. There's also the Affordable Housing Trust that meets Thursday nights. It's up to the council. We do have staff at that meeting. I'm the primary staff for the TSO committee. So that's my priority for the council.
Okay.
Bandy Joe?
Yes, thank you. Just 3 questions. You mentioned in the dog park that there might be some funding issues, so I'm curious what they might be, if you can elaborate on that or are able to elaborate on it in a public meeting. The CCA Joint Powers Agreement, you indicated that both KP Law represents both Amherst and Pelham. And so I'm wondering what the dual representation agreement was between you and KP Law. Is it what's been signed regarding, because I know lawyers have the requirements, so what's been signed or agreed upon regarding that dual representation for the review of the Joint Powers Agreement? And then another ask on, it's my behalf, but it's also Pat's behalf, surveillance tech legal review.
Yes. So yes, so I have a call with Lauren on that tomorrow morning at 8:30. She knows everybody's very upset about that. So I'll be able to let you know anyway, I won't even talk about that. The dual representation agreement, yes, we had that happens fairly frequently. There is a letter that they do because they also represent the town of Hadley. And if they feel like they can represent both in the same way, they will do that. There's usually a letter that comes along with that. Third thing, I'm sorry, Mandy.
Dog park, you mentioned
dog park, yes.
Potential funding issues, but that's all.
So we don't have numbers on that yet. There have been some issues with the fills that they were using on the site. There was additional things that came up through a DEP inspections, I believe, but the staff there just sort of gave me a heads up, and we will be identifying exactly what that number is, and then figuring out a way how at some point it's likely to come back to the council, or we have to find a resolution for the funding for that. There is some money in an account that's privately held that's been fundraised that's filling the gap at this point in time. So we're working that through.
More later. Okay, Dorothy?
When you mentioned about phrasing of this, it was about water. We're halfway through the month, and I'm pleased to report the water system is holding up very well. I know we earlier heard that there might be a shortage of water. So my question is, the fact that we've managed not to have a bad thing, but you've had to watch it very closely, is this show because of our lack of depth of resilience, because of Centennial needing to be redone?
So it's partially Centennial, but more importantly, it's well 4 pump had to be replaced.
Okay.
And that was the thing that was really hobbling us. We're through almost, 2/3 of September at this point in time, even more than that. We worried about September, any time that was above 85 degrees. We never got close to where we had to worry. We've been in contact with our institutional partners, and they were all ready to help us if we needed to, but we actually survived September, and I think we're be in good shape. And then within another, I think they said November, well 4 will be back online, and then it'll be back to normal.
Thank you.
Melanie.
Yeah, thank you firstly to the town manager, staff, and everyone for helping out with the Indian-Pakistan celebration. That was so well received by all the residents, so thank you so much. And the question was actually regarding an email that came from State Rep about the Mill Lane, and I wonder if you got a chance to respond, because I never got a response to that. It's about the sidewalks on Mill Lane and whether they're part of the infrastructure and whether we need our state rep to advocate for us.
So we have funding for that, and it's in the design. It's a project that will be done. I think they've gotten CDBG money to complete that along Mill Lane up to Groff Park. I'll double check.
Okay.
I think that's where we are in that.
Okay, and also there was going to be signage. There was signage needed, I think, because people were confused whether it's private property or not.
Yep.
Okay.
The sign request is in to put a sign says the little footbridge is available to the public, because people sometimes are confused by that.
Right. So that's being done, you're saying? Okay, thank you.
Alyssa?
I'm sorry, I just need Paul to rewind on what he said about vaccinations and booster shots, because what I heard all run together, probably because I'm exhausted, is that we're already providing clinics of booster shots, which isn't, of course, factually true because they're not available. I know that we're planning to provide booster shots for people once they're available, and only, of course, if they received Pfizer, and only if they received it 6 months ago. But am I correct in that? I know you were in a hurry, but we don't have any clinics scheduled yet for booster shots because we don't know when we're going to get them, right? Or do we?
So if you're over 65, in one of those classes, you will be eligible for the booster shots. We're doing vaccine clinics every Thursday from 4 to 6 at the Bang Center. We did the first one at Groff Park, actually. And so we can give you first dose Moderna, first dose Pfizer, 1 dose Johnson & Johnson, second dose Moderna, second dose Pfizer. I don't think we're quite ready for the Pfizer booster at this point, but that will be coming. We're preparing to help with that.
I understand, but it's critically important to have clarity about what we're offering now and what we will be offering in the future. And they were all run together as though they were being offered now.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
not.
So
maybe give people a sense of, once we get the thing from the CDC, we'll be ready like in a week because we're so good at this.
Yep.
That would be great.
We can do that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for the town manager? Under President's report, I'm going to ask that we not try to discuss this, but I would really like to understand, now that we've put this new form of public comment out, whether or not is the expectation of the council that I respond to them, as I do all of the emails that come to town council. I believe today alone, we probably got about 6 or so. Pat?
I think that you should not be required to respond to those. I feel like individual counselors can respond if they want to, but generally speaking, this is kind of stretching the rule. We don't respond to public comment. So there's that point, but I think that you need to let yourself off that hook for a little bit because you respond to so many. And we certainly can pick up where we feel like I'm going to contact some of the residents who spoke tonight because we have a nuisance house bylaw that addresses urination, public urination, drunkenness, and all this other thing. And they need to know that, and the police need to be reminded of that. So we can do that. You shouldn't take it on.
Thank you for your thoughts on that. Alyssa?
So I believe that in the past, it was relatively trivial, although software systems change, that in the past, it used to be that when somebody submitted through the same format, a community activity form, they automatically got a little message back that says your form's been submitted. It'll be, thank you so much. It should not just be going dead, like your form was submitted. They should be actually getting a response because they used to be able to get that. And similarly with the public comment, I think it would be great if once they press send, it said, your public comment went to all the counselors. We don't respond to public comment. Check out our town council packets at such and such link. I think rather than just saying thank you, I think sending them to the links would be great where the packets are kept. But I do appreciate what Pat said about considering it public comment, and therefore it's not something we respond to. But I also know what it feels like as an individual to press send and wonder if it really went anywhere. So the software should be capable of doing that, and we should be advised if it's not, because it should be capable.
I will check with the town clerk to see what we can do on that.
Hey, may I answer part of that right now?
Please.
I can check on editing the confirmation screen. Civic Plus doesn't let us edit absolutely everything. As you know, there are some limitations, but it does give a confirmation screen at the end. And when folks enter their comments, they have an option of receiving a copy of it via their email if they choose to. But I'll check and see if I can edit the confirmation screen. But yes, there is a confirmation screen after they click submit.
Okay. Darcy?
Yeah, I was assuming, since we started talking about this a long time ago, that one of the goals was to have give access to the public to easily access all the different comments, not just in a town council packet, which people will never be able to figure out how to find, but somewhere on the website by topic. So for example, if you're talking about a topic for months on end, you don't want to have to go to a town council packet to find them. You might want to be able to find them by topic name or by the commenter or something like that. But there needs to be some way that the public can access comments on affordable housing or on, whatever, on zoning proposals or on whatever we're talking about.
Thank you.
Lynn, may I speak to that?
Yes.
The public comment form that I created in this instance is just a general council comment form. I spoke with Lynn earlier and suggested that if this works well and we like the way it works and we like how the functionality and so forth, that it could be duplicated for a specific purpose. Like if there was a specific issue that we're coming for the council and we wanted to gather public comment in one place, but this is sort of a pilot. So I want to make sure that everything works the way we want it to work before we try it out in that way. Also, I wasn't planning on adding the comments to council packets. I was planning on adding a link to the main council page in the same place where we have approved minutes and the record of votes and so forth.
Aren't they per meeting though?
I can upload the comments for a date range, so I can either do it before every meeting or they can be done on a monthly basis. I was waiting to see how many we receive and how often we want to have them uploaded.
I'm glad we're working on it. Thank you, Athena.
Dorothy?
I'm assuming that the remarks will be read by somebody before they're sent, screened. I've got grave doubts about how this might work, because if it gets to be like Twitter or some of the stuff that people do on the internet, it will not be helpful.
I'm sorry, Lynn, if I may.
Yes, please.
The screen where you enter your comments says that if you enter anything profane or offensive, that it won't be published. So yes, I'll do a quick scan before I publish comment.
Okay. Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people who are sending comments know whether they'll be available to the public or some private. They're somehow private, just so people understand what it is that they're submitting.
So it needs to be very clear on the form that if you make public comment in this way, it is subject to publishing the comment.
Yeah, may I respond to that?
Sure.
So at the top of the form, if you visited the page, it says communications sent to the town council via email or this comment form are considered a public record and are subject to Massachusetts public record law with the GL section and so forth.
Thank you, Athena. That's really good. Shalini.
I think it's too late to go into how we might use this. I think it's a really great step forward. And the only thing I can offer at this point is if we can add tags, and that would in the future allow us to search by topic then.
Okay. All right. Are there any other comments from counselors? Future agenda items?
I had a question.
Yes.
Okay. So I met, I don't know where this question needs to go, but so the streets that are close to college campuses, like Fearing Street, where a lot of students will create litter, and this is what I was told by this resident living there, and she's like new and she's trying to engage the neighbors and students and build community, but she was wondering like who's responsible for maintaining those streets, like as in cleaning them. Is it the town? Is it the UMass? Because it's mostly students living there. Who's generally responsible for cleaning the streets?
Paul?
So they are public. If you're talking about Fearing Street's a public street. We don't pick up trash typically. That's not part of something we do very often. We have street cleaners that go through periodically, but not very often. So
I guess I wonder if that's something that we could talk to UMass about, is since a lot of the mess there is created by, and I haven't been there or looked at it, but I trust this person, and just saying that there are broken glass and bottles and stuff like that. So I wonder if that could be part of the negotiation, that if they could be responsible.
and they can contact the university directly as well. I mean, they have
okay.
Yeah, they can.
Like Nancy Buffon, like who would they contact? Okay.
Nancy Buffon, if they want, and oftentimes they engage the fraternities and outreach projects, and they do a lot of Sally Lanowski's group does a lot of walk this way type work on Fearing Street in Phillips.
Who's Sally? You can just send me that information later.
Sure.
Otherwise.
All right.
Okay, and I can pass it on to her then. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Kathy?
Yeah, I know it's really late, so I had some written comments and I think I'll just send them on to Paul. But I met with one of the people who reported tonight about the break-in in her house and related to parting. And we talked through a series of, I'd call them request demands, where the university could step up some of what they do, so the burden isn't just on the Amherst Police Department. And I didn't know to what extent the council might want to, schedule a short amount of time to talk through some ideas and then actually urge Paul or go with Paul to be tougher. Where I know we can oppose some fines, but the UMass police, what kind of role they can play, including what kind of code of conduct can be off campus, because this is, it's escalating in these neighborhoods. So I don't want to take people's time, but I also know I can't share these in the council except at a public meeting. So if I think what I'll do is send up my written comments to you, Paul, because it took about, she wrote an email to multiple people, including Mindy and Joe Comerford, and Joe Comerford got back to her the fastest, meaning within a week of receiving it, and her staff person got right on it and contacting it. So it's also when people are in distress like this, it's nice to know that someone is responding. Since then, the university's responded. Paul, you responded, and she took personal action the next day when another party was starting to go over and tell them what was going to happen and how she was going to act. And they actually canceled the party. So it shows that sometimes preventive action actually works. But the break-in was in the middle of the night, and finding someone walking around your house looking at their phone, looking for a party, was more than a little bit disturbing. So Pat, I know we had the nuisance house bylaw, but sort of looking at, can the university response also be stronger? So
Kathy, please send that on.
Yeah, I will. And I don't want to, I wrote it up as a series of action ideas. And so I can send it through just as this came out of a conversation with her. And then it's, do we want to take it up, or can Paul take it up in some way to have a stronger set of demands for the university? So
I think you should start by sending it to Paul.
Okay, will do.
Thanks. Alyssa?
Quickly, with all kindness, Pat, it doesn't make any difference that we have a nuisance house bylaw. First of all, they already know that. And secondly, it's not being enforced. So our question to Paul is, and Kathy's questions do this, but we're doing this in a public meeting. Our question for Paul's next town manager report is, why isn't the APD enforcing the law? It's that simple. And then they can explain why it's not that simple, why it's different this year, why they're doing things differently than they have in the past. The $300 fines, et cetera, have been in place for years. No one told anyone to stop enforcing that. So Paul needs to be responsive to the community by telling the town council why the APD is not doing what our residents expect them to do. And then that way we can expect back to them. That's not a one-on-one thing. That's a community-wide, that should be happening in every neighborhood. And it's really unfortunate that people are not feeling like they're getting that response. There's always reasons for things, but we need to be able to talk about that in a larger venue, not just a one-on-one, because it has happened before, it will happen again. And we need a better understanding of if there's been a change in approach from the APD, because as those people individually mentioned, it's been enforced in the past, but for some reason isn't being enforced now.
Are there any other comments at this time? Seeing none, then I am going to adjourn the meeting at 12 o'clock. Otherwise known as midnight.
Good night.